Thanks, guys. Players ready. Thanks, Peter. Not out. 2. Two. Hey guys, it's third ball batters. Third ball. One. Last ball, thanks, Peter. Out. Over. Short. 80 short. 80 short. That's what I saw. We haven't got the cameras on. Yeah, but I saw him short. It's okay. I saw him short. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Peter. Not out. 1. Out, bowled. Play. 2. Dead ball. No. Yeah, I'm the judge of whether the ball's fair or not the opposition. Yeah, still. Okay, yeah, that's flat. We'll need to get an innings old ball. So if someone could yell out to Dave Shepley in the office, he'll get you an innings old ball, and you'll use that. They'll get one that's an innings old.
Morning from UPro Colombo. It's the business end of the Masters World Series. Join us live midway through the second skin of this game between the England 50s and South Africa 50s. It's a huge game. The context of this particular division.
Yeah, we need one that's an innings old. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Players ready, please.
I've started the comms 5 minutes ago. I'm on comms.
Box back on. Thank you.
No,
Thanks, Radio.
comms already. No, I can explain why because I didn't know I was cop between Parliament Road and I was telling them it's a cop, I did nothing wrong, and that guy kept me there for 10 minutes. No, because I came out as a dark skin and I don't know why he said that I crossed the line. Never crossed the line. Then
So, last box, Radio.
there was a, sure, yeah.
Wide. Over.
Two overs left here in the second skin. Batters Stuart Kenny and Daniel Spacich. Need to find a way of gathering some momentum for England.
Yeah.
It's been a brilliant start, prolific start for South Africa.
Thanks, guys. Players ready. Thanks, Paul.
Paul Keller.
Two. Two. One. One. Last ball, thanks, Paul. Two. Over.
Eleven on the board. And over to go here in the second skin.
Players ready. Thanks, guys. Players go hard. Third ball batters. Third ball. Out court. Eyes ready.
Strutkin and Daniel's pace, they should be looking to get to that double-digit mark in this skin.
Off the body. 1.
But Gerardus has pegged them back significantly. Both batters nearly stranded at the same end. Trying to do damage control in this skin were the English. They keep succumbing to these breakthroughs. And Keller does the cleaning up.
Boys ready. Last ball. Base guard. Ball, foot. 2, 4 scored. Right again, Dane. Do it again. No ball. Reball the ball. Front foot, no ball. Over. Pair.
Midway through this England innings, England on 6. They've been hindered significantly by some brilliant bowling by South Africa in the opening 2 skins.
Boys, Peter. Three. Out. Caught. Boys ready. By legs, Peter. Last ball, legs, Peter. Over, Akil on strike for the new over.
Peter Cronje ending up with figures of 3 for -7. Dion Labushkanye
Players ready.
in operation.
Leg down.
Akil Hussain looking for the lap sweep. They need to play conventional indoor cricket strokes here, New England.
Two. One.
First need to get to parity and then look to build. Is this pair?
Last ball. Two. That's over. Players ready. Thanks, guys. Players ready now. Third ball batters. Third ball. One. Bowlers changing sides.
Very well bowled. Perennial Lawrence.
Two. Last players ready now. Bowlers changing sides. One. Over.
H on the board. With an over to go in this third skin. Akil Hussain. In partnership with Krista Masbury. Masbury on -7 with Akil Hussain on 9.
8 guys. Plays Gerhard. Third ball batters. Third ball. One. Ball, front foot. Do you like a red ball? Red ball, the ball takes Gerhard. Ball, keep his foot off the pitch. Out. Do you like a red ball? It was definitely out, guys. That's okay. Yeah, you're off the pitch.
Akil Hussain
Reball the ball. Thank you.
takes England to parity. Positive contribution of +10. But Christian Masbury leaves him stranded midway through. That's another scab. England have always been pegged back whenever they've started gaining some momentum. The Proteas have struck at regular intervals.
Out, caught. Nice, Ray. Nice guard. Over. Pan.
As we look at the updated points table of the over 50 Masters, Australia and New Zealand cut and dry, well and truly ahead. And South Africa here on 37 points, sitting pretty in third spot.
Thanks, guys. Players ready.
Trying to get you all a breakdown of what this means in the group. So South Africa here will play a huge game against New Zealand later on today to determine who faces Australia in the final. They have a huge buffer to South Africa over England.
Thanks, guys. Mike's ball.
And with the way this game's the way the game is going, it seems likely that the buffer will only increase.
Four. No, goes out that way, it's 4. Yeah. Two. Four.
Zahir Salman, a very experienced campaigner for England, will be looking to take them to a respectable total, coming down the track and playing it to perfection. He's been absolutely brilliant throughout this tournament as Zahir Salman.
Next ball. Two. Over.
It's great seeing people joining us from South Africa. It's very early in South Africa, the wee hours of the morning. D Green supporting the troops here. It's a huge day for South Africa with a potential second v third preliminary final later on this evening as well.
Rob. One.
Rob Green in operation. A good start for this pair. Zahir Salman and Rob Bromley.
One.
Zahir Salman frustrated that Rob Bromley didn't respond to his call straight away. Could have been a costly error, but they managed to get away unscathed.
Third ball, batters. Third ball. Last breaks, Rob. Third ball. One.
Rob Bromley doing what's needed.
Over.
Rotating strike, keeping the scorecard ticking, and providing good support for Zahir Salman.
Thank you, guys. Players ready. Play next, Garth.
Garth Ridgway. beat him in half there. Very well bowled by Garth.
Third ball, batters. Third
We have
ball.
a third ball scenario. This might be significant in the context of the skin. South Africa might feel they're well and truly ahead in the game, but England have had a lucrative skin thus far.
One.
And Rob Bromley safely negotiates it.
Leg side. One. Last place, Garth. Over.
And an over to go. And over to go for this pair in this innings. England get themselves to 20. Courtesy of Zahir and Robert. They've put on respectable, taken England to parity and to a fairly respectable position in this skin. But well and truly behind in the game. You'd feel that they, with this South Africa batting lineup, they needed to post something in excess of 50/60 to remain competitive. But you never know with indoor cricket. It's a funny game. Lester Houston. From Zahir, and then Zahir realizes that, comes down the track and plays it very crisply. He's been brilliant with using his feet throughout his Zahir Saliman, never allowing the ball to settle on a good line and length.
Leg. One. No. Leg. Two. Last ball, next Leicester. Over. Innings.
And a fantastic and lucrative skin for England comes to an end. 26 on the board. South Africa will feel very comfortable with the other three skins, but that final skin will give England some momentum going ahead to their reply.
Players ready? Players ready? Mike Daniel. Two. Two. Yeah, caught.
Good start by England, the start they needed to remain fairly competitive in this run chase. Daniel Spasic striking in the first over. A lovely rebound take there by Akil Hussain.
Mike Daniel.
Good anticipation. Two deliveries left. With this being potentially England's final game here, this tournament, they look to give it their all.
Out. Grabbed it back.
And this is fantastic stuff by England. Stuart Kenny, the direct hit at the striker's end, and Labuschagne falling just short.
Players ready? I don't know what he's saying. I can't hear him. Last breaks, Daniel. Play. Not out. One. That's over.
Could have, with both batters nearly at the strikers end, they should have gone for the non-strikers end. But a good first over for England. -5 on the board for South Africa.
Thanks, guys. Players ready? Thank you. Mike Stewart. One. One. Two. 1. It's very close. It's very close. You've got to run through.
Gerard Erasmus on -1. Stuart Kenny coming in with the angle.
2.
Outside off.
Last blank shot.
A good try at the stamps there by Stuart Kenny.
Over.
And Zahir Salman, the back stamper, does the rest. Fantastic work by England. A combination move. -3 for Gerard. South Africa here having issues early on in this run chase. It's a fairly modest total, but with 2 overs in and them still being in the negatives, England would feel they are in contention to put on fight.
Side.
Straying down the leg side is Sanjay. South Africa will be displeased with this. They're potentially in a 2v3 prelim final later on today. They would have wanted this to be a clinical performance on all facets. They bowled quite well in the first 3 skins, let the game slide thereafter. And they haven't really opened up proceedings well with the back here. With 9 deliveries to go in this first skin.
One.
Two on the board for South Africa. Ahead when it comes to the skin, but they would have looked to have a dominant display.
2.
Let's say a very good morning, Michael.
Good morning,
Last blank, Sanjay.
Viren. Good morning to all our viewers. Maybe afternoon and evening for some. A good day to everyone. This first match, England
2.
450s versus South Africa.
Over.
South Africa doing really well. Restrict England to 27. The -5 in the third skin. Well, they've done really well in the first 3 skins, and then England bringing one back.
There was some brilliant batting towards the end by Zahir Salman. He's been prolific for England throughout this campaign. The final over of the skin, Akil Hussain to operate.
Pleasure. Bye to Kiel. Side. It's clipped the line at the crease. It's got nothing to do with the stumps. You want it again? Dion, you want rebound?
Court 2.
Thank you.
We
Rebound.
have Sri Lanka taking on New Zealand. Sri Lanka have got just 34 in their 4 skins. New Zealand is now on 31 in the second skin. Already taken points off the first skin. 17 to Sri Lanka 6. The second skin also looks like it's in the bag. It's 14 against -6.
2. Not out.
Most of these teams in this division, except for the top 3, this will be their final game
Yeah.
It's been a long, drawn-out tournament.
Two.
They had the opportunity of playing some very good cricket throughout. And South Africa, Australia and New Zealand have a huge buffer over the rest.
Four.
So basically, this group, I think, the top 4 teams locked in. So Sri Lanka lying last.
And England too will be out because it will be a 2v3 preliminary final to determine who joins Australia in that grand final.
Over.
So Australia anyway way ahead. Even I think this whatever happens in these games, it'll still say the same. The points, because there's a big difference. 75 to Aussies.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතය විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber Connection එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලා ගන්න. රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මේකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදීන.
නානයක්කාරද? ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල
Two.
Back live. So like you said, Viren. So Australians straight in the final. Don't have a game today. Most probably New Zealand and South Africa will play one later in the day to see. So that's just like one semi-final for them.
And Michael, for most of these players, they won't be playing professional sport at this juncture of their careers. So regardless of where they finished up in the table,
7.
it's been absolutely tremendous effort. Their bodies have pulled through. They've been there mentally and physically every day. And that is, I think, the greatest challenge that they've all overcome.
Correct. Yeah, well, Masters is played, I think, once in 3 years.
Last ball, thanks, Daniel.
But they also play people in Australia and all. They have their tournaments, so most probably they'll be playing on and off just to keep themselves fit. Well, unfortunately, in countries like Sri Lanka, they can't organize tournaments because you just have two courts and it's here in Talwatagoda. So people from out of Colombo will find it hard to come and play the game. That's why even the standards, when you look at it, there's a big difference.
So can you just chuck it out of the net?
Just trying to see something interesting to bring up.
So can you just, can we have the towel or pad or whatever it is chucked out of the net? Not in the flap. Yeah, can we chuck them out of the net? Yeah, not in the flap.
Australia will come into their final well rested tomorrow.
The thing that's in the flap,
They've had
just throw it outside.
their last game at 4 p.m. yesterday.
Thanks, mate.
So the boys are having off day and so chilling out, having some pool time. Massages.
I'm sure
be
there
fully
must be a
fit.
few beverages going in there.
Well, I
As a-
don't think that it would be that bad because for them, when they have a final, that is pretty serious. So, but definitely after that, it will be only beverages, I think.
Front foot.
So, interesting
Two,
thing is
four, front foot.
that I've noticed, it's the over 50s. The only just that Australia have not been beaten. They are unbeaten. Played 12, won 12. So that's
and
saying
every
a lot.
other Aussie team has had a blemish.
Well, but that also not in the first 4 days of the
Fair
tournament.
enough. Yeah.
Started off with the ladies getting beaten, and then little by
Yesterday,
little every
yeah.
team was beat. So maybe little fatigue set in, tiredness, right? But I think sometimes
Four.
that can go against other teams because some of the Aussie teams are really good. And like we were discussing, you beat them once, you hope that it's in the final.
Exactly.
Two.
Because they're
You
going to
don't-
come back hard after.
Yeah, you don't want to give them 2-3 cracks
Last
at
ball,
it.
Lakes are.
And yesterday we had a cracker game in the over 35s. Where Sri Lanka
Beating
Pulled
Australia,
a massive win against Australia. If not, the 35s also would have been unbeaten.
yeah. An interesting scenario here, Michael. South Africa and New Zealand both playing now, both facing off against each other this evening.
Yeah.
Now it's about energy conservation for these guys. They know this game, as much as it's important to go in with winning momentum. South Africa have already done everything they can. They've clinched the first two, they've nearly clinched the first two skins. And they're well on course here to register a comprehensive victory. But now their attention may have wandered off to that game this evening. A huge game against New Zealand.
You know, I think, I'm sure there must be some of their main players maybe rested for these games. Like you said, a main game coming in the evening. You want your best players there.
And it's quite surprising looking at it, Michael, because I was looking at the lineup earlier. South Africa have gone in with
One.
a very strong side. They haven't rested too many players. And they look to be continuing with a winning momentum and winning combination.
Two.
Estuzen rotating strike. South Africa seem to be going in with a winning combination.
Seven.
And perhaps it's time for their pairs to get some time out in the center. Continue working on building significant partnerships that will bode well for them this evening.
Yeah, it's tricky, the situation, because, you know you're already in that evening's game, right?
Last ball, David.
You want to rest a few players. You can't rest your main players also because you don't want to lose this game also. Because when you're coming into a crunch match, into a knockout match, right? It's always better you come with a win. And especially you're playing that same match today. If it was tomorrow, it may be a different story. So you want to keep that momentum going. You don't want to have players who are upset, I couldn't contribute, something like that.
And I was also thinking now, because they're used to playing at regular intervals this week, if they had a slightly lengthier layoff, whether they would have realized that giving these players a lengthier layoff may have brought in some rust, how their bodies would respond to that slightly lengthier break. So I think they're just continuing with this as if this was a must-win game.
Yeah.
To try to keep that intensity intact.
No, anyway, because you have 12 players in the squad, right? So at any given time, 8 have to play. So you can only rest a certain number.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they would have been rotating players to give everyone a game,
Yeah.
Or the coach may have his best 8 who has in mind, right? But then he'll more probably go with 7 plus 1 from every game just to give them a run. You'll never know, someone can get injured.
Very true.
So you'll see here, these are just games that will be just play it normally, you won't see the major diving and going at it.
But the egos on the line as well. They want to stat pad. They want to climb the individual batters and bowlers table.
Yeah, but you'll see more dot balls maybe because you're not going to really push it. No, something like that. Yeah, the down and up into the net. You have an easy one, but you won't see the tight ones.
No.
They'll prefer with the first ball or the second ball. They'll just prefer to make it a dot. Make sure you don't get out in the third ball.
Yeah.
Just go through the paces.
So
You're not going to see a lot of diving into the crease and jumping onto the nets and stuff like that. But come the evening, it'll be totally different. Yes, there may be some teams, coaches still maybe not 100% sure of they are playing 8. Right? There might be few niggles, hoping that by evening they can get things sorted out for certain players. Maybe waiting on fitnesses to see whether by evening they'll be fit.
And with those concerns in mind, let's say there's a player who's on the fence. They'd want that new pair to get some time out in the center to get used to batting with each other. A fantastic second skin. Paul Keller and Lester Esterhusen, 52 on the board, stamping their authority over proceedings, and 70 midway through South Africa's innings.
And there might be
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදීද. නානයක්කාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
කොස් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකට. හනික වරල්ලා. ආතියන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ. ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
thanks, Rob. Two. 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 Three.
So 3 runs. The new pair. Oh.
Fold.
Yorked himself. So that's
Robert Green
and
Nice rating.
Garth Ridgway.
Ridgway.
Ridgway is someone who's been brought in for this game.
Thank you.
Yeah, that I was
Thanks,
just
Rob.
when we were going for a break, I was just trying to tell you there'll be maybe some players on the fringe, right? Coach might have 6 or 7
Two.
definite thing, right? The 7th or the 8th guy might be toss up between 2 or 3 people. So this is the game where they will want to put their hand out and say, "I'm ready for it." England, well, this basically is the last game for them, and most probably on the other court it's Sri Lanka's last game, so they are done for the tournament.
Done for the tournament. It's been a good campaign.
The bodies will need good rest.
Thanks, guys.
massages, some sleep.
What's the over? Thank you. Play short. One. Two.
Can see even the English fielders, not the enthusiasm that you'd normally see. It's going through the motions. And then some of them must be thinking, luckily we have this morning game, and then we go back and have a rest.
Three.
Maybe come back tomorrow just to support the English if they are in any finals. Because till, I think, till Sunday morning or Monday, none of these people would have been booked their flights to go back, because you don't know. So, or some of them might just want to chill out and take a break, maybe go see the country. I think that would be a good idea.
Last break short.
So this is the 10th over.
Over.
That's the end of the 10th. 3 runs. South Africa well on course, 86.
This is the only division, Michael, without a plate final.
Because there are only 5 teams. Yeah. There we see this table, Viren. So Australia sitting pretty. Played 12, 112, 175. 39 skins there. Be interesting to work out and see how many skins they lost in this tournament.
So, yeah, they've lost 9 skins.
They lost 9, yeah.
Out of the 48 they've played.
Hey guys.
That's a prolific record. That is.
And Sri Lanka lying in last position, no wins, and see whether court 2. Yeah, they are also New Zealand running away 34 to 92 at the moment.
And to explain to our viewers, the diff column highlights the margin, which shows you that South Africa, even though they've lost a few games, have a positive margin.
Yeah.
They took Australia very close, defending that miserly total of 36. So they'll feel very confident that if they face Australia tomorrow, they'll be able to put on this, because they have a brilliant bowling attack to the South Africans.
But don't forget, they have to get through New Zealand first.
The South Africa Kiwis rivalry is very interesting.
Paul would have something to say to you. No, mate, they're not facing Australia. They'll be facing Kiwis, and they'll be going home. Paul was telling me yesterday, come today, there'll be a few teams very disappointed after their matches, because they won't be playing, and I'm sure it'll be the Sri Lankan men's O50s and the England teams.
And you could tell the amount of pride that is on the line with these players. Yesterday, over on court 4 after India game, there were a few players who were completely rattled, disgruntled, emotional about their performances, and that was the first time I've seen it at this level. Because they give it their all. They realize they're playing for the badge, playing for their countries. It's still an honor to do so. Captain TC of Singapore played his final game.
Yes, he played 50 games or something. There was a thing, because Paul was telling me.
There was a guard of honor given to him for his final game. And Paul, from the New Zealand contingent, gave him a signed bat, presumably with all the signatures of all the Kiwi players.
Yeah, because he was coming here for the comment, and he said, you have to give me a few minutes because I need to present something to a good mate of mine in Singapore. Those are good, nice gestures.
And one thing that's been brilliant to see is this a very strong indoor cricket community. Everyone seems to get along well with each other. Yesterday, and for some of the Singaporean players, they faced a test player, a world-class Sri Lankan player who's played in the IPL, Tilina Tushar Mirando, yesterday. Those are certain experiences they'll never forget.
Well, certainly different ball game. The ball is different.
Yeah.
Not much of a run-up.
It was fun to watch because whenever Tilina Tushar came into bowl, they were determined not to give a wicket away.
Yeah.
There were celebrations at the end of his spell when they managed to get away unscathed.
So here it is different. Now, normally you'll get the outdoor cricketers, most of them playing indoor at a young age and then switch into outdoor. So I think people like Ricky Ponting, even Steven Smith, Babu Jain, they all started with indoor and then switched to outdoor.
And Paul was saying players like Finn Allen, Chris Harris,
Andre Adams.
Yeah.
And then, but in this part of the world, you get them coming and playing in the Masters. It's totally different. This skin also in the back. It will be important for them to take all the skins, get all the points, just to feel good. You know, not that it's going to do anything to the table, but just to make yourself feel good.
Ball back, Stephen.
So that you have all your players finishing off on pretty decent. They'll be pretty happy with their bowling effort and fielding. So kept them down to 1-5 and -5 in the first three. So some of them must be waiting for this to finish. So we'll just go for a break and come back.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරයි ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet සතිපතා data bundle ඇතුළු Fiber Elite rewards දිනා ගන්න ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න
So back live, and South Africa have crept to the 100 mark, 103 now.
Thank you, guys.
Pictures coming to you live from the Masters World Series 2024. Coming to an end basically. Tomorrow the finals will be played. This beautiful stadium, the U-Pro Stadium in Talwatugoda.
Bye, Trista.
And all this is possible, Viren, thanks to the U-Pro coming to Sri Lanka. Mr. Manish Kishore, I think doing a great deal of work, and this would bring uplift the Indo cricket in Sri Lanka. Had 3 tournaments this year.
Yeah, it's been a prolific year for Indo cricket. Kudos to Manish Kishore. He's revamped this entire arena. For those of us,
this was basically built by him, and the one at Australia, the one that was here, is also revamped for this tournament. Because you cannot have a tournament of this nature if you have just one center.
Yeah.
You have to have it big, or at least you have at least 4 courts in one place, but there is not enough. The room is not sufficient.
I think because we won't have too much time to give acknowledgement when the bigger games come up later on today. A huge honorary mention to Hiran Dimel and his team. Indoor cricket in Sri Lanka has been taken to an unprecedented level under his watch.
You forgot one more name to be mentioned. Sasela Patirana, currently the national coach, doing a lot of work with Hiran to keep Indo cricket going in Sri Lanka. And hopefully, with time, maybe we can have a few more courts around the country. And there'll be few, because there's a lot of talent in this country, right? Take outstation, you see the outdoor game, you get a lot of talent. So only time. I think even in places like Jaffna, that academy is being built now. So,
and I think there are options for collaborations. We see what the Jaffna Laika Kings are doing with the area, giving youngsters there a chance. We've seen Vijayakant, Vyaskant, Thisan, Vithusan and co coming in from that area. And I was just thinking about this last evening, Michael. Many of our cricketers are unorthodox cricketers, emerged from beach cricket. So just like that, if indoor cricket can find that niche, to find the most athletic field that Sri Lanka could eventually have, there are a lot of contribution mechanisms from indoor cricket through to outdoor cricket as well. We've given honorary mentions away, but I think on behalf of the rest of the commentary team, an honorary mention to Michael Adams for leading a very difficult commentary team over the past week and a half. He's had to deal with last-minute requests, last-minute messages, courtesy of Viren, about being slightly late, not being overly punctual, but he's handled it all with a smile, and we wouldn't have wanted a better leader in the com box. So thank you, Michael, on behalf of everyone else. As always, an absolute honor and pleasure to be on comms alongside you.
Thank you, Viren. Doesn't mean that you can come late the next day. So, you see, -2. That's not something that they would like to be at. That's another catch. What's happening here?
Stuart Kenny. That was a brilliant take.
Not easy when it's coming at some pace.
And that's the third dismissal
Hat-trick
of this game. A hat-trick. Akil Hussain finishing off the tournament with a bang.
Something to look forward to.
And the one thing I hope happens come the next tournament here, Michael, is that the youngsters who play indoor cricket here come in and watch the Masters. We haven't seen too many of the Sri Lanka dev team, etc., coming in to watch, because there's a lot to learn from watching these matches live.
I think yesterday we had one or two guys here for the Australia game, and you'll see them most probably today in the evening. I think they're playing an important game. I think it's against South Africa.
Over.
It's a prelim match. 3 versus 4. Pete Corney, batsman to be dismissed on all 3 occasions. Just going through the motions. I think their main thing is now to 2 overs to get into the plus. So England might take this last skin. No particular hurry. They're just walking around. And we got 2 scheduled for each game. That's also good, so that there's a little bit of time for the players. They don't have to rush.
2.
Basically, no one's running now other than the two batsmen. The players also just waiting for the ball to come to them.
2.
Two runs. One target achieved, the 3 figures. Now the next one.
2.
0 now, so we can keep it to the plus, I think.
I won't be surprised if Peter Cronje chances his arm. He's a big hitter on his day.
Well, he's got out 3 times, so obviously he's trying to make
5.
some amends. Yeah, 5 there, is it? Yeah.
Last ball, thanks, Rob.
Rob Bromley there. Wanting to end his final over of this tournament in style.
Or he wanted to join his mate with a -5. I'll support you. So 6 deliveries left. Scores back to 0 in the skin. This is a totally different level of Indo cricket now at this moment that we see. I think everyone on court is waiting for the 6 balls to finish. Oh no. Let's see what they'll ask for the... Was it a leg side? I'd like to see what they'll ask for the extra ball.
The umpire seemed to suggest it clip
the leg, okay.
And I don't think the batters are complaining either, Michael.
4.
I'm sure the batters also must be thinking, for God's sake, bowl straight.
No way. Ball's on the ground.
See, no one is not worried about that. Just take the catch, okay?
I can't give that out.
He caught it.
Yeah, he caught it.
They say it's out court, but can you hold the ball for longer, mate?
He caught it. It was off the sides. It should be out. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, I'll give it out. There's no way. Guys, you can't understand. He's facing the opposite way. There's no way I can see that. All I can see is the ball on the ground. You're welcome to yell at me over it, but I can't see that.
I think even the umpire was fucked because they caught it, but no one was celebrating. So he thought it was not caught. You can't blame him.
Fair play to the umpire.
But normally they'll be high-fiving and running and jumping, but no one is just worried about it.
And the batter didn't look disgruntled either. He was just ready to face the next ball.
I just like to see one going down the leg side, just to see when they'll ask for the re-bowl.
Michael, all your predictions have come true. I will put my head on the line and say there will be a ball straight down the leg side over the next 2 deliveries.
Out.
Yeah.
Zahir Sullivan.
Just having some fun now.
Just suggesting to the umpire that there is a...
Yeah, I caught it.
Banter all around here on court 1.
There we see that replay again.
4. Not out. Over. Game. Thank you, guys.
And a good win, a comprehensive win for South Africa. Will give them a lot of confidence going into
Was
that
that
game.
also taken? No, I think it was on the bounce. One final dive to finish off. So -5 in that skin and 98. So South Africa win easily. I will have a look at the highlights and then go in for a break.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
කවුදෝ මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
බොමට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන ඔබ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතෑරම්බ. A win-win situation, my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
වෙනිසුරු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින්
එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙලට.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. Like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලට ටකරන් සීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ දෙවුලන්නේ තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රැට කෑම තියන්න.
රැට කෑමක් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඔකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ තන්තිපට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි කෑ ගන්නේ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද? When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos? Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
හිතට දැනෙන movies ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. රිවයින් කරන option එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
කෙල්ල කවුද කියලා අහුවුණා.
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට අතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවාකටු කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට ආවා.
මට ඉලක්කයල්ල නොදෙක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙඩි දීපා. ඇයි දන්නේ සල දොරට ගැහුවා.
කවුද ගෙදරින්?
Now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Kokopalooza on Pure TV.
Welcome to the Masters World Series in Colombo, Sri Lanka. The last world event that Sri Lanka hosted was 20 years ago in 2004. We are back here for the largest ever Masters tournament. It's day one and let's see how everything's going. I'm at day to an end to day 6 of the Masters World Series. As we all saw on the live stream and in our videos, it has been an exceptionally action-packed day and we have a lot more to come in the coming days, so stay with us. You're missing out if you're not here.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලාගන්න. Rewind කරන option එක සමගින් එකී මේකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move, for a festive family meal, to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදේව. නානාකාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
පොත් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකඩිල්ල.
හනික වරල්ලා ආති අන්තරාවට හුණංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ. ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදර අය. ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා. සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා. Welcome. SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data bundle ඇතුළු fiber elite rewards දිනා ගන්න. ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න.
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Tripped over the top. The Will Jordan will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennox It's the nation from Kirky Morrison who will stroll in.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard.
The points table of the over 35 Masters. You have New Zealand and Australia in the top two. Sri Lanka with that brilliant victory over Australia 35 yesterday, finding themselves in third spot. South Africa clinched that fourth spot over the UAE. That was a very, very close call between South Africa and UAE for that fourth spot. Singapore, England, USA, Sri Lanka A and India make up the rest of the lineup. We have a crucial plate game on now between USA and Sri Lanka A. A difference of only 3 points. They'd look to find themselves better position to compete for that plate final. Right now, the two in contention for the plate final are UAE and Singapore, but the rest of the teams will be looking for an opportunity of cracking that.
So here the first four go straight into the preliminaries and the playoffs, and then the next two played for the plate final, is it?
Yeah.
So basically, after like you the bottom four, after the next match they're out, is it?
So they'll keep playing against each other until the top two get determined. So right now, UAE and Singapore look well said. UAE seem to be very comfortable. The team that finished fifth there.
So basically, the top four have finished playing. Yeah.
Top four have finished playing.
So even if UAE wins, they're not going to go above. See, it'll just add points for them for the next
plate division.
They play a plate final. Yeah, most probably it'll be UAE in Singapore, but England also are close in. There's a and USA. I think yeah, India, maybe Sri Lanka and USA have a lot to catch up. So I don't think they'll be there, but maybe again a 3-team race for that plate final. Like Viren said, it'll be UAE and Singapore most probably playing that final. So here.
All right, so we have, so this becomes a knockout game because Singapore are already through to the plate semi to be played at 5 p.m. today because they finished 5th.
Right.
So over on this court it's 8 versus 9. Over on court 2 it's 7 versus 10. The 6th place team is also through to the plate semi. So Singapore and England seem to be already in the semi-finals. So the winners of these two games will face Singapore and England later on today in the plate semi, and the plate final happens tomorrow.
Okay, so wait, now Singapore and so the winners of these two, is it?
It depends on the points tally. If we could have the points tally up once again.
Yeah, then it will be clearer for the viewers.
And because the points get carried forward, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the winners. I think it depends on where they are in terms of points.
So this is USA and Sri Lanka A. The Sri Lanka A is generally basically out of the equation. The USA on the board 4-6 now.
Yep, so what I said was right, Michael. The points get carried forward.
So then most probably, like you said, US and Singapore are basically safe.
Exactly, yeah.
Last ball.
Don't think Sri Lanka has a chance.
Two opening batters for USA, Abhishek Nayak.
So there, we see it.
So UAE and Singapore already through to that plate semi-final today.
But are they having any matches? You won't know, right? Because they're through.
So
they're done.
They're through to the plate semis today.
Right.
And these 4 teams are all playing now.
Ah, right, okay.
And whoever finishes 7 and 8 after these 2 games ends up in that plate semi against UAE and Singapore.
Right. So basically, I think it's a given that those top 4, UAE, Singapore, and maybe USA and England, was it? Will be.
Let me just check. So England are on 19 points.
Okay.
USA on 15.
So England are playing India.
England are playing India. USA on 15. Sri Lanka A on 12.
So Sri Lanka has a chance.
This becomes a knockout game of sorts on this.
Okay, but the next court, I think, basically England
and because India only has 5, England are through.
Yeah, and India has not won a match at all. Yeah. So here, let's say, even if Sri Lanka wins,
Sri Lanka would need to win plus win with us. So that is doable.
3 for the win.
And in doing so, they would have won a couple of skins anyway. So this actually does become a knockout game.
Yeah.
Good for the tournament.
Last ball.
17 runs on the board for the USA against Sri Lanka A. So just for our viewers tuning in, USA currently leads Sri Lanka A by 3 points going into this game. The winner here will play the UAE in the plate semi later on today. As I say, a very good morning, Paul, joining us for this potential plate prelim final. If Sri Lanka A can pull off a win against USA, they'll be well poised to take on UAE later on today.
Left side.
I think this is a plate quarter final with the winner of this automatically progress. I think the points are finished.
Thanks for clarifying that, Paul. That was what Michael and I
I'll have a look
wanted clarification on. But I think
again.
This is quite clear. So yes, a small correction there. In these two games, these are playoff semi-finals. The winners of these two games will take on England and UAE.
So my understanding is we'll check this and come back to you in the first partnership break when we're on a break. I'll look at my phone and get it all sorted out. But I understand that this is basically a quarter final. The winner of this will go forward and play UAE in a plate semi-final, and the winner of that will go to the plate final. And honestly, that's a heck of an effort. This is a tough comp, and if anyone can beat UAE and make them win that plate final, they're a good cricket side, you know.
The UAE will feel they narrowly missed out. They were going into their last game yesterday against New Zealand, just needing a couple of skin points. And South Africa had a clean sweep against the USA to clinch that spot.
And Sri Lanka beat Australia.
Yeah.
which really ended it for UAE, which is, you know, it's, look, that top four was always going to be really tight. It really was really tight. But now they're playing off for the plates. One of the challenges for UAE is, you know, he's a great wicket, isn't there?
Fantastic stuff.
Direct hit from cover, bounced up, throws the stumps down, and USA brought back to 18. Look, I'd have thought, generally speaking, as we get to finals cricket, scores just pop down a little bit, right? So I'm expecting here that, and particularly if a replay's in play. Do we have DRS? Okay, replays come from tomorrow. Then I think, you know, 70, probably enough batting first if you can get it. Runs on the board in elimination games are big news, right? And
for our viewers tuning in for the first time this week, we're the best in the house, Paul, to explain everything linked to indoor cricket. So I'm assuming this is the first time where skins don't really come into effect. It's just about building a solid foundation for the rest of your players coming in.
Yeah, a lot of the last few days has been about positioning. Now it's about, look, the winner of this team might go and do that, but the loser of this team's done. Of this game is done. So, you know, these teams are literally playing for their lives now. It's a different pressure. You know, playing for position is a positive thing. Facing elimination is a tough thing to deal with. So, my understanding is the loser of this game goes out. Batter pulls away. Umpire counts the ball, doesn't count the ball.
Number.
Is it a dot or does he have to bowl it again?
It seems like it was a dot.
Pulled away too late, so the batter, once he goes in the box and looks up, the bowler can bowl.
Mohammad Irfan.
Batter responds, and it wasn't a dot ball. He didn't call it, so that's, I'd imagine, 4 off the first ball, as we have for the USA. Abis Nayak batting, I'd imagine, at one end.
Mohammad Irfan with sheer pace. And it's interesting to see them not utilising a wicket keeper because of the sheer pace at which he's bowling at. Interesting ploy by Sri Lanka.
Yeah, look, it's something that's very much crawling into the game. We're seeing more and more of teams doing this and saying, well, look, we're not going to get a stumping, and that's the risk. We're not going to get a stumping, so we'll put a fielder out and save runs. The problem is that when you get a chance for a run out, there's no one to catch the ball, and the guy on the other side is supposed to come running in. But if there'd been a keeper there, that's -5.
So he plays the role of the reverse of a back stumper, but at the other end.
Yeah. So if the ball goes on the offside, the guy on the leg side goes to the stumps. See here, the Sri Lankan guy didn't move, right? And if you watch the Australians do this, as soon as the ball comes on the offside, the guy from the leg side's heading to the stumps to cover. You've still probably got a hit unless it's out by a long way. So for mine, it's quite a defensive move because you're trying to save runs off the net instead of getting people out, you know?
Last ball.
And that's probably where the extra fielder is. They probably save 2 there, you know? You were so happy with 26. Let's go to break.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
It's just a matter of, so I think you're right. I think this is the point. So what?
Yeah. Should I ask Michael to get it clarified?
Yeah, that would be great. I think you're right. Hold on. We can do it. I'll do it. It's okay. We can do it. We'll just go to here. You can keep talking. If you can do the commentary. I'll go.
Second skin of this USA innings. The 2 new batters at the crease are Shahrukh Dawood and Mohammad Malik. Abhishek Dalal, the skipper of Sri Lanka A, coming in. And this seems to be a change of strategy by Sri Lanka A. They've decided not to utilize the keeper, and that's the issue that Paul was talking about. When you don't have a wicket keeper, it gives the batter free reins to just walk out of his crease. He doesn't have to worry about the stumping. Okay. Yes. Perfect. Thanks, Naga. Thank you.
Last ball.
I think points have been carried through. Because here it says 8th to 9th, 7th versus 10. Here it says semi-final, plate semi 1 versus 2, plate semi. So I think you're right. I think that's points carried forward.
Sri Lanka might have to revive this strategy, or review this strategy rather. No one seems to be heading to the keeper's end, so that they only have a shy at one end.
I think when you do these things in the game, you've got to be really clear what you're trying to achieve. And I'm watching this, and I'm not really sure what Sri Lanka is trying to achieve. You know, you're in a situation here, we think now it's points, so Sri Lanka win this game, they're tied on points with the USA, and it'll come down to skins. So really Sri Lanka need to win this game and win 3 skins. And to do that, I think you've got to be quite positive. You know, if it was me and I was coaching the USA, I'd be quite conservative. I'd be picking a consistent side, trying to play consistent cricket. And if I was Sri Lanka, I'd be looking for some ways to break the game open. And I don't think taking the wicketkeeper out, you know, is the way to do that.
They've managed to continue to keep the scorecard ticking. They've had stumping opportunities missed because of the absence of a wicket keeper. Easy pickings for the USA.
Yeah, at this stage, it's not clear to us where the next wicket's coming from Sri Lanka, is it? We're not looking at this saying, oh, they're trying to do this, it's going to work like this, And again, I see the back six field doing the same thing. While they've got the four fielders out, the two in front of the wicket are very wide. You'd normally have them very straight. So I think they've seen this and copied it, but I don't think they've quite got it right.
It's interesting when you try to adopt a plan and strategy implemented by a strong side without fully understanding the rationale behind it.
Yes, that's something looking at it. And we do see that time the guy from the other side run in. So that helps the whole thing come together for mine.
USA on 40. 2 deliveries away from reaching the midway stage of the second skin. Once again, if there was a wicket keeper, A, you have a stumping opportunity, but B, you prevent them from taking that bye.
Yeah, and I think that again, for right now for Sri Lanka, it's, in my opinion, it's clear it's not working, so it's time to go back to something else. And look, we now see the offside fielder coming a bit more to the middle, but really those guys, if you're going to do this, what Sri Lanka are doing at the moment is absolutely, look, it all ties together. Sri Lanka have got the fielders back on the net, and they're trying to stop the ball being hit to the net. But if you're going to do that, you've got to bowl at middle stump and make it hard for the batter to hit the ball to the net. If you're going to bowl short outside off stump, he's just going to bang it into the ground and above your head, making the fielders a waste of time. So you've got to combine all of this to make it work as a strategy. And look, Sri Lanka A, and their development side clearly and learning, and have had a good event for this for where they are, right? But this appears to be an important game, and I don't think they've quite got it right tactically.
And when you've been playing a certain brand of cricket throughout the tournament, isn't it risky to have a 180-degree change in terms of your strategy in a knockout game / in a game that has a lot on the line?
Look, I would say that the only counter to that is that if you're the bottom ranked side of the two and you're expected to lose, then it's reasonable to say, well, okay, we're going to mix something up here, we're going to try something different, we'll try and catch them off guard, and from that point of view I kind of applaud this. But you've still got to execute it properly. Keeper goes back in. Round the corner from the USA, they get through for a couple.
From a developing side like Sri Lanka, it's good to see that they've realized that the strategy of not having a wicket keeper wasn't working. So midway through, they make the change. Big heave, but they still manage to keep the scorecard ticking. USA on course to lay a very solid foundation for their remaining 2 pairs. Brilliant running between wickets by Shahrukh Dawood and Mohammad Malik.
Another good delivery. So when these guys met in the round play game, which is all the way back on Monday, Friday, USA beat Sri Lanka by about 30 runs. USA 108 to Sri Lanka 79. Gives us a suggestion here that, batting first, Sri Lanka got 80 against them last time. I think USA will want to get back up around that 90, 100 to be really comfortable, and they're certainly on track for that at the moment. They look really comfortable. It's certainly a fantastic addition to the tournament to see the USA here and the A sides, to be fair, both of them. And look, I would have thought that the battle to play UAE in this plate final will be an intense one. Singapore, England, USA, Sri Lanka, India, all in that battle. I think on the court next to us we've got one of these games. I think this is 7-8. I think that's 6 and 9. England on 10 in the second partnership against India, I'm pretty sure it is over there. First skin 4, second skin on 6 at the moment. Over here, far more high scoring, 26 in the first, 23 after 3 in the second. And at the moment, Sri Lanka really looking for a way to get back into this game.
And it's also great seeing Singapore through to the plate semi.
Yeah, I'm really pleased for Singapore. You know, it's probably the most games they've won in a tournament now for possibly up to sort of 10 years. So seeing some what we want to do is keep seeing the junior sides developing. We don't want the gap between the top and bottom nations to get too big. So seeing them playing at their level and going well is a really positive thing for the game. You know, places like Singapore with one court, they really need all the good news they can get to keep the game alive over there, you know. So, and we want them. You know, the global game wants Singapore, USA. You know, really, it's only 6-7 years ago that UAE was in the same boat. Now they're a powerhouse. You know, it doesn't take too long if you find a couple of good players. You know, you can build around.
Doing it with style, Asharuk and Mohammed Malik. And Paul, speaking about Singapore, we saw you over on court 4 when TC was getting his guard of honor, and you're the best one here to give our viewers an insight onto his contributions, not just for Singapore indoor cricket, but for indoor cricket in the global community as well. Without
Tony Chisholm, there's no indoor cricket in Singapore. It literally was a discussion between him and me that got the first ever trial organised in Singapore. That, you know, the other guys came and helped us. We didn't do it, but it really was, to be honest, I said this yesterday, you know, every time I caught up with Tony for a beer in Singapore, he would just talk about international indoor cricket, how he hadn't played. I just got sick of it. And I said, okay, mate, we'll run a trial, we'll get a team, I'll talk to Mark, see if we can get us to the WICF, we'll see if we can take a team to South Africa. So literally, we organised a trial, we got a place, organised a trial. You know, in the first trial, we were literally showing guys how to hold the bat, you know. But later in that process, as more people came in to help us, Rashid Khan turned up and came to the trial. He's a good cricketer. He brought a mate along called Maroof Khan. And they just gave Singapore enough that we could go to that tournament. And, you know, we beat England in that tournament. We finished third nation as, I think we were 35 at that stage. And it gave Singapore the momentum going forward. There's always been, there's a lot of political stuff goes on in Singapore in the background. There's still a deep divide between the centre owner and the association. And it makes it a bit factitious. But you know, Rashid's taken over running Singapore indoor cricket. Tony's played now, in fact, it wasn't his 50th. They were giving him the bat, but it was his 56th or 57th game for Singapore. I suspect his last. You know, he's got a very full-on travel career. He's in a different country literally every week. So I think he's probably just about done. But the difference, without Tony, Singapore didn't have the knowledge to improve. He's the guy that watches New Zealand indoor cricket because he knows all those guys. He knows how to call, how to run, the techniques of the game, and he's kept that in Singapore while they've had been through this development phase.
And just a couple of months ago, I was over at the Ceylon Cricket Club in Singapore, and for the first time amongst the few guys there, they were talking about indoor cricket and wanting to take up indoor cricket semi-professionally in Singapore. And that's when I realized that, as you said, that there is now finally a platform, thanks to TC and yourself, Paul, as well. And it's great to see these countries taking up the sport.
Yeah, look, you know, I've been involved with indoor cricket. I won my first nationals as a coach in New Zealand in 1987. So I've been involved for a long time, and all of a sudden I'm hearing terms like semi-professional, you know, prize money leagues. You know, the game's really changing, and you know, the board of the, and look, you know, we know, right, that this stream is being watched in a massive amount of countries around the world, not just 10 or 12, it's been watched in 30 or 40 different countries around the world, and the interest in the game is huge, and we're starting to see some investors come in who want to create and build facilities, and lots of them, and you know, the game's in a really good place. You know, there's opportunities, I think, at every level of indoor cricket for people to have a great experience.
And it's easy for us from the inside to credit Sri Lanka, Hirandimel for what they've been doing, but looking in from the outside, have you seen significant change in indoor cricket in our part of the world as well over the years?
Yeah, look, and Haran's done a massive job here, right? Again, there's some guys, and there's lots of them, but like if without Tony Chisholm, there's no indoor cricket in Singapore. The same can be said for Murali the centre owner. Without the centre owner, I don't think it would exist anymore. But without Haran, indoor cricket would not exist. We would be in another country doing something else, right? There'd be nothing here for Manus to combine with to bring U-Pro here, right? So, I think Haran's contribution is fantastic. I think you can say the same for Ajas from India. They've really held the banner for these countries while they get established.
And the Patels from England as well.
Patels from England, who, again, at times when the sport has struggled, they financially supported it. Duncan Norris as well, who sort of runs it all over there. Look, these are, when you've got sort of 2 or 3 or less centres in a country, you're very, very dependent on the people there to make it succeed. And look, the guy in the USA who had the courage, and look, I don't think people understand this, right? This will be a commercial lease. It'll have a personal guarantee over his house, and he's decided to introduce a game that no one else has seen in America. The risk in that is, it is serious risk. I don't know his personal financial position. I don't know the guy, but the guys who are doing this are dreadfully committed, And what we're doing now is we're starting to see some reward for it, and, we've got to be careful doing this. I think that's out. I don't think the umpire will give it out, but I don't think you can walk away once the batter starts running in indoor cricket. The ball is live. Look, I think, we've got a lot of teams here, but we don't have Malaysia here. There's talk that Bangladesh aren't a long way away. I don't think you can do that.
In the Sauron project, there's talk of a lot of blood, sweat and tears going into it, but there's literally been a grind for many of these stalwarts who've laid the foundation for their countries to take up the sport.
Yeah, and we've got Abhishek and Ahmed batting for America. That'll be Ahmed Mabasha and Abhishek Keatle. And America, the game stops here while they have a bit of a discussion about rules, I think. Is that the US coach having a chat? If I was the Sri Lankan A coach, I'd be having a quiet chat as well, saying, hey, come on, man. Let's just make sure they understand the rules so we can get on and they can do this properly. And this is part of being a new nation. Look, my last thought on this is that I don't think I know a small businessman in the world that at some stage hasn't had to put their staff wages on their credit card because they didn't have the money. That's the kind of risk these guys take. I certainly did it with my sports centres. There's times where there's just no money left, and I'm using my credit card to pay people, and finally it comes right, None of these places where the game is growing, will it be growing straight and smoothly? There'll be good times, bad times. It takes a lot of courage to do it. It's an important game for these two sides. Sri Lanka have tried a different field, it hasn't really worked, Sri Lanka A. Now they've got the Americans doing something a bit unusual, pulling away quite late. I think the umpire being very generous to America here, right? But what's important for Sri Lanka is to understand that they can't control any of that. What they need to do now is work out where they're going to bowl the ball and how they're going to get a wicket. And at the moment what we're seeing them do is bowl a lot outside off stump and get bounced over the offside. And if you want to get wicket into cricket, you've got to see that line there? At the end of the day, that tends to lead to runs. And they need to have a plan here. If you're going to bowl that, then maybe you've got to put 3 fielders on that side. Or you've got to say, okay, well, that line unlikely to work at this level, so I'm going to bowl a straighter line. But what you can't do in big games.
Great stuff there.
Wicket.
By Matila behind the stumps. That's the benefit of having a wicket keeper in there.
Yeah. Look, I get a wicket from that line now. Hits it straight. Runs. I think running's the mistake, right?
The non-striker was ball watching.
Yeah.
They were both stranded at the non-strikers then.
And neither of them are watching each other. And at this stage, when the striker sees the non-striker not running, he's got to stop and go back. He's got the view because you can see the non-striker when you're looking at the ball, You can't just do what you want to do. It's not that kind of game.
And Paul was very interesting. He spoke about the need to hit the same spot. There's consistency. We speak about spot bowling drills in outdoor cricket. Would there be similar drills in indoor cricket as well, where bowlers would get used to bowling at a consistent line and length regularly?
Yeah, what we do in my teams in the past is we cut a piece of carpet the width of the stumps and we make it as long as the pitch is wide. And bowlers put that on a pitch and they bowl a channel. You know, they can put it across the pitch and try and bowl a length. They can put it down the pitch and try and bowl a line. And the goal is, you know, can you hit it 6 times out of 6, 5 times out of 6? The truth is, for most non-first class cricketers, they're going to hit it 1 to 2 times out of 6. Well, you know, bowling with real accuracy takes real time and skill and professional athletes to do that generally. But it certainly gives you something to improve on, you know, and you can count it so you can measure it. I think Sri Lanka are also under time pressure here. 6 overs, 15 minutes. You know, they started with, so they've taken 27 minutes over 10 overs.
After 2.7 minutes per over, and with 6 overs to go, with quick math, that's looking at 16.2. So yes, slightly behind schedule here are Sri Lanka.
The guy running off, legend Australia, I can't remember his name, a legend Australian. He seems to be with the Americans every day. He's clearly working as their physio trainer, and he'll be bringing a massive depth of experience to what they're doing. You know, they do look quite a well-organised team to me.
Sri Lanka have had a change in leadership during this campaign. In the first few games, they were led by Damit Dissanayake, but since Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, Abhishek Dalal has led the side very well, and they've had a change in fortunes as well as a result.
You look, without being inside the camp, that may well be that, you know, Abhishek joined the team later in the week, so he wasn't there to lead the million. I don't know the circumstances around that, but really important with that kind of stuff that the whole team buys into the change. Otherwise, you're fractionalised out. And look, teams that are fractionalised, it's very hard to play under cricket. You've all got to be on the same page to play it well, in my view. Chance there. Direct hit that time. Didn't need the keeper, but Sri Lankan's in. Look, it's been a bit of partnership for Sri Lanka, hasn't it? They've got a few wickets here, and a little bit closer. Hit into the roof. Couple of runs. That looks quite quick.
Extra pace there by Damit. Slightly slingy action as well to complement it.
Look, you know, again, these games are just full of opportunities, right? If you're America here, you're thinking, let's even get through the mid-20s. If you're Sri Lanka here, you're thinking, let's get a wicket and keep them in low teens, you know? And the different chasing is massive, right? So it's a big over in this partnership. America really needing just to consolidate and not lose wickets, and Sri Lanka really need to find a way to get somebody out. And because it's a re-bowl over, generally the guys that bowl it are accurate but not the most penetrative bowlers.
And Paul, I was just going to ask you this. In knockout games in indoor cricket, so throughout the league stage, throughout the round-robin stage, you're so used to targeting skins, individual skins. Would it be a change in strategy for the chasing side? Would they divide the final target into four, divided by 4, and set those as targets for each pair going out?
I don't think it's quite as simple as that, because indoor cricket has multi-skilled players. So you might have 2 guys that are good bowlers who are batting together, and you don't expect them to score the same amount as 2 really good batters who are batting together who would have conceded more when they bowled. So it's not quite as simple as everyone gets the same, but, you know, they'll have little targets in mind. And, you know, as a coach, I'm certainly very aware of where we are in the chase and how much bowling is left. You know, if we are halfway through the chase and we're halfway through the runs, but their best bowling's gone, I'm pretty happy, you know. So you're sort of tracking all that stuff as you go along.
And as you said, if there are 2 bowlers coming into bat, you'd like to have a buffer for them to kind of feel comfortable.
And this is where the strategy comes in, you know. Sometimes you bat them together last and hope that they don't need many to win. But if you bat them together last and you leave them 15-20, you've got to accept you may lose, you know. So sometimes people bat them second, but that partnership can stall the momentum. So you've got to make some decisions around, you know, do you split them up, you know, how you do that kind of stuff. And if you split them up, you're unlikely to have a bad partnership, but they're likely to take up more balls. So your best batters will face less balls, you know? So there's all kinds of balancing of this kind of stuff to be done, and often in the end it just depends on the on the makeup of your team and what you think different guys can do and how you think they'll react.
And in terms of where you place your batting pairs, is there a strategy in terms, especially when it comes to knockout cricket like this, where you don't have to worry about individual skins, targets, etc.? Is there a strategy of starting strong and finishing strong? Would you like to have your best four?
It really varies a lot. Personally, I like to have players who have played a high level of outdoor cricket open the batting, because the new ball's around, it's going to swing around a little bit. I don't need them to be high order batsmen. Even if they're batting 8 or 9 in outdoor cricket, if they're playing at a high level, they'll be able to deal with a swinging ball. So I quite like that at the start. I play in my teams, I play my most versatile batter at 3 with a guy that will put him. Can we have a look at that again, please? Can we watch a replay of that ball? Does that roll back onto the stumps and knock the bails off? Can we have a look at it? Oh, and it comes out back net. That's okay. Yeah, no problem. End of the partnership there for the US. Let's go to break.
කවුද මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
උඹ මට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන උඹ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතෑරම්බා. A win-win situation, my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
Sri Lankan TV looks entertaining, doesn't it? POTV streaming our games. Good to see them supporting the sport, and I hope you guys are watching this on PO and enjoying every minute of it. There's an early wicket. Now that's what you want. Sri Lanka A bowling tighter, leg stump knocked out, right arm round. That's a better line. It's hard to bat in there. Gives himself space, misses the ball.
Aman Sohail. Brilliant start for him in his second over.
Amir Shafir and Samir Dayald playing for USA here. Aman the bowler, as you said.
That's 2 in the over. A fantastic delivery there by Aman Sohail.
This is the thing, isn't it? If you bowl straight and they miss it, you're going to get a wicket. And he's bowled a lot straighter than they have so far, and there's a response for it. He's bowled full and straight, made it hard. Once again, if that hasn't hit the leg, there's another one down, right? Doesn't look to be swinging at miles, doesn't look to be express pace, just bowling good areas. That swung back a little bit, hits the knee and goes for 1.
Singapore skipper Shamir Dayalji being troubled here by Aman Sohail. A missed opportunity there.
So USA -3 in the first over of this partnership, 71 after 13 in this game. Very quickly coming back into balance. Hasn't taken long, has it?
No, and that's the beauty of this game. The ebbs and flows. All it takes is a couple of deliveries, and the pendulum can swing in your favour.
Abhishek Dalal, the captain, going to have a bowl for Sri Lanka A. Comes round the wicket like the previous over, gets the ball outside off stump, and batting looks easy, right?
Got to target. That leg stump channel is the area to go to.
There. And while they're going to get away with it here, batting looks hard, he looks tentative, And what we're finding in this tournament for the Masters is if you give them space, they'll often hit it down and up. But if you bowl straight at them, they'll hit it flat on the leg side. And as a bowling team, the more they hit the ball flat, the more chance you have of taking wickets.
Once again, the ability to free his arms You're giving him that width.
Yeah, look, you've seen the other bowler come right arm around and have success. The coach is talking to him, but it's the line that's different. And what's he doing? He's bowling an outdoor cricket line, you know? And these guys have played a lot of outdoor cricket and they're really used to bowling a certain area. That's better. Opportunities, you know?
As you said, Paul, that 4th and 5th stump line don't give you many benefits / rewards in indoor cricket.
Even if you nick it, it's likely to go past the keeper and pop back out and you're going to get one. Most times, you know.
Once again, coming down the track there is Shamil Dayalji. Good batting. Operation Rebuild going strong here for this pair. 11 on the board. A lot better.
A lot
Just
better.
about keeping it there.
Yeah. Look, and again, it's easy for us to sit up here in our air-conditioned shack and talk about this, right? It's you know, bowling with real accuracy is a hard thing to do and takes a lot of work. And again, a lot of these guys are very well conditioned. They're bowling in different conditions. You know, I found that when I was in Singapore that because those wickets are quite dead in club cricket, they pull back and bowl medium pace because they get nothing out of bending their back. So when you get them at this level, you've got to go, okay, well, this is different. You've got to bend your back and get bounce, you know? And they're so heavily conditioned to do what they've done in their region forever. It makes a massive difference. Zanel to bowl. Another one right arm round. Gets the ball tight, but runs down and makes space this time. America definitely on the counter-attack here. They're looking to be very positive. 87 the score, 13 more for 100. I think they'd like 100. Zanel, right arm round. Swapping place in the field. I think they're putting a left-hander in the cover, am I right?
Yes. And it's a lot better by Mohammad Zanil.
Umpire needs to warn here. Fielder can't be on the red carpet unless he's fielding the ball. You watch him walk over, and he's just getting in the way. If the ball hits the wickets here, it's not out. You know, so the umpire needs to tell him, you know, unless you're fielding the ball, stay out of the way.
Completely missed that.
Yeah. Runs down, gives him space, little inside edge to the ground, and keeper takes it and takes the bails off.
Sri Lanka have done well. Sri Lanka have done well in this final skin, keeping themselves still in contention.
No, I think Sri Lanka have done well in the back half of this innings, you know. At the moment, they're looking for a couple of skins for about 30, 35 maybe. If they can achieve that, they'll be really pleased. Again, I think USA, the way USA is batting, I think we're either likely to see 2 or 3 wickets here or 2 or 3 back nets here. They're not mucking around, right? They're looking to get after it.
The USA already at what one would assume is an above average total here for a knockout game.
Look, where are you guys in Sri Lanka? It's your time zone. I know it's probably the middle of the night in the US. I just said goodnight to my wife about 3 or 4 hours ago. But if you're in Sri Lanka, you should be watching this. Jump on the YouTube chat. Say hi to us and have a chat with us about this game. If you're in the US, maybe a partner, you're up all night watching this, drop us a message on YouTube and we'll read it out and get you guys a bit more involved. The more people involved in the broadcast, the better. So jump onto YouTube and give us a chat.
Kudos to a few South African fans who tuned in for the first game today. A very, very early start up in Joburg, Pretoria, Cape Town, etc.
Yeah, they've been brilliant throughout the broadcast, haven't they? It does add to have a bit of flavour, and you know, South Africans now having a little nap, or the best African team playing on the other court. What we're going to do when we come back from the break is we're going to talk about the other 3 games and who we think is going to win.
Fantastic. 3 for 2 for Mohammad Zanil. Brilliant figures.
He's bowled really well, hasn't he? He's drawn it back. Now all of a sudden 100 looks a long way away with 6 balls left, 16 needed. You know, USA probably still hoping for mid-90s, looking for some wides in this over. And again, this is where the game turned so far. Sri Lanka are thinking a wicket or so here, and maybe we can chase something in the high 70s, you know. And they got 70 odd against USA in the first round game.
Jazoha Jaffa to bowl the final over for Sri Lanka A.
Every bowler in this partnership's bowled right arm round, right? Hey, Cedar, welcome from the USA. Good to have you here. You're from the USA. Who do you think is going to win and by how much? Mohammed, great. Thanks for the ups and welcome on board, mate. Nice to have your comment as well. Go USA. We haven't heard the USA chant yet today, have we?
No.
We will hear it, won't we? We all hear it every game this team plays.
Let us know from which part of the US you're tuning in, what your predictions are, not just for this game, but even in terms of the outcome of the tournament, in terms of this division and the rest.
Outside leg side and past the line for a wide. That'll be 2 runs and USA will have the chance to re-bowl it. Bowler looks up in despair. 90, 4 balls to go. One runs, one doesn't. That's going to be out.
And a collision doesn't help. Throwing the initiative away.
Into cricket's the greatest communication. He goes back. His mate keeps coming. His mate stops. He starts off, runs into him. Hit into the draw, I think, as well. Look, no fun. Communication is really important. We said this yesterday. Instead of Simon says, if you don't know what you're doing, just play striker says. Do what the striker does. Non-striker, watch the striker do the same thing as him. It's not the perfect calling plan, but it'll get you through. Your husband's batting, Saida. Fantastic. Which one's your husband? So we've got Amir and Shamir batting. Shamir, oh, that's a tough one. Dialji. And we've got Amir Shafiq. I saw a comment go. Which one is your husband? Do wish him well. He'll be keen to get 2 balls to go. He'll want 90 now. They'll want to go 2-2-91 here. Take the wide. They'll want to go wide 2-2-2-93 here. Two balls remaining. Oh, wide that sort of stump goes between 2 fielders and the bowler. Bowler saying to the fielder, why didn't you field that? I think the fielder saying to the bowler, why didn't you field that? Split the gap perfectly, goes for 5. Frustration.
Great stuff, Navdeep Manjal. Watching the clash from Melbourne. Support for my boys, Sri Lanka. That's fantastic.
Look, it's Amir Shafiq. Oh, fantastic. He's playing well. We'll keep an eye on him as we go through the game.
And Navdeep Manjal, correct us if I'm mistaken, but I related to Navdeep Manjal playing for Sri Lanka A.
Look,
ball.
A really cool occasion to watch your partner play for your country, right? Be awesome to be part of that. And welcome to the commentary. In the end, they got 20. The USA get 94, and Sri Lanka A will need 95 to advance in this. We are now going to go to highlights and then to a break. Highlights going on here early on. Mohammed, I think they're best bowler. Cool.
පිරිසුරු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින් එකී මේකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
We have the points table for the over 35 Masters. This points table will just determine everything. Okay, yeah. New Zealand, Australia, Sri Lanka, South Africa through to the playoffs for the main championship. UAE and Singapore will face the two winners of these two games happening on court 1 and court 2. England facing India over on court 2 and USA facing Sri Lanka here.
The winner of this game goes on to play UAE, and the winner of India-England goes on to play Singapore in the semi-finals. Winners through to the plate finals tomorrow. Going to be tight cricket in all these games, I would imagine. Right now, I think England have recovered to 60, and India are just starting their chase for it. So, two of these four sides are going to be eliminated after this round, right?
Exactly, yes. The winner of this game here over on court 1 will face Singapore later on this evening in the plate semi-final.
Guys, hello.
And good stuff by India, keeping England down to 60, Paul.
Yeah, you know, again, Indo cricket can be a funny game, but you would imagine right now India control on that course, and probably America in control on this court. But there's a couple of sides that have got nothing to lose that'll go after it, right? Chasing an indoor cricket in elimination games is notoriously fraught. It doesn't take much. A couple of wickets in a row and your chase just falls to pieces. So USA go to their best bowler. It's Malik Muhammad, I think his name is, and Muhammad Malik, in fact, is his name. And Sri Lanka come out with Abhishek and Mathila.
These two have batted well in tandem.
Yeah. Mohammad Sharif, which team's got the best team kit, but I don't see any better than USA's. What I'll tell you in answer to that is that you'd probably be better. Oh, hits it. Does that hit the... dropped, but doesn't go for 7. He hit that hard, goes for 3. Look, you don't want to take fashion advice from me. I'm better at indoor cricket, but what I will tell you is that tomorrow night at prize giving, those US shirts will be the most sought after in the entire thing. In fact, I'd imagine that every US player has people already swapping shirts with them, and they will be able to pick what they want. If they want an Australian shirt, a New Zealand shirt, whatever they want, because these are the first US shirts. There's only one team here. Everyone will be trying to swap for a US shirt, no question about it. First over, best bowler, 12 already, 1 to go. Needs a wicket. And gets it.
Turned down by the umpire.
Down. Suggestion here that they're going to review this. Hard to review courts. I thought that Mohammed said, I want to see this again. Are they reviewing this? Do they have the ability, or is it end of the over? No chance to review. Look, this is a very positive start here from Sri Lanka. They I think, put out one of their best batting partners. We'll have a look at the stats. And So overall in the stats, Jamith is their top player. Abhishek is 2. Mohammed Fardin is 3. It's 4 runs. Interesting that a number of the guys at the top of the stats for Sri Lanka aren't playing. So
Mohammed Fardan, I was just about to mention, he was very impressive throughout the tournament.
So it'll be interesting to see how they go. Opportunity, but I think safely home. It's one of the things now for America, right? These guys have come out, they're being really positive, they're going after that, you know. They're going to be well past a quarter of the runs at the end of the first partnership. And there's a team like Sri Lanka, right? These guys want to hit the back net. They're trying to score 40 or 50 here. Sri Lanka's job is to go, okay, well, these guys are quite good. Let's put our links back a little bit. Let's put our line fitters back a little bit. Let's defend. Let's make it hard for them. And we'll have a look at the next partnership, see if that was good. Because if the next 2 partnerships are as good as this partnership, Sri Lanka wins. If they're not, America has a way in. So right now in this partnership, America needs to be really, really patient.
Yes, it's about analysing your matchups as well and realising which pairs you can attack and the ones you need to contain.
Dot ball. Interesting field here. 2 back. I like where the one is on the offside, where you just got the ball. Keeper's bringing him in a little bit. What they're sacrificing here is that the point field is in front of the line quite a long way. So that area behind him is runs, right? You've got to sacrifice something. You've just got to bowl straighter at this field if that's the case.
Wide ball.
Wide ball.
I will ask.
Direct hit would have been close.
There's a tight run there for Abhishek Dalal.
Every Indo cricket team, there's that out. There's direct hit, that is out. There's the wicket. Crucial moment for this game as USA tries to peg this opening partnership back. Disappointed bat. Yeah, nice bit of work. Direct hit. Just out for mine.
Yep. Just short.
Play.
Kettle bowls again. Another hit round the corner. 4 runs. 27 off 3. They brought it back from about 11 and over to about 7 and over. And this battle for this partnership continues on for both sides here. What we can tell is that the Sri Lankan partnership are going to be very positive. America are going to drop their field back and try and defend to the best of their ability. And we're seeing a real battle here. I think for mine, about 35 is the magic mark here. If USA can keep this pair under 35, they can have a look at the next partnership feeling quite confident. If it gets much above that, then they've created a real buffer for the next partnership.
Well said, Paul. You wanted to highlight the other 3 games coming up.
Well, the other 3 games on at the moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd assume England would get over the line against India. The experience will play a huge part in that encounter. And as you said here, I think this final over, if Matil and Abhishek can give the next pair a huge buffer, I'd say Sri Lanka are on course.
Okay, I'm going to go England, USA.
Fantastic. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, in the ladies, we've got 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4. So Australia, New Zealand versus England and South Africa. Who you got for England and South Africa?
I'm going for England in that game. I think the experience of Mary Barlow Short, Nikki Patel, veterans in the format, they would cross the line.
I think the sort of 23-year-old Nikki, she must be 30. The 30-year-old Nikki Patel's not going to love being called a veteran. Gosh, I can't believe she's 30. I remember when we were running around sports centres in the UK, she must have been 12. Australia, New Zealand 1 versus 2.
Since I have you in the comment box, Paul, I'd say New Zealand.
Yeah, I reckon
Kiwis all the way.
Very close. I expect that one to be very close. Swings back on late, doing a good job here. I said 35 was the magic number. Swinging the back ball into straight, making it very hard for them to hit, taking away space. Watch this. Too close. It's come back late, taking away his arm space. It's well bowled. Watch how far this ball swings.
Very well bowled by Tupe.
And look again, right now, Sri Lanka get the skin, but it really is a matter of who cares.
And a third ball scenario now. See if they can peg things back and get them at 25. USA would feel they've done a very good job. Martilla with the dive.
Nayak breaks the stumps, jumps over them for effect, but can't convince the umpire.
31 on the board for Sri Lanka. A buffer of 5 being carried through to the next pair. I will go in for a quick break.
පිරිසුළු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ලකම පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
Here we go, and already a different level of intent from Sri Lanka. Trying to get the bat on the ball and get 2 here, not looking to smash the back like the last pair were. So a different challenge for the USA here, right? A different field. The line fielders are back up now, so they're not expecting these guys to hit it as much again. Cross the line, into the ground, into the roof for 2. I often wonder why indoor cricketers are so in love with taking the ball from outside off stump and hitting it through the leg side. You know, just wait on it, bang it down, put it over the offside, into the ground, into the offside. Such an easy shot. But they love that pull shot.
Good running between wickets by Avdeep Manjal and Aman Sohal.
Really interesting when you see somebody batting like Sahal at the moment, who's basically just dead batting the ball into gaps. You just want to slow down, bowl even slower, take the pace off it, and don't give him any speed to use to push off. You know, 11 off the first over, good start. Right now, halfway would be 47, and you know, Sri Lanka are well ahead of the schedule to be there. In an indoor cricket chase, if you lose 2 wickets within 3 or 4 balls, that makes chasing very, very hard.
Right up, round.
I think that's well bowled. We'll see if the umpire agrees. Sorry. I think it may be Shamir. That's the New Zealander in this side. Played Colts against one of the teams I coached 20 odd years ago. Was chirpy in those days. Like to have a little chat when he was playing. Nice to see him having found the game in the US and back playing it.
Go ball.
That's it. Nice and slow. Take the speed off it.
No ball there.
No ball. Oh, they were gutted with this. What was the no ball for?
Field placement, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe the closer in the front half got his hands over what's called the exclusion zone. You're not allowed to be within about 1.5 meters. It's a safety rule.
Is that what the circle is for?
That's what the dots are for. You can see the circle further back, but in front of it you can see these dots. The dots are the exclusion zone. And you can't be inside that on the ground or in the air. And that's just to stop players being, a foot away from you in the air when you're hitting it and just getting whacked by cricket balls, But, really USA don't need to be giving away soft runs right now. What they need is to dry these guys up to dots and ones and then get one of them out. Wide called into the over.
Midway through the second skin, Sri Lanka are well on and truly on track.
Yeah, they really are. And on our other court, it looks like
small technical glitch.
Yeah, we just lost some scoreboards and stuff. There we are. India on 14 in the first skin, chasing 60.
Right up, Brown. Play.
The algae. There we are. That's what you want to bowl. Dots and ones. Make him do more. Make him find. Don't give him the width to use and don't give him the pace to use. And see if you can bowl some dots at him. His reply is to loft it through the side. Needs to be caught. Isn't caught. 4 runs. Shafiq.
Abdib Manjal. It's a brilliant shot there. A bit of indecision, but a wayward throw allows them to get through.
Yeah, I think the USA have perhaps missed 2 chances and 2 balls there. The catch should be taken around the back, and there's probably a run out on there as well. And the question now is, what's he going to do? Is he going to block or is he going to bash? Comes down, hits the ball. I think this is still a win for USA, right? You've forced him to change his game, which I think is a really good thing. But right now it's still working for Sri Lanka A, and really the USA getting to the point where wickets are becoming important.
Abdib's playing with confidence now. You can see it. Nimble with his footwork. 30 off the skin with 7 deliveries to go.
Yeah, this skin's, it really has come in and backed up the first one, hasn't it?
And now going into that final over, Paul, is it a bit of the same thing that's required from the last skin, just to be a tad defensive?
Look, I don't think these batters require you to be quite as defensive. I don't need you to put your field out. But I think what you do need to do here is, partnership's 32. I'm going to suggest to you that 10 of them come from wides. There's a missed catch that's gone for 4. You've just got to stop that. You've just got to say, okay, well, look, let's bowl straight. Let's take our chances. If we can do that, get 1 or 2 here, we drag ourselves back into the game. And I do think at this stage that US are getting enough chances to be in this game. They just need to take a few more of them and bowl a few less wides. Tupe bowled a very good 4th over. He's back for the 8th. We'll see what he can do here.
Right up over. Play.
Sanket Tupe just considered 4 off his first over. Was unlucky to not register anything in the wickets column.
Yeah, I agree. Two runs. Look, it's a really good shot. He runs down, he puts it in the gap, gets through.
brilliant contributions by both batters. Aman Sohail on 19, Abdip Manjal on 15. Down and up on the offside.
Nice to see one of the Sri Lankan A's bouncing the ball. Interesting decision. I don't know what's coming for the Americans, but sorry, for the Sri Lanka A side, but you're now within touching distance of the lead. And if you've got a weak and a poor partnership, you may choose to bat the strong partnership now and try and get in front. You may have planned it the other way around, but you might think, actually, my next partnership gets 30 here, we've won this. Oh,
Can't afford those freebies now.
No, I think USA will look through this period and go, actually, we're a little bit better than this, and
Last ball.
Great boy by Tupe to wrap up that over. That's a brilliant skin for Sri Lanka.
It's the second time he's finished his over on third ball, doesn't get to bowl the third one into the partnership. Let's go to break and come back and have a look at what we think is going to happen here next.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. Like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලෙට ටකරන් ෂීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ වෙවුලන්නේ. තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ.
We're back for the third skin. And Paul, I think they've done, as you've stated, they've sent out the best two batters, Mohammad Irfan and Damit, in together.
Interesting stats, right? Damath is the only Sri Lanka player to have scored 100 runs in this tournament. He scored exactly 100. In total in the tournament, Irfan scored -2. So, from the stats, and the stats don't always tell us an honest opinion, we seem to have Damath, who's batting really well, and Irfan, who they should be trying to go after. Now, whether the US know that, who knows, Got the best bowler on Malik.
And Irfan missed out on a couple of games as well. Was apparently carrying a niggle. Great seeing him back out there.
Yeah, certainly early in the event. His hand in the air, was it caught? No run out. Opportunity, got to be taken. Early in the tournament. Mohammad Shari thinks we're still set for nail biter. I like nail biters, particularly when my side's not involved.
And we've got nail biter over on court 2 as well. India midway through. They'll chase 32 on the board. Chasing England 60.
Mohammad Sharif, are you supporting USA?
Yes, watching my mates from Dallas Thugs perform at the big stage. Great seeing you, Mohammad Sharif. I hope you join the US team.
Are the Dallas Thugs one of the professional outdoor sides in the US, or is that just yeah, there he goes. That's given out bowled. Can we see it again, please? Can we see it again, please? There's some keeper glove there and some ball. Does this hit the stumps or does it hit his glove? Let's watch.
If you could get the angle, if you could get the angle from behind, that would be great.
See, the batter turns around straight away and goes, the keeper took the bails off. Definitely, clearly bowled him. Great decision by the umpire. He's obstructed in that view. That's a very good decision,
Ball him from around the legs.
It's the local Indian umpire up there, isn't it?
Just as the doctor ordered for the US, an early breakthrough. Mohammad Irfan on strike.
Oh, Shafiq very nearly gets a second, doesn't he? That's come off the inside edge. beats off stump, beats the keeper's glove. Could very easily have got one or the other. Hard to imagine how it got through both, in fact. Oh, goes down. Goes down to the keeper's leg and doesn't pop up. And there it is. Smack. I've got that home. It was given as home.
Damn it. Pressure being applied now, Paul.
Yeah, look, and, you know, we're getting a few dots, we're getting a few opportunities. USA needs to convert a couple in a row and put some pressure on this chase. Mohammed Malik fields.
Last ball. Last ball.
Seems okay. What you guys done? Irfan. Misses. Dots coming.
Saida, Navdeep and all our other viewers tuning in from the US. Give us your predictions. Do you think the US are still in this? It's been a brilliant fight back thus far in the third skin.
Interesting, isn't it, that of all the nations involved, we get no Sri Lankans in the chat. Possibly they're watching the live stream to Sri Lankan TV. Perhaps they're not on YouTube, so maybe they're watching it on TV instead of YouTube. But it is interesting. We'd like to hear from a few more Sri Lankans, supporters of the Sri Lankan sides. Kettle to bowl. Now, look, it's really simple for American Heron. They can't bowl wides. And they need to catch those. See that? Gotta catch that.
Those half chances have to be taken.
There's a wicket. USA creating chances here.
And as you said, Paul, creating chances at Mohammad Irfan's end.
Yeah. I think we're also seeing Demuth play very freely and give some opportunities as well. And look, if you have the game right now, Sri Lanka don't need to take the chances. They can just bat solidly and make life really hard, but they continue to swing, and they could win by a lot, or it could come undone. Another wicket here, and all of a sudden they'll feel some pressure in the chase. Well bowled, straight. Opportunity.
Indecision. And a better throw there, Paul. And Mohammad Irfan would have been caught napping.
Yeah, look, what we are seeing is opportunities. And as a fielding side, what you want is opportunities, you know. So they're going to go again and again. Straight, full opportunity. That's out. There it is, the back net 5.
No, that was turned down. I'd like to see a replay of that. From another angle would be great if you could see it from perfect. He looked to be short there, Paul.
Yeah, I think that's a polite way of putting that. One thing I'll say is I like to see batsmen given the benefit of the doubt. I think that's far enough that you'd want it to be given out. And what you do want, right, is at the moment, players are facing elimination and umpires are facing more pressure, and they've still got to back themselves and make the same decisions, don't they?
Would that be considered a blunder?
Look, I don't know if you could say it's a blunder, right? The umpires in this tournament have been really, really good, but right now, here's what it is. It's a decision that went against America at a time when they can't afford a decision to go against them, right? It hurts. And their players and coaching staff will watch that back on replay and be really disappointed. Now, there'll be a decision that went their way at another time, but it's just an important moment, and they will be feeling it, you know?
As you said, Paul, it's tough work. They don't have the benefit of replays. It's from a tough angle that they need to determine within split seconds. So kudos to all the umpires. We've got a very, very experienced cohort of umpires here.
Oh, they've done a magnificent job. And again, look, you know, And we expect players to make 100 mistakes in a tournament and umpires to make none, and it's not realistic. They're going to get the odd one wrong, and I've got and again, twice we thought the umpires were wrong and they were right. So there may be something we've missed in that dismissal that we haven't seen.
Final over of the skin. Sri Lanka on 78, and Damit has been pegged back significantly. He's been frustrated, and Mohammad Irfan has faced a lot of pressure. 3 runs added to the total. 81 on the board for Sri Lanka.
81 chasing 94. They're getting right into, here we go, America go up. Not out. They're getting into touching distance for Sri Lanka right now.
And over on court 2, India find themselves on 41. 20 adrift of the target.
It's funny, isn't it? Both are 20 adrift, but Sri Lanka feel closer because it's a bigger score. They've got a bigger proportion of the runs, if you like. It's like a 10 adrift now. Mohammad Irfan to face. That's his best shot.
Trying to scamper to a direct hit, but he's made his ground with a brilliant dive. Athleticism at its best there from Mohammad Irfan.
Here we go. Nayak. Oh. 1 ball left. America 9 behind with a partnership to go. Right now, Sri Lanka are in charge of this chase. Prepared to take what they've got. Everyone's going to get together and have a talk about this. The Americans looking for answers. Sri Lanka batters coming out. Let's go to break.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos. Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race. Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
හිතට දැනෙන movies ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
Smart විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. Rewind කරන option එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
Out come the final pair for Sri Lanka, and honestly, indoor cricket tournaments get really fascinating around here. Honestly, they need 9 to win. It's a walk in the park. They should do it easily. But it's a World Series elimination game. These guys will have played thousands of games of indoor cricket, but this is probably their first or second World Series elimination game. And they get 1 wicket early, America's 1 wicket early, and these 2 batters will feel the pressure. That's a lovely shot to start with.
Sri Lanka are now 7 shy. 6 to tie the game, 7 to clinch it. The new batters for Sri Lanka.
Just pushing it through for a couple of runs.
Al-Jazoha Jaffa.
The Sri Lankan chant starting to go up around the centre.
And Mohammad Zanil.
Defends.
The line on the Sri Lankan flag represents, as I said earlier, the majority race.
Yep.
In the singular race.
And the Sri Lankan Indoor Cricket Federation logo talks about Ceylon, which is the traditional name for Sri Lanka, right?
Yes, it was a name whilst we were colonized, and in the new post-colonial world became Sri Lanka, so we've been known as Ceylon, Capraben, and a few other names.
And a lot of the Sri Lankan cricket clubs around the world are the Ceylon Cricket Club,
exactly,
right?
yeah. And one of our finest exports, tea, Ceylon tea.
Yes, well known, isn't it?
Still very well known.
USA needs that to hit. Another wide. Trying to get that lead back up above 5. Sri Lanka A. Looking to lock this away. 3 balls left in the 15th. 9 balls left in the game. I'd say America need at least 3 wickets to win it from here. And those 9 balls. Good bit of work from the Sri Lanka A batters. Called no, both sides got back. This time they get through, get another couple.
Last ball.
And a quick crash course for all our viewers tuning in on Sri Lanka. A few more facts on Sri Lanka. The red on the Sri Lankan flag also represents the Sinhalese majority. The orange stripe represents the Tamil ethnicity, and the green stripe represents the Muslims or the Sri Lankan Moors.
Look, is having a election in Sri Lanka recently where there was a change in power and for that whole process to be peaceful, is that a big step forward for the nation?
It is. There's been
not the outcome, just the process. I mean, the outcome I've got no idea about.
We've had allegations in the past of doctored results in elections, of interference during elections, but there were 2 things that were great to see. There was full transparency on this occasion with the results process and a very smooth transition of power.
Yeah.
Somewhat unprecedented. With the culture of revenge politics here.
It is an encouraging sign for the country, isn't it? We've got 6 balls left, I think America needs 3 wickets. USA, who's going to bowl it for them?
Shahrukh Dawood bowling for the US.
Getting to the point where Sri Lanka, you said it, you said they'd win it. I thought USA would get home. You picked them. Tell you what, England's fighting back against India straight. They don't run. Good calling. There's just no need.
He requested for
they've rebowled both of them. Doesn't matter here now because they're now past. Rebowled both of them. Doesn't matter here now because they're now past. That takes them past 3 wickets, so they can't actually lose it. But really, there's just no benefit to the batting side and rebowling balls in that situation when they don't have to run every 3rd ball. So once you get past 5 runs for every 3 balls in front, there's very little point in rebowling the deliveries. It just creates opportunities for the fielding side.
And with a delivery to go in this game, Sri Lanka A are through to the plate semi-final, where they will take on Singapore later on this afternoon.
UAE.
They take on UAE
They'll take on UAE, yep.
And Singapore, that game is going to be a close affair between India and England. It's going to be a nail-biter. 17 to get off the final skin for India.
Yeah, that 3rd partnership from India got nothing, and now they need 17. If you're on the stream one, jump over and watch Court 3. You might be in for one of the great finishes of the tournament where they fade off for the right to play Singapore later in the day.
And if I'm not mistaken, in the over 50s last evening, India and England had an absolute thriller over on Court 3.
They did. Over 40s, that was. Over 40s, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Look, it's with some sadness we say goodbye to the US. They've been a magnificent addition to this tournament. Thanks to all involved for all the work it takes to get you guys here. We will see you back in 3 years at the next Masters World Series, where we really look forward to your participation and perhaps another team to join you guys. And we look forward to seeing Sri Lanka A in the next game. Thank you.
brilliant display with the bat by Sri Lanka. Even though it was a steep chase, they aced it in my books. I never really looked behind the 8 ball at any point. There were a few opportunities for the US to capitalize on, but nonetheless, professional display by Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka will be really pleased with that, won't they? You know, another chance, another game is what you want when you're here, and the US will take some time now and reflect on this event, and we look forward to seeing Sri Lanka versus UAE later in the day.
We thank you for joining us for our live coverage of the second game over on Court 1.
Yeah, so it's Court 2 if you want to watch India England, isn't it? Go and watch. You can watch that on the stream on Court 2. We'll see you guys back in 30 minutes. Who's next on this court?
It'll be New Zealand, South Africa in the over 40s. A huge game.
Yeah, I think South Africa would be very much favourites to that. I think that New Zealand side, if they play well, can comfortably win that. If they play well, you know, it's a big stage. Can they do it? Who knows? But well worth having a look at that game. USA just missed a few too many chances, didn't they?
Yes, failed to capitalise on a few opportunities presented, but I thought it was a very professional display by Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I thought that chase was really solid, really solid. Well done to them.
Thank you, and we hope to see you in roughly 25 to 30 minutes.
Come to an end to day 6 of the Masters World Series. As we all saw on the live stream and in our videos, it has been an exceptionally action-packed day, and we have a lot more to come in the coming days, so stay with us. You're missing out if you're not here.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනාගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලාගන්න. රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදේව. නානයක්කාරද? ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
කොස් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකට.
හනික වරල්ලා ආති අන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ.
ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
Data, talk, text and
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber Connection එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනාගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලාගන්න. රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදේව. නානයක්කාරද? ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
කොස් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකට.
හනික වරල්ලා ආති අන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ.
ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
data, talk, text and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරය. ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා. සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා. Welcome. SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed, more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data බන් ලැතුළු Fiber Elite Rewards දිනාගන්න. ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber Connection එකට apply කරන්න.
one key as well for the Wallabies. Tripped over the top. The Will Jordan will Jordan. Cooper finds it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennoxy Town. It's the Heston. Got Turkey Morrison who will stroll in.
Now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Colombo on POTV.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Data, talk, text and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
කවුද මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තත් කොහොම තියෙද?
බොමඩ පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන ඔබ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතරම්බා a win-win situation my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලා ගන්න. Rewind කරන option එක සමගින් එකී මේකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel POTV, the best on demand entertainment.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos? Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race? Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදීද. නානකාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
පොත් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකට.
කෙල්ලේ හනික වරල්ලා. ආත්‍යන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ.
ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
කෙල්ල කවුද කියලා හුනා?
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට අතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවාකට කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට ආවා.
මට ඉලක්කයල්ල නොදෙක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙඩි තිබ්බා. ඇයි දන්නේ සල දොරට ගියා.
කවුද ගෙදරින්?
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදර අය ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා Welcome. SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data bundle ඇතුළු fiber elite rewards දිනා ගන්න. ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න.
විනිසුරු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින්
එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
රජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. Like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලෙට ටකරන් සීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ වෙවුලන්නේ තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රැයට කැම තියන්න.
රැට කෑමක් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඔකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ අන්තිමට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි කෑ ගන්නේ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද?
I'm at we come to an end to day 6 of the Masters World Series. As we all saw on the live stream and in our videos, it has been an exceptionally action-packed day, and we have a lot more to come in the coming days, so stay with us. You're missing out if you're not here.
හිතට දැනෙන movies ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. රිවයින්ඩ් කරන option එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Tipped over the top. The Will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennox Town. It's the entrance from Turkey Aronson, who will stroll in.
Everyone, now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Kokopalooza on Pure TV.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
ආගේ ගෙදර කවුද මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තත් කොහොම තියෙද?
උඹට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන උඹ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතරම්බ ඒ win-win situation my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න. Fiber Elite rewards දිනා ගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලාගන්න. Rewind කරන option එක සමගින් එකී මේකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos? Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race? Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදේව. නානාකාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
පොත් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකට.
හනික වරල්ලා ආසියන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ. ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
කෙල්ල කවුද කියලා හුණා?
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට අතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවා කතු කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට ආවා.
මට ඉලක්කයල නොදෙක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙන්න දීපා. ඇයි දන්නේ සල දොරට ගැහුවා.
කවුද ගෙදරින්?
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදර අය ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා. Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data බන් ලැතුළු Fiber Elite rewards දිනා ගන්න. ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න.
Here we go, ball 2 here as Australia plays, South Africa plays New Zealand in the 3 vs 4 semi in the over 40s grade. We'll have Australia play UAE on the court next door. That'll be a bit delayed after the mini game was tied in the previous round over there in the over 35s grade.
Pretty interesting game down there.
Lawrence and, sorry, was that, sorry?
That was a pretty interesting game.
Really was. Fantastic watch, wasn't it? So, Joel Thompson and Lawrence Watson open the batting for New Zealand. It'll be the best side, the best openers, I would have thought. And New Zealand at full strength here. Pretty simple for the teams in this game. If you lose, you're done. And if you win, you play the loser of the 1 vs 2 game in a second chance semi. So you've got to win 2 games to win it to make the final from here, this one and the next one. But if you lose this one, you are done for. Look, we've had the feeling throughout that the South African side has just been consistently a good side, the New Zealand side up and down. My feeling is that New Zealand's missed a lot of chances in their games, and if they can get this this game right, they have a really good chance of making this a really good contest. Feels like Australia and UAE, just a little, they're two really good sides, and these two sides really fighting it out now for that next semi-final spot. Third ball, missed, runs out.
That was the final ball in the first over.
What was that, sorry?
That was the final ball in the first over.
Final ball in the first over, yep. They had 11, they're down to 6, right?
That's costly. -5.
Yeah.
Up to that point, they were doing really well.
I think you'll see Lawrence Watson do this year. If you bowl full to him in this game, I think he's going to drive. He's going to look to hit the ball quite hard. He's a very good bat. And he'll be looking to make sure that New Zealand gets 25.
So you reckon they're targeting around the 100-run mark?
Look, I think again in this grade, I'd expect probably, I think 80-85 is probably what they're really targeting. They'd like a bit more, but it's a good partnership, and they'll want runs out of them. They've got some. Look, I think that there's some players in here that they've been hoping would hit form and play well, so they could pick them. I think they've done that in the last couple of games. Calling error, not the way you want to get out. Look, Lawrence Watson's played a few different tournaments, some high quality, some high level cricket. But I think for Joel Thompson, he's now got third ball and then run out backing up before he's really got into the game. He'll be feeling the pressure here now, and it's South Africa's job to really put it on him. Oh, quite a lot of talk here. Is that what's going on here? Umpire up.
It's getting a bit intense, coming close to the finals,
Oh, look, it's all on here, right? And maybe a little bit of a chat. Maybe one of the South Africans had a little word, and the umpire didn't like it. I didn't see what it was. Oh.
Umpire will have to get involved a bit more in these matches, because this is the business end, Paul.
Oh, look, it really is. And you see that ball there just swing back in. Rajan really getting it to move around. Damon really getting it to move around. Rajan Damon. Watson gets it up high, makes some time. I think the hand's got the stumps as well, maybe not the ball.
Yeah. Oh.
Look at that straight. And Thompson's going, this is what elimination games of World Series are like, They just come out and make the ball swing a foot at you.
Ball is moving.
It's moving at reasonable pace too. It is on the way. It's on, no question about it.
Again, coming back in.
Oh my gosh. Keeper's slipped out of his hand. It's hit his own player in the face. We've got medical people coming on with this kind of stuff. You just hope that,
What happened there?
Keeper throws it. Hits the fielder walking in.
Oh.
Forehead. Look, I'm going to say this, and God, I hope I'm right. That's about as good a place as you can hope to be hit. You drop that down a little bit, you start hitting eye sockets, noses, round mouths, a lot of blood, and can do some real damage. Now, he's up, and there'll be some questions. Now, keeper's smiling, so they clearly feel he's okay.
I think thanks to the cap was in the way.
Yeah. Look, it'll certainly, I think, give us a couple of minutes break here while they work out, because now they've got concussion protocols to go through, right? He's just taken a serious blow to the head. Out comes their coach to have a look, and the question here will be, can he continue? And you don't want to lose a player in the second over of a match, because the player who comes on can't bat and bowl, and he will say, I'm good enough and I want to stay out there, but really, a medical official needs to say you can stay or you can't. It looks like at this stage...
But we don't see a medical officer there.
The medical officer just walked off.
Okay.
Just walked off. And look...
so that's from the South African...
South Africa. Yeah. And look, even though he's South African, he's not going to take a risk with a guy's health. Head injuries are a major thing in sport today. If he says you're concussed, you are out of there. They'll watch him for the next 2 days for the signs, in case there's any delayed concussion. Watson, good shot. Waits on the ball, it into the ground. Still, as we were saying earlier, right? It is swinging, right?
Yeah, it is. It's swinging and swinging with pace. That's not fun to bet.
Yeah.
Well,
I think-
lucky we are here. We can comment. Huh?
Yeah.
We don't have to face that bowling.
Really good settler there for Joel Thompson. I think it's just what he needs. You know, he's been tough early. Not that I'm saying he hasn't done anything wrong. You know, but here we call him Bobo. Who do we call Bobo? Who's man down? Oh, look, is it Firth? I'm trying to look for your team list. No.
Not sure.
No, that's one of the South Africans went down.
Sorry.
Zwart. I think it was Eugene Zwart that went down. I could be wrong. He was fielding on the offside line.
But he was wearing a cap, so maybe 10, was it?
I actually think
Andrews? Van Rooyen?
Jacko Swartz the bowler. I think it's Jacko Swartz that got hit, to be honest. So they clearly are concerned about concussion. They think he's okay. Be a good test for that head knock.
Because not everyone is wearing caps.
8 after 2 for New Zealand. Drives flat. Good call, doesn't go. Shot from Thompson, but flat again. They both full. You can see Thompson saying it to Lawrence in here. Swinging a long way to Watson. Swinging a long way. If you're in New Zealand at the moment, it's a decent time of day, isn't it? About 7:40.
Friday night.
Let's watch this again. Looks up to me. I think Lawrence thought it might have been a bump ball. But well caught.
Well, you reckon? Ideal time if you're in New Zealand to watch this game after work? A beer in the hand?
Yeah, if you're at home in New Zealand, give us a call on the YouTube chat. Trouble for New Zealand. Carter goes through and bowls him.
Just what strikes.
2 off 2.
It's the skipper. That's nicely done.
Yeah, nicely done. 2 runs. Look, already New Zealand is the underdog here. I think they have a chance of winning this, but they've got to get out of here with 10. Goes the aerial route round the corner. It's caught twice heading through the leg side now for Watson. And look, this is the kind of player he is. You know, you put him out there, you know he's going to hit the ball that's up. You want that to go for 7, it goes for -5, and that hurts. But that's the player that you want him to be. He's not hitting the wrong ball. He's not chasing the wrong one. The full, the straight. He's gone at it twice from guys bowling around the wicket, and both times he's dragged it into the leg side, net, a little bit of bottom hand.
Well, he's looking at going straight, but unfortunately he's not connecting straight.
Yeah, look.
Want to hit the side net, that's where the problem starts. Ignis. Ignis Ingram.
Ingram to bowl the 4th. Ignis Ingram. Eugene was the keeper. Keeper throws like Paul Bascan. Next stand, and lovely to hear from you. I think that's, I don't think Paul Bascan threw it that hard.
Another hesitation there.
Run. Nice to see the Kiwis coming into the chat.
Loving the comments.
Oh, Jackson, lovely to hear from you, mate. Hope things are good in the South Island for you. Cuts the line for wide for mine. Umpire agrees. Yeah, I think that they're going to need Dan Van to pick the right one, hit in the right place. He batted very well last night. Got 50, I'd have thought, in that game. Hit a number of sevens.
Daylight saving bots.
Cheers,
So
Bridge.
8:40.
It's 8:40, not 7:40. You're 7, and it was 7.5 hours in front. You did all right. 8:40, even better.
Aussie has still not gone into daylight saving. I think they're doing it this week.
Yeah, Australia are always a little bit behind.
Yeah.
You know, New Zealand's a little bit in front, Australia in most things. Got one in the throat from Gina, the last national. I think this is probably the keeper throwing the ball. Look, we saw the New Zealand Masters trials really over 50s really impacted early in the first game. Lee Kelly was hit in the eye socket broken, and took him out of the tournament, you know. So, as I said, very lucky. Kiwi mana from Harry Wenham. We're very lucky that hit him in the forehead. UAE 27 in the first, batting against Australia in the 1 vs 2. Chucky, do you have data to watch? What's the tab odds for this game? Look, I think that South Africa would be favourites in a betting thing here, probably about 130, 140. You're probably getting even money, $2 on the Kiwis, just a bit more maybe. That's what I would think it is. Got all of the data, Martin. Like that, South Africa. Look, yep, South Africa well on top. Let's get to a break. Scored 100 against them in the second game, sort of won, but it's completely losing.
Dan Van. And,
look, Dan Van is coming out to bat with Scotty Jones. And look, I don't think that they will die wondering this PO. I think if it's up, it's going to go. So New Zealand, Watson hit early. Interesting, they haven't split these. Quite often you'd split these two, have somebody who hits the front half or somebody who hits the back half. They've got two guys here who like to hit the back half. Interesting tactic. Dan Van gives himself space, bangs into the roof for 2.
I'm trying to go in a bit hard so that there is something to play with. First game just going for 3.
Yeah, look, I think this team, West Partnership would always been aimed to go second, but I think it shows some intent from New Zealand. Jones hits it for 7, first ball. I did say I didn't think they'd muck around. So Van makes some space, hits it down up for 2. Jones hits the next for 7. Here's what I'm going to tell you, right? Van is going downtown this ball. He will be looking to back it up. He won't be looking to consolidate this, I don't think.
Oh.
Dan Van, one of the gentlemen of the game, I'm surprised to see that explosive come out of his mouth. Gets bowled. Offie. Just the feet, Dan. Just the feet. A little bit passive there with your feet. A bit close to you.
Was that off the bat? Was it?
Oh, my. I don't think so. I think it just cut.
Yes, he's batting outside his leg stump.
Yes.
And the ball moved. So I don't think that was not a leg spin by any chance.
Okay.
So I think it was off the bat.
Off the bat. Okay. Van hits it down up 2. A lot going on in this over. We've seen a 7. We've seen a wicket. We've seen the batters come together to have a chat about it. Andre Jans van Rensburg, one of the characters of the tournament, bats in a very low stance, useful bowler, often bowls re-bowl overs for the South African side. Brought on after the onslaught of the first over, New Zealand clearly trying to be aggressive. Interesting to see the South African field. Line field is back. Outside leg stump, Dan Van. It's one of those cool names we want to say both names, right, Dan Van, because it kind of rhymes, right? You know, there's no Van, he's Dan Van. Dan Van defends. Should get this. Should get this correct exactly, but I'm pretty sure Dan Van is the coach of the Cook Islands in outdoor cricket. So,
Outdoor cricket.
outdoor cricket. He's the coach of the Cook Islands in outdoor cricket. I think, again, I'll try and check if someone... Can someone on the stream confirm that for me? Does Dan Van coach the Cook Islands in outdoor cricket? Keep it like that, South Africa. Do you mean the 7-year-lander? Great catch. That is a great catch. Look, someone from South Africa keeps saying that South Africa to bring it home, but I'm pretty sure...
Wickets in and over. I think we don't have that.
It's true that the trophies are made at Kiwi Trophies in Wellington, New Zealand. So the only team that can take the trophy home would be New Zealand.
Okay. Isn't playing. The Kiwis. Sad that Matty B isn't playing.
Matty B's not playing. Matty B. Help me out, Matty B. Matt. Oh, I can't remember his last name. Another guy you mean?
No, what's it?
Oh, living in Wellington. I did hear that, Jackson. I heard you were living in Wellington. That'll strengthen them up. We'll have in the tournament. Let's go Kiwis. Yeah, it's been great. There's Bevan Malik. Boy, did he have an impact in the Masters. Turned up basically unable to walk and still bowled a couple of massive negative overs.
Eugene Swart was my under 18
Eugene
South
Swart.
African coach.
Yeah, Eugene Swart was the coach of the under 18s. Showing that some coaches can play the game as well.
12 to 11. Let's go South Africa.
12-11, let's go South Africa. Bocky now bots. Oh, I don't know about that. Back that all night. Yes, Scotty hits the big 7 first up. But there's Paul Bascan. Someone was talking about your arm earlier on, Basky. Multi-Dan Van MVP of game and New Zealand win with then good value. There we go, Jacko. Here we go. 2 overs gone, partnership on 5. Scotty Jones hit more than that off 1 ball.
What's up, Kiwis?
Look, I can help you with that,
Great,
Brian.
I love
It's swinging. It is. Just watch the ball out of the hand and see the line and see where it ends up. Wow, great ball, Appy. Shout out to CB Shoes, an awesome retired player. CB is an awesome retired player. Van comes down, miss hit, takes the 1, smiles.
Lucky there to get that edge.
Yeah, it really was.
Lovely Matthew Blackmore.
Matty Blackmore missing this one. That from Brian Blackmore. That'll be dad, son, something. Jones, Nicks. Dropped. Breathes out.
Great catch.
I'm not sure who the princess is, Jonathan.
Awesome catch, VB.
Awesome catch, VB. Yeah, the catch on the back, if that's what you're talking about, that was a great catch.
The one-handed catch.
Yeah. Oh, South Africa missed one. Was it third ball? Jones called through. Come on, New Zealand. Yes, Marshall. Come on, New Zealand. Oh, Dan commits to that way too early for mine.
Little wide the throw.
Bad Janny don't play. Back 6 making some big plays here for South Africa. New Zealand on 7. 1 ball left in the 7th, and on 10, sorry. They're going to have to accelerate. Dan Van comes down, bangs into the ground, takes 1 again.
Still looking at that back net.
I think this partnership's under pretty clear instructions to be positive. Not, I think, to be reckless, just to be positive, you know.
Yeah.
And New Zealand's come out here, and I like this, right? South Africa's the favourites in this game, right? And New Zealand's come out and said, actually, we're just going to be really positive, and we're going to see if we can put together a couple of overs and put them under pressure. That's the job of the underdog. Put the favourite under pressure for as long as you possibly can, and you just don't know what might fall your way. And look, I've got no problem. If you're at home and New Zealand, you're really disappointed, I get it, because we're on 11 after 7 overs, but they had to try and find to win this game, and this is their way. They're going to smack. They're going to smack anything that's up, and they're going to try and get a couple of back-to-back 7s, get some momentum at some point in this innings, and score enough, and put the South Africans under pressure. And to be honest, if they aren't positive, I think South Africa might be too good for them.
For the moment, that's what they'll need.
Yeah, look, Scotty Jones has been around the scene for a long time, but I think in the back half of the season we've seen him play the best cricket I've seen him play. Looks very accompanied here. Around the wicket. Into the legs, well bowled. Jones comes through. Oh, what happened there? I didn't see that. Wicket. Can we see that again, please? Last I saw, the ball was in the corner.
Oh, it got off the stump side.
I went off the stumps and bowled him. Yep.
The problem is batting way outside the leg, so he has an issue there.
Look, it's one of those things. He's batting out there to get space to free his arms, to hit for 7, but all they're doing is following back in, right? And I'm not sure it's having quite the desired result. But again, you know, it's probably the most aggressive place that Dan can stand, and I think that's New Zealand's philosophy here, is that we're going to win this, we're not going to die wondering.
Well, yeah, you
Jones.
need to look at win it.
Someone will close that door for us reasonably soon, get rid of some of this background noise. So here we go, into the second partnership, 8 for the partnership, New Zealand on 11. And look, if you're in New Zealand, I'll say this again, that's a disappointing number. What I like, and real credit to Dave Erickson here, he's coaching them. The side lost a coach during the event. Dave Erickson, who was the assistant coach, steps up, he's running the side. What I've seen from them is an approach of saying, well, look, let's believe in ourselves, let's be positive, let's transfer pressure onto them, let's see what we can do. And I think when you're the underdogs, just turning up and going through the motions and losing is a bad option. And this, right now, it's not working, but at least it's a positive option. Frankly, I applaud it from them. I like the way they're playing. It would be better if it was going through to the back for 5s and 7s instead of being caught and run out, you know. A couple around the back nets, that, you know, if they'd gone for 7s, really change it.
The freaking ball. That's up.
Australia get a wicket and get very excited over there. I think UAE run out 35 in the second skin, 27 or 8 in the second. Lots going on. Great ball, Appy. Team Lycan. Martin Van Wyck, I support my country and my country supports me, from Donovan.
Yeah.
Shot, Perks.
That was my problem as well. Why would he stand so much on the leg?
Princesses 11 Vaughan. I'm going to believe you, Jonathan. I'm going to believe that it's friendly banter. That's why you're still in the room. We need more Kiwis over there to support the Richard Falson 35s. Come on, New Zealand. Walking along, sing our song, walking in a Weemerland.
Come on, New Zealand.
Great over, VVB.
It's the two new batsmen.
Yes, batsman for New Zealand, Mark Jurisic and Hayden Perks. Jurisic's been in really good form, actually. I like this from New Zealand again, you know. Jurisic will hit the half volley along the ground for 5, more than in the air for 7. Perks, I think, will tend to play a little bit more conservatively. New Zealand just needs to get 20 here and give themselves a chance to get enough. This is an elimination semi-final. You get runs on the board, then you get wickets, 2 in a row, and the batting side feels pressure and you can blow them to pieces. And that's how you win elimination finals. You get runs on the board, you get a couple of wickets in a row, pressure goes onto the batting side, and they often fall to pieces. Bowling is stepping up today, glad to see, from Brianne Spears. Certainly, Brianne, I could never argue with you about your thoughts on how South African sides are playing.
We got a couple of good mornings, so that I'm sure he's from South Africa.
Yep. Morning will be South Africa. Coming up to 9 o'clock in New Zealand, 9 p.m. New Zealand on.
And it's good afternoon here, so we are right in the middle.
Friday night, right? Let's go, CSA from Henrik. Andre Jans van Rensburg back bowling now. Shot from Hayden Perks, down, uses the width and the length. Frees his arm, hits it hard into the ground, up into the net for 2. This partnership just starting to create a little bit of momentum. Jurisic's been batting well. Gets one up, hits in the air, gets caught.
Brilliant. Good
That's
catch
been
again.
the problem for New Zealand. That's been the problem for New Zealand, hasn't it? That can we reverse angle that? Some question from Jurisic to whether it carried. Looks out to me, looks out for money to me. Can we see it from the other end? Perks goes back, well done. That's been the problem for New Zealand, hasn't it? The ball swinging in, they tried to hit it straight, and they flicked it around the legs and got out.
Stick an over, boys. Stick an over. Build that pressure.
Don't think that's the way.
It looks like New Zealand want to play it at the back court.
Yeah, look, and again, as I said, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. They probably have got, they've still got to do that, which I like, but I think that the one thing they have done is hit the one that swings back, got on it on the inside half of the bat, hit it up onto the leg side net and been caught, and that's the danger you take, right? Yeah. There's a reason that everyone doesn't have every ball to 7, it's because it's dangerous. Let's go Jurassic Mark Jurisic. Beat him. One that's gone away. Brian Blackmore, I would say something to do with Maddie's families. 7 are key here, need 90 runs to win the game, like when New Zealand lost South Africa by 4 runs. You know, Brian, I don't think they need anything near 90 runs today. It's a different experience chasing, but what they do need to do, Graham loves the catch, it was a good catch from Andre Jans van Rensburg. What they've got to do is not score 10. They do have to get some momentum here and get past 30, 40 to have a chance.
South Africa on fire. Definitely on fire.
Yep. Take the wide. Quite brisk looking. Damon, Regent Damon, the bowler. 1 for 4 on his first. Wide for mine.
Just taking the pressure off.
Just thinking that, New Zealand just needs a couple of solid balls here and then to wait for one to hit, Having just got a couple of wides, what they need to not do is get out trying to be too aggressive right now. Just build one other ball and then see if you can launch in the last overs if you get the right stuff. It does look like Regent Damon's going to bowl short and wide. He's going to take the back net out of play to a fair degree.
That was up to the batsman.
That was up to the batsman. He drove it through the offside. Full length drive. Would have been out by a foot for mine. Takes the 2. Look, yeah, Van Berkel's doing the same thing. Would have been out by a little bit. But all of a sudden, New Zealand's target, getting up around 26 for the total. If this partnership can come out in the 30s, the last partnerships get 20 odd. You've got 50 odd and 60. You can win World Cup elimination finals on those kind of scores because it only takes one player from the other side to really struggle with the pressure as you get home. Full and wide. Doesn't take much, see. You get a few good balls, you score a few runs. Bowler strains, bowls are wide, 3 wides in the over. New Zealand getting up around 30. Get out of here, 35-40. Give the last partnership a go. And they are a chance.
So 6 to go.
It's 5 overs, 6 balls, 5 overs to go. This is the first ball of the 12th.
Yeah. Positive is batting.
Abby should be out there. Positive is batting for the Kiwis. Look, Sharon, from what I've seen of Abhishek, he has got out too many times. And again, only my personal opinion. I haven't watched all the games. I could well be wrong. But my impression is he's got out too many times. This would be the side I'd be playing personally for me. And I have had no discussions with coaching staff about it.
One thing's being aggressive. Batting seems a bit...
Look, Robin, that's the way, right? You hit it for 7 and it's selective, and you get out, it's reckless. What has happened is they've hit the side nets and been caught a few times. And again, I would rather see them go down fighting than go down passively. And it's a very, very tough line. Pump it, Perksy. Jurisic, square on the leg side. Goes back. New Zealand 30.
Aussies over 40s, 11 on 60 on board versus South Africa over 40s.
Aussie over 45s, 11 overs on 60.
Maybe caught
caught there.
3 or 4.
Yeah. Jurisic hits it, out, misses. New Zealand just don't want to get out here. They've got a little launching pad now for mine. Partnership is 22. Make it 25, guys. Get out of here with your 25. Your team in the mid 30s. The last partnership had 20 odd. You've got to get over 50. Take the wide, re-bowl it. Let's go, boy. Next one. Some of these South African nicknames are fantastic. I'm not going to call that dude boy because I don't think he's going to love me if I do it. Van Berkel, VB. There's been a few, well defended. There's been a few VBs in the world of inter cricket that could play a little bit. Van Berkel, one left. I do think this is an important ball for New Zealand. They just need to be positive and get through this, not reckless. And give the last partnership something to play with. Here we go from Perks. I like that option, no problem. 26 for the partnership, 37 the score. We'll go to break. Table, here we go. Here's the table coming up. So in this one, we've got Australia playing UAE, and the winner goes to the final, and the loser comes down to a second semi. We've got South Africa in the 3 vs 4 game. The loser is eliminated, and the winner goes up and plays the team from the loser of the UAE-Australia game. So to win it from 3rd and 4th, you've got to play this game, play the loser of the game above you, and then win the final. So you've got to beat both the 2 sides above you, as well as the team in this final, to be able to win it in this grade. Look, frankly, I'll be surprised if either of these sides can beat UAE and Australia back to back. But good luck to them if they can. They're 2 quality sides, aren't they?
UAE currently on 48 on court 2 in the 3rd skin, 27-10, and now it's 11 in the 3rd skin. To 50.
The bottom 40 are doing the same thing. Sri Lanka are playing India, England are playing Singapore, and I don't think they are. I think Singapore's finished. Might have been 5 in there. Rob Barlow and Rasa Pereira coming out to bat for New Zealand. Start with the leg side wide. Barlow's been a very consistent player for Swartz. 3 for -9 in his first. Straight after wearing the ball straight on the temple. Honestly, if that hadn't hit the back foot, he'd have been 4 for -14. 3 for -9. Swart bending it. Barlow, composed young man. Swings in, jumps down on it. Into the roof net and across for 2.
Gets a bit of swing.
Yeah, gets a lot of swing.
And he's right there.
And that first over that he bowled really put South Africa on top. You know, he really did make a difference. Caught on the leg side next a couple of times. Rasa Pereira hits it, but fielder hits the stumps, and that is out. Can we see that from the far end, guys? Can we have a look at that from the keeper's end? Great bit of work there from the South Africans. Can we see that from the keeper's end? Here we go. Hits it. What's the touch here? Touch.
Nicely done.
Did he touch that between his legs? I think he touched that between his legs. Onto the stumps for the out.
I was concentrating on the stumps and the batter. Didn't.
Always watch out when the South African. Can we watch this again, please? The South African leg side line fielder comes in between the batter and the bowler. The Mankad's on the cards. If you watch it on the replay, I'm not sure if we'll see it. Right now, you can see the fielder's outside the non-striker. When he comes into the inside line, Mankad's on.
So that's a cue for maybe the non-striker, but whether he'll pick that up is a different story.
Yeah, you'd imagine what they do is the guys who are going to do this don't show it during the tournament so no one knows. If you know, you just stay, right? Pereira, though, now, I think they might have picked him quite deliberately for that. Angry. Hits it hard. I think they're quite happy to have Pereira hitting it hard. He's a good bat. South Africa have given the message here to their players. I don't think they've got any problems. 2 overs to beat the time penalty. 8 minutes there. I can't see what the rush is.
5 for -13.
5 for -13. Look, you put that 13 on that score, and New Zealand's
Much
50.
better, yeah.
You know, so it makes a massive difference. There will always be a lot of different opinions about Mankads, right? Personally, for mine, I believe if you're leaving early, these things happen. You know, it's part of the game.
Yeah, it's only
people
fair.
think it's bad sportsmanship. You know,
It's only fair, right? If you're trying to get an unfair advantage. Starting up.
New Zealand over 40 versus South Africa. Paul Knight. It is on this court here, court 1. You should have it. You should be hearing me. And mate, just wishing you the best. Hope you're having a quiet, relaxing day back there in the hotel for New Zealand. Barlow. Look for mine. I know it's a weird thing, but for me, 50 is a big number. And look, South Africa might just smash it down. South Africans complaining about the run. Barlow, the batter tells him. Barlow sits to the umpire, hit my leg, it's only one. Umpire takes it off. They just man-cad you, Rob. They just man-cad you. Why are you giving them runs? 37. 16 balls left. New Zealand need 50. Pereira. Good athlete. Bowls quite sharp. Needs to get the face of the bat on the ball and get to the other end. Eugene Zwart bowling for South Africa.
Trying to go big again.
Hey, was Smith. Good third pair, brings New Zealand in. Back into it. Runs on the board. It's true, isn't it, Was? You've played a few of these kind of games. Runs on the board are huge, aren't they?
Pronounced as Bo-Bo box.
Boo-Boo is pronounced as Boo-Boo. That'll be out. Henrik, you laugh right now, buddy, but something will happen to you guys. Honestly, when you guys get a bad decision or something and start complaining, I'm going to be going, nah, if your man can, laughing back at you. Pereira not really in the shot.
Happening since 2010.
Jonathan, there's a lot of things been happening since 2010 we don't like. I'm okay with the man cad, really, no problem. Pereira trying to hit that from short, straight.
Yeah, especially in the indoor game, batsman trying to leave the crease is unfair advantage for the fielding side.
Yeah, look, it's true.
So
if Eddie Dickinson was 20 years younger in his prime, he would go real good on this stage. Going to believe you, Jordan. Don't know who he is, but I do believe you. -5. 2 overs left, and I think New Zealand's got to turn this to runs. They've got to find a way here. The first way, always, hit the ball in the middle, call well for a few balls, create some momentum, and then counter-attack off that momentum is the way for me. 58 in the last 4 UAE against Australia.
Paul, that 50 looks a long way now.
It does look a long way, but look, as a batting side, really, we can talk about these things. They just need to focus on, okay, next 2 or 3 balls here, bat well, call well, and then we'll look to be positive. They don't need to worry about getting too far ahead of themselves.
Now they're trying to be cautious because normally you would see that being hit straight down.
Look, I think Pereira batting last. He's probably the most aggressive of the New Zealand bats, but he's probably in the team for his bowling more than his batting.
Yep.
He's definitely someone that can get out. Good 2 there. Oh, gosh. That hits and they're down another one. I do wonder, and I said that I'm pretty impressed with New Zealand's approach overall, and I understand they're getting right now they're getting smashed. I do get that right. I like that being positive, but I wonder about reversing the second and third partnership for New Zealand. The 2 hitters batting second could have batted third when the ball's a bit old and the bowlers aren't quite so good, and the 2 guys who, Jurisic is a hitter on the ground, more classical if you like, could have batted second. Maybe they felt Perks needed the ball to be not quite so new. I don't know, but just a thought, something that will be worth some conversation over the next 6 months.
Oh, couldn't get that away.
New Zealand still 1, ricochets off the stumps. Pereira here just needs to calm a little bit. Going big at everything and missing a lot of it, just needs to calm down and hit the ball out of the middle. And that is not much more than a full toss. Doesn't really look at doing any damage to it. I just think he's trying to hit it too hard. And don't get me understand, if you haven't played one of these games, understand this. There's a massive amount of adrenaline. These guys have spent the whole morning, they've woken up nervous. Many of them will have struggled with breakfast. Got a little bit of food down, will have struggled. They'll have been nervous. And that's just South Africans, New Zealanders, all of these guys. It's just part of playing at this level, right? You're about to be tested. There's a bunch of people watching on the stream. Your family's watching. You're playing for your country. You know, you get out there, there's a lot of adrenaline early. Runs for Pereira. Good bit of this South African fielding unit has fielded well, haven't they? They're taking good catches, good run-outs. Barlow swinging heavily, running.
Oh.
He'll be pleased that missed.
It is there just to keep players honest.
Thanks for that, Brian. Oh, close. If I hadn't just said how well they had with fielding, they would have hit.
Oh.
New Zealand into the 40s there, just didn't need it, you know. One of the things I don't like as a coach is guys getting out of the middle of the bat. If you hit it in the middle, you should hit it a place that's safe, right?
That's exactly what I want to say. He struck it well, but unfortunately off the net.
Jarko Erasmus was at Mankad twice on a consecutive board with New Zealand. It's payback now. Look, Henry, that's completely different. That's completely when New Zealand Mankads.
That's 7.
Yeah. Shot.
Out
when
of
New
nowhere.
Zealand Mankads. That's everyone's from Barlow. That's okay. When South African Mankads, that's bad sportsmanship. It's completely different. There's nothing the same about that at all. Of course, I'm only kidding. Mankads are part of the game. And I'm sure when Rassi beats his record and gets Mankads 3 times in a row when they're batting, he won't mind.
Don't be like that. Be nice.
Great bit of work. Look at him. He's been fired up all week. Andre Jans van Rensburg touches it. Can we see it from the keeper's end? Can we see this bit of work from the keeper's end? Hits it. Nice bit of work. Jumps. Left-handed touch. Hits the stumps.
Super work.
And then New Zealand needed those runs. If I could be a little bit critical, New Zealand batter needed to dive. Needed to give himself a chance. South Africans are getting together in there and they're going, we've done the hard work, boys. Just bat well. I would think South Africa's saying, let's be in front with a partnership to go. You know, have some space here. Let's do some highlights and we'll have a break.
මිනිස්සුරු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින්
එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever.
So we're back live for the South African chase. Just 41 required.
Yeah, New Zealand has little choice now but to stay with their approach to the bat, right? They've got to be positive. They can't do that. You can't bowl wide to no balls when you're trying to defend 40. And just remember, I think 50 is defendable in a big final.
Yeah.
So 40, you know, it's not really what you want, but you can make it work. You've got to bowl that. Well bowled from Dan Van. Swings back right onto middle. Phil makes it hard. Can he hit that straight down the ground? He can. And you want him to take the risk. You want to encourage him to take risks. Swings back in. Dot.
Andreas Van Rooyen and Van Rensburg.
Andre Jans Van Rensburg at this end, and is it? There's a wicket for New Zealand early. Honestly, at this point, that will cause absolutely no concern in the South African camp. But you get a couple, and all of a sudden they'll breathe a little more deeply.
And now, from this match, skin points not relevant.
Van Rooyen out early. 1 ball left. That's the game for New Zealand. They've got to be going. We need to look. We need to create 2 chances and over, and we need to get 1 of them. And if we can do that, we'll be in this game for a long, long time. South Africa, they just go and look. We just want to pick good options, hit the middle of the bat, call well, and we'll progressively just take them out of the game. UAE got 74 batting first against Australia in the 1 versus 2 semi in the over 40s grade. And honestly, I think that's going to be a ripper.
Still going.
Still going. Okay, still going.
And play, thank you, Joel.
I think Joel Thompson's been one of the finds for this New Zealand side at this World Cup. Every time I've seen him, he's played really well. Now they're going to ask me to find a wicket. Watch the cramp, how low it is. Look how low those hands are. Just swing the ball. Honestly, to start with, just swing the ball into his front hand. Watch where he goes here. So low. You think he's low now. And as Thompson gets closer, it goes lower.
Yeah, he goes lower.
Swing the ball into the front leg. Hits it flat. And there's a wicket for New Zealand. And now, right now, there'll just be a little bit of South Africans looking over. A little glance nervously between them. They should win this game easily. This is all New Zealand can do, right? Get a wicket and over. Scotty Jones, well done. Breaks the stumps. Excited. Long way to go. Create 2 chances and over. Finish 1 of them. Bowl good length. Swing the ball in. I quite like this from right arm over into his front knee. Gets really deep. 2 full. Hits it down and up.
I would like to see a ball short, but with pace, with short.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That would surprise him.
I'd love to see, as an example, Scotty Jones come right arm around the wicket and bowl bumpers at him. You'd certainly be interested in how he handled that from where he is. But, you know, there's only so much that available in this New Zealand attack. Full and straight. Push back down. All of a sudden, I think you could typify this as a nervous start from South Africa, right?
Correct.
There's a little bit of that tentative that looked. All of a sudden, they've gone from being completely confident to feeling a little bit of pressure. But this is New Zealand's moment.
Exactly what they wanted.
They've got to keep going, right? There's no bowling your 8th best bowler now and letting him go for 10. Game over, you're out of there. What you've got to do is find another couple of chances and convert 1 in this over and continue to be really positive. And they're going to go to Mark Juricic or Scotty Jones to bowl. I think it's a really good decision.
It's on a third ball.
It's on third ball. Lefty facing. You can almost guarantee he's going to bowl an off cutter, outside off stump, see if he can go past the
Make
bat.
it hard,
Yeah. Or they'll listen to the commentary and Scotty Jones is going to bump him. Or Jursic is bowling.
For the fuller delivery.
Batted very well, Mark Jursic, but the full toss on third ball, not the best outcome for New Zealand.
Maybe trying to bowl him the Yorker, but just overcooked it.
Quite possibly. Staying around the wicket. Bowl at the stumps. Bowls at the stumps. A little bit of width. Goes into the roof. Got to stop that.
Now will that short ball come? Will we get a short delivery at the left hand?
Yep. Wide. Jursic batted very well, but he's gone full toss wide here. This is the hard part with small totals. You can't have long periods where you don't play super cricket. He's just got to get this, but now he's just got to get this into top of middle. So I'm going to say again, that's a full toss outside off stump. Tentative. That should have gone. Back corner, 4 or 5 runs. I think South Africa feeling some pressure here. New Zealand, got to keep at them. Too wide. Still nearly out. Creating chances.
Those have to hit.
I think that's good. I think that's a dot. Umpire will call it.
Yes, it is. 3 done.
Yeah,
6.
I'm still trying to find out what happened on the last ball. Is it wide? Is it good? Is it caught
It's
behind?
good.
It's good?
Yeah.
Oh, yep, you're through. Yep, got it. 6. New Zealand would have taken that as a starting point. Lawrence Watson, that's a re-bowl over. He's not their best bowler. He's a good bat, you know. Again, can't afford to go for 10 here. All the good work's undone. Can he get a wicket? Bowling over. Uses the angle. Coming around the wicket to the right-hander.
So we may see him finish off early.
May what, sorry?
We may see him finish it off early. His 2 overs, because if he's
Bowls are wide. Again, look, human beings are human beings. They've bowled wide in every game they've played in their lives, but right now New Zealand needs the very best out of them. Well bowled, that's better. That line there, a little bit of a chance in the air, doesn't get hit, but an opportunity. New Zealand fielding with not sure. I personally don't love this option. That's a good line. Make him work. 2 to go for Watson. New Zealand would dearly love one more single figures for South Africa here. He's got to bowl it really tight if he's going to bowl this line for mine. Oh, Van Rensburg drives. So Andre Jans Van Rensburg on 3rd ball, last ball of the first partnership. He'll be thrilled with 1, delighted with 2. New Zealand want a wicket here.
I think he was in.
Yeah, I thought he was in. I wouldn't mind having another look at it though, just to be sure. Can we have a look at that from the other end as well, just to check that bat's grounded. Yep, no, I think that's fair, isn't it?
That's done. 4 done. It's 12 on the board. We go for a short break.
Let's go for a short break, eh?
මෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම
Really, South Africa in control of this chase. Just one good partnership and they'll be home. But they look a bit tentative. They've sent out Swart, who bowled superbly, and Jacob Erasmus for this one. Van bowling a second for New Zealand. Ball swinging.
Might be looking at getting a couple of wickets here. Just to put the pressure back on.
Yes. Look, New Zealand again, they've got to be aggressive. They've still got Rasa Pereira, who's useful with the ball, who hasn't bowled. So they've still got plenty of bowling out there, to be fair.
That should be it. That should be it.
That hits and that's out. And there's another wicket. And we'll see more tentative again. One good partnership South Africa gets home. Do you know how South Africa's tentative? Doesn't hit that, but tentative. Do you know how you can tell South Africa's tentative?
Yeah.
The chat gone.
Yeah.
We haven't seen one comment from since it was their first wicket. South Africans off the chat, back home, feeling a little bit nervous. 7 in the 5th.
Everyone keenly watching.
Positive.
That would have
missed.
been number 2.
At least played positively, but Rasa Pereira misses the stumps. Otherwise, we're -10. What did I say? 2 wickets and 2 balls in a chase makes a massive difference. Dan Van, too full, swinging though. Walking back, talking to himself. It's not because he's insane, he's just reminding himself what he's trying to do here. Gonna swing it in at the top of leg pole, aren't you, Dan?
Again, full.
I don't know how many of the South Africans are, but Dan Van is a World Series grade winner. Over 30s in South Africa 2013, I think it was. The game that Ian O'Brien and Lee Kelly got home after the power cut. Dan Van in that squad for New Zealand. No one in New Zealand confirmed. Jackie, you'd know, wouldn't you? Is Dan Van Coach Cook Islands? I'm sure I saw him off coaching in a World Cup, qualifying pool where you've got to qualify to go to another qualifying pool in the islands. Jones. I like this. New Zealand needs the scoreboard to help them. You've got to get the scoreboard to put the pressure on for you. As I said earlier, I think this is the best I've seen Scott. To be around the scene, been a good player for a long time, but I just feel the second half of this year, he batted in a semi-final in the New Zealand Masters clubs under a lot of pressure and just got home.
Sitting in a meeting and watching cricket. Got to allow split screen.
Gentlemen, got to take the chances. And it just seems to put another level of confidence in him. And he had a massive final in that grade. Brianna, that honestly, these things are so easy to say, right? As a player, how hard are they to do?
Oh.
Fielders fielding the ball. I'm not sure about this. South Africa just drives through. Big gentleman. Umpire needs to let them know. Now, I'm not sure that's actually... There weren't only fielders in the middle. Can we have a look at that again, please? Can we have a look at it?
But the batsman is also supposed to run straight, yeah?
No. If the fielder's fielding the ball, the batter has to go around him. Okay? So let's have a look at this, please. I think just a quiet chat from the umpire here. Hey, First Plays. I'm not quite sure who you are because your name's First Plays, but hey, hope you're doing well. I don't think there's any for a penalty or anything there. Andres is struggling between the wickets. The umpires just need to say, here we're going to see the replay now. So there's the ball. He picks it up. No, that's on the New Zealand guy. He's not fielding the ball. He's got no reason to be there.
Yeah, that's right. Because the guy on the left was picking the ball. The guy in the right was running across. There you see. Ball is in.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. He stayed away from the fielder fielding the ball, hit the fielder, not fielding the ball, and he does have some rights there.
Yeah.
The guy doing the commentary with me is Michael Adams, one of the local commentators. Tell us about your commentary history, Michael. What have you done?
I do a lot of outdoor.
What level of outdoor?
Outdoor commentaries for the Papare.
Yep, for which level of outdoor cricket?
School cricket.
Yep.
Mainly school cricket.
Cool. We've got
done indoor cricket. Every time they had it here for the last 3 occasions.
It's done indoor cricket. Look, one of the things that I really enjoyed the other day was one of the grades, Sri Lanka, got tight in a game. And all of this production and the commentary room really got into it, right? And you can tell they do know what's going on, which is really great, right? Awesome bowling by your father, Dan, eh, Cody? Yeah, Dan Van, father of Cody, makes me proud. And yes, Dan, his coach, Cook Island outdoor team. Thanks, Cody. I thought it was Cook Islands. Thanks for the confirmation. I really appreciate it. And fine player, Dan Van. Score 16 after 6. You know, South Africa should win this game. One good partnership and they're clear. Great to see New Zealand fighting hard.
1 -5 or 2. And then we're going to have a cracker.
Look, Rasa Pereira, my understanding would be first tour for New Zealand. Big game. He's quick and he's bowling with shape, but he can't bowl at the outside edge here. He's got to bowl at middle and leg and swing it away. Better. Everything he's done his entire life of cricket and outdoor cricket, he's now got to ignore. If he bowls at the outside edge, they'll hit 2s and they'll start and cruise away. Straighter. Make him work. No problem for New Zealand. Maybe it's 1, maybe it's 2. Probably it's 1. No problem. We made him work. That's all we've got to do. New Zealand's bowler's job is to try and make them hit the ball flat on the ground and bring the fielding team into this. Great chase. If you're in New Zealand and you're enjoying this chase, can you tell us you're enjoying it?
Good early call.
Half chance. Good early call. But again, made him hit it flat. Little opportunity. Just keep doing that. And see if you can pick 1 or 2 up. You know this if you're New Zealand side. You go, look, we've basically lost. Nothing to lose here. Let's just be aggressive.
Well, I don't think they would think of it as basically lost. They still think they're in it.
They'll feel like they're big outsiders here, and they are big outsiders here. But that's a great thing, you know. You've got a few new guys out there, lots of pressure. You don't load them up and say, let's go and defend 40. We've got to take every chance. But you just go, look, they're the favourites here. We've got nothing to lose. Let's go out there and be really positive, bowl good areas. This third ball, oh, another. And see what we can create, you know. And you know, the truth remains, you know, South Africa's a good side. 1 good batting partnership, game over. You know, 1 wicket and over, New Zealand probably win it.
Yeah, that's what, that's my thinking. You can strike once or twice in close succession. You're putting a lot of pressure on South Africa.
You really are. I think, you know, Watson to come in and bowl his second here. And I think these re-bowl overs and small defences are really important because, you know, he's not your strongest bowler if he's bowling a re-bowl over, most likely. Yeah. If he bowls 2 wide, it's just for 3 2s and goes for 10 here. It's a partnership.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
So, you know, you really need these guys to bowl really well. You want Watson to start on off, straighten it up. There's a wicket for New Zealand.
There you go. There you go. The score comes down now. Now, within the next 3-4 deliveries, if you can pick up 1 more. That's a lot of pressure.
Oh, look, if they can pick up another one here and have the first 2 partnership score 10, they'll be delighted. I think for now, they'll be wanting Watson to not, well done, to not get too full.
Yeah, dot ball.
Look at Pereira running back to cover on the offside. Lots of enthusiasm out there for New Zealand.
That's what you need. Energy on the field.
Yes.
Just try to back up, not give anything away. You start to see that means they're pretty confident.
Yeah.
Just one quick to make it interesting.
I think the comment was right. I think dealing with this, and I think it's Andres Van Rooyen just carrying a little knee niggle. Here we go, both the same edge.
Hesitation.
Nothing happens. That's fine for New Zealand, right? Just keep creating the chances. Keep creating the chances. You know, often in the cricket we're looking to bowl dots and ones.
Yeah.
And here you're not really. You're just looking to create something. How can I create half a chance for one of the guys down there? Pereira comes back, grabs it. I think that's 2. 1 ball left. South Africa behind the chase right now.
Oh, was that?
I think that, yeah, look at the keeper. That was, again, Perks looks devastated, but really, that's an inside edge just standing a foot from the bat. You don't get them all. Still, South Africa 1 behind par at the halfway mark. I'm going to say this. Let's go to break. I'm going to say let's go to break.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්න බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. Like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලේට ටකරන් සීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ වෙවුලන්නේ. තාදියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රැට කැමර තියන්න.
රැට කෑමක් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඔකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ තන්තිපට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි කෑ ගන්නෙ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද?
I'm at day.
About to start up again here. I think there was more positive. Look, I think this is a really important 2 overs. I think I said at the start, right, in a chase, if the underdog can keep the favourite in the game till about the 10th over, pressure starts to build on them. I don't think South Africa came here today thinking they were going to be eliminated. And if you can bowl 2 good overs, at 4, you get them at a point where they do stay, there's 4 runs. They do start thinking about being eliminated. And so New Zealand's got to stay in the fight for another 10, 11 balls here for mine. And then the pressure really does start to ramp up.
Yes, you need to keep chipping.
Need to keep chipping. Just need to keep creating, you know. New batter, get one early.
Oh, that would have been close.
Boy, Raza Pereira is everywhere all of a sudden, isn't he? Just putting in. He thinks his team might win this. Comes off Dan Van's arm into the middle. Team picks it up. Good awareness, well done. Jurisic, one of their best bowlers, going for 7 this over. That's a problem for them.
None for 15.
Oh, good delivery mark. Dot. Could easily have been -5. First time we've really seen the batters in that partnership not look in control. Australia on 17, chasing 70 odd. I think around the 6th over, can't quite see that. 18 and -1 at the moment for that skin. 10th over, 7 so far. Better start. That's a very good into cricket shot.
New Zealand needs to strike now to keep the game alive.
I agree. Barlow, don't throw it away, Rob. It's great hands. Don't throw it away. Isn't it cricket a brilliant game?
It is.
You score 40 all of a sudden, 10 overs later, you're still in the game. How many people watching this game thought New Zealand would still be in the game after 10 overs? In fact, I reckon most people thought South Africa would be 40 runs in front by now, right? But indoor cricket's a funny game and chasing is very hard. We're on 3rd ball. Here's the opportunity. Joel Thompson, one of the finds of this tour for New Zealand. Bowling, we've got Rajan Damon out there.
Oh, leg side.
Oh, I thought that was 3rd ball. Has to have been called wide.
Given hands wide.
Look, it's Ward. Fist in front of him, telling his mate, well done, buddy. We're okay here. 2 balls left in the 10th. It's been a good over.
Need run fast. That's it. That's coming. No?
No, the keeper couldn't get the bails off. Direct hit, that was out. If we get a look at that from the bowlers, it'd be great to have a look, but I think it needed a direct hit. Round the corner, Van. Yeah, direct hit. Just took too long. Yeah, it took too long to get him off. Direct hit. It's more time. Damon's asking for timeout.
Change your bat, go and change it. One.
Asking for a time off, is it?
Yeah. Michael Guest, I think, is our umpire up there. Very experienced official. For mine, whenever I see Michael Guest in the umpire's chair, I felt like you're going to get a good game.
135 here.
Look, where they end out is actually really important. You know, this partnership gets to 45 for South Africa, big thing for them. I think that's good.
No, give it as wide.
Always tough. Oz on 21 after 7.3. Got to keep believing. You do indeed, Paul. Both sides, right? Look, I've said this before that I felt that in the selection process for the New Zealand sides that the over 40s was, if you like, the last grade considered. Some players went from 40s to 45 to help strengthen that side. Some players from 40s played 35 to get that strong. And those left over played this side with some more players. What Dave Ericsson's done with this side is showing what you can do.
Yeah.
Committed, hard, basics good. I watched them play South Africa on the far courts, maybe yesterday before, and I spectated after just said, you know, they lost badly. But I just said, man, they created a lot. If they could just take what they're creating, they could beat any side. And today they've taken a lot of what they've created. Bit deceptive through the glass, through the camera. Perks looked quite sharp to me yesterday. Looks a bit slower here, but I think it's just the camera.
Oh, ball.
Dot.
You don't buy experience.
You don't buy experience at Pick and Pay. From what I remember, Martin, from South Africa, you buy lollies at Pick and Pay. There's one in Cape Town across the road from the bar we used to go to, which is next to the Harley Davidson dealer. You probably know where it is. Come on, New Zealand, fight real hard. Yeah, look, I agree with that, Marshall, but really, more importantly, come on, New Zealand, execute really well here. Hit your areas. Create some chances. Pick one up. It's been a very good over. You know, he's caused some problems, but he hasn't managed to make one happen yet. And look, that's a good South African partnership. They're running well. They're calling well. They've fought through this over. You know, New Zealand really, Perks has bowled really well. They've got through. They're good players. They are, after all, in a semi-final of an over 40s World Series.
Too short.
And over.
So Lawrence Watson's bowled the 2 re-bowl overs so far. He'll bowl the re-bowl over for New Zealand. Australia 18-3 for the first 2 skins, 21. They're on 28th in the third, chasing 74 at the moment. You'd say UAE ahead in that game. Come on, New Zealand, fight hard here. Last over of the partnership, the 12th here. A little bit of a break while a few things are sorted out. Clock still going. Scotty Jones on the back. Bowling for New Zealand. We've had Perks. Rob Barlow. Oh, well bowled, Rob. Look, I think Rob Barlow's going to bowl. Oh, there's another wicket for Australia. Rob Barlow's going to bowl outswingers and offies. And what he's got to do is bowl them straight and reasonably full. Reza Pereira looks fired up. Plenty of bowling left for New Zealand, and the question is, makes some space, hits it, well played. That's the case for both sides, Donovan. East does it here for straight, the mistakes will come. It is true. The question now is, can South Africa get this last partnership a little bit of a lead? Barlow. That's a good one if you ask me.
That's good.
Well done, Eugene and Regine. I think that's fair. I think we have seen Eugene Zorts and Rizan Demont come in and bring South Africa the big partnership I was talking about, the solid partnership. One partnership will win them, I see. Won it for them, I see. That hasn't quite done it. Stay calm and stick to the basics, South Africa. Easy to say, John Ray. Honestly, it's easy to say from your living room. Boy, it's hard to do out there. There's a lot of adrenaline. There's a lot of pressure. No doubt that we wanted to experience Kiwis trying to say the right thing at the right time to get under the skin of South Africans. Barlow, the off-cutter.
That was the third ball.
Third ball. Positive intent. Gets away with it. 2 runs. 1 ball left. New Zealand would love a wicket to bring this last partnership in front. I'm not even sure South Africa will run here. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they defend and go out on 41. I would run here personally as a coach. But I think they might do that. Take the lead. And look at him. Look at him. There's an excitement out there. And why not? You've just set your team up to win a World Cup semi-final, World Series semi-final. Well played, those two. They've been brilliant, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. Come back after a break.
We'll come back after a break.
I'm at day 6 of the Masters.
Here we go. Scotty Jones with the job. 3 balls in, 1 run for South Africa. And this is the question now. One of the big questions is, why have they asked them to close? Have they asked them to close because they don't think they're very good bats and they want to be well in front? Or they asked them to close because they're ice cold and they believe in these moments they'll play their best cricket? Can be either.
New Zealand need to go now.
New Zealand will go through in the 45s, in the 40s, facing elimination, but boy, they've been good.
They need to go. They need to go now. You can't let South Africa run away with this now.
Oh, look, I think New Zealand, you're spot on, right? At the end of the day, Michael, New Zealand has no choice here. They've got to bowl. Best bowler, next best bowler, next best bowler.
And the best bowler.
Yeah, that's it. They've got no choice. They've got to be prepared to be they're just looking. The message is really simple. Bowlers be aggressive and fielders have soft hands. When you get your chance to get the ball in hand and complete it, 1 wicket here and their scores are tied. I would say New Zealand probably in 3 overs, 3 wickets will win it for them. They would like decision review system right now. It's worth a run. It's worth an out-turn, a partnership. But they're without it.
I think they need to go now.
Pereira bowls. I think they hit the leg. I think it's a good ball. 3rd ball.
You need those wickets chipping away. Put some pressure. Make them do something different. Make them go for that back net. Try to.
Third ball for Raja Priya, who's bowled pretty well. He'll be looking to get past the bat. I think he'll go wide of off stump here. Does. They get it. One. They get through. Well played from South Africa, right? That's one thing about it, right? New Zealand's going to have all these plans. South Africa are not going to make it happen very easily for them.
Yeah, definitely. -5 fast here, just to keep it interesting. New Zealand back in the game then. Oh, that came in.
Came in. Great fun. Look, it's great fun. And I think, every closing batter on the planet has a memory of losing a game they should have won. Right?
Yes.
And right now, that memory pops back into your head. You just got to push it back out and go next ball. Do I need what? No, I just need next ball. And South Africans will be really conscious. Pereira needs that to hit. South Africa advancing in ones.
That's the good thing. They're getting it down and up, and it's going really up. So safely running. Well, even the ones, the further they get, they have much more chances to relax up.
Look, and this is the game, right? New Zealand's got to create something. All South Africa's trying to do right now is take balls out of the match. We're in front. Every time there's one less ball, that's a win for us, you know? So 13 needed. South Africa 10 in front. Again, look at this point for mine. South Africans holding their hands, full face. What New Zealand needs to do is one or two things. When they bowl length, New Zealand's bouncing them for ones, right? Yeah. So you've got two choices. You jam it up on a Yorker so it's hard to bounce, or you try bowling towards seeing how they play, if they're really set up to play straight. What New Zealand can't do here is stay on the length. And really, this is getting to the point. This is getting to the point where you have to concede that it's hard for New Zealand to put them under pressure,
Because I've seen them, the moment they go short, they just change it and go to the side net.
And New Zealand, when they started, maybe needed 3 outs and 4 overs. They probably need 4 outs and 2 overs now. Barlow. Been a bit of a magic arm for them.
That's what they'll have to try and do. Try and get it low so that the fielders have a chance to getting their hands on it, or deflection, and make the batters.
Very much. Now I think
37 to the Aussies total.
So halfway there, and I think they are late
in the third. This is the third skin, I think.
In the third skin.
Or is it the third skin is finished? Maybe.
We've already had a mini game and a super overs, they call them, which was tied. Well, this has been a very tight competition. We're going to see more of those come. Barlow, well bowled. South Africa doing well here. Quite happy to take the dots, take a ball out of the game. Even here, if they get third ball, they're really okay just to keep doing this. They've only got to get 1 or 2 right. Barlow comes round the wicket.
There.
Yeah, he just needs that to go to hand, right?
Yeah, one of those have to go.
Soft hands. You need soft hands.
15 ahead.
Yeah.
They'll need at least 4 dismissals.
Look, as I said, I think that this New Zealand over 40 side was a bit of a leftovers side. I mean that with no disrespect to the players, right? I think New Zealand targeted some other grades. Boy, they've been good, haven't they? Had a solid tournament. Really stood up. Oh, just a bit of an outfit hit. Have really stood up. Knight, if you're watching this at home, be proud of your boys. I think they've been awesome. And Dave Erickson as well, In the end, a bloody good side. And look, looks like they're going to go out and win it by 20-odd runs, but really, we know that it was very, very tight till very, very late. I think the applause down there suggests Australia have scored some runs.
5 runs.
5 runs.
49 now.
We're in the 12th. So we're in the last partnership, 49. They still need 25. UA's job is to take that back net away.
Cheering again there, so that maybe another 5.
Hayden perched the ball the last.
Now it's gone to 52. So getting a 5 and a 3.
Don't know who's batting last for Australia, but they'll be good. Really, again, why would you re-bowl that, buddy? What's the point of re-bowling that delivery? Scored 15 in the first over. Saw line on the court next door. Sorry.
Peter Lee. Do you know the name? Peter Lee and Gline with a and K. Gline K. Gline. Find this.
Last over, and at this point, congratulations South Africa. I thought they were seriously tested here, and they've come through it really well. One of the good things, don't re-bowl it, buddy. Why would you re-bowl it? Guy this here's going, why would you re-bowl that? We want to go and get in the ice, get in the pool, and cool down and start getting ready. We've got to play possibly Australia in an elimination final this evening. We need to go and have a break. Chance missed. That's okay. We're just winding her out here.
So Peter Lewis and
Peter Lewis, brother of
and
David
Knox.
Lewis.
And Knox.
And Knox. Glenn Knox.
They
They come
batting
back.
over there.
Lewis, big game player, brother of David Lewis. I've been saying he might be his son, but he's the brother of David Lewis. Louis, if you're listening, you won't be listening to this one, will you, Louis? But if you're listening in, hi, buddy. Nice to know you're around still.
57 now to the Aussie score.
Look, if you're at home and you're disappointed New Zealand are going through the motions a little bit here, so is South Africa. It's done, it's dusted. They've given everything they've got. And for mine, it's been a bloody great performance. They've been gutsy and hard, and that's what you want from them. South Africa just too good. Just too good.
And that's the game.
They'll be disappointed. New Zealand will feel if they could have scored 20 more runs. They'd have been right in this game, and they're probably right. So they fought hard. South Africa, clinical really. A little bit tentative through the middle. They'll be aware of that. But they did the job with the ball in the field, and they got the runs done. They had a partnership to come at the end and finish it off. Congratulations to South Africa. They'll be playing the loser of Australia, UAE, in a prelim final, I think tonight at 7:30. I could be wrong, but I think tonight at 7:30. And most importantly, indoor cricket lovers, thanks for joining us. If you're friends and family of the New Zealand side, maybe we're saying goodbye to you from the coverage for a little while. Hope to get you back for other semis and finals, and we'll see the rest of you back later on today.
I'm at day 6 of the Masters World Series. Come to an end to day 6 of the Masters World Series. As we all saw on the live stream and in our videos, it has been an exceptionally action-packed day, and we have a lot more to come in the coming days, so stay with us. You're missing out if you're not here.
හිතට දැනෙන මූවීස් ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලාගන්න. රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Tripped over the top. The Will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennoxie Town. It's the Henson from Turkey Harrison who will stroll in.
Mommy, mommy, pretty please, will you tell me this? What is it that's on my face? Hello everyone! Now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Kokopalooza on POTV.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
යාගේ ගෙදර කවුදෝ මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තත් කොහොම තියෙද?
බොවන්ට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන ඔබ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතරම්බ a win-win situation my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලාගන්න. රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel POTV, the best on demand entertainment.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos? Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race? Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදීන. නානාකාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලොවට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
පොත් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකක්.
කෙල්ලේ හනික වරල්ලා ආසියන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ. ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
කෙල්ලෙක් කවුද කියලා අහුණා.
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට අතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවාකට කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට
මට ඉලක්කයක් නොදෙක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙන්න තිබ්බා.
දාලා දොරට ගැහුවා.
කවුද ගෙදරින්?
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදර අය ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා. Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data බන් ලැතුළු fiber elite rewards දිනා ගන්න. ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න.
මිනිස්සුරු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින්.
එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලට ටකරන් සීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ වෙවුලන්නේ තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රැට කෑම තියන්න.
රැට කෑමක් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඔකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ තන්තිපට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි කෑ ගන්නේ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද?
I'm at day To an end to day 6 of the Masters World Series. As we all saw on the live stream and in our videos, it has been an exceptionally action-packed day, and we have a lot more to come in the coming days, so stay with us. You're missing out if you're not here.
හිතට දැනෙන movies ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්න ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. රිවයින්ඩ් කරන option එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
India
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Tipped over the top. The Will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennoxy Town. It's the Nixon. Got Kirky Harrison who will stroll in.
Everyone, now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Kokopalooza on Pure TV.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
යාගේ ගෙදර කවුදෝ මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
බොමට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන ඔබ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතරම්බ a win-win situation my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න. Fiber Elite rewards දිනා ගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලා ගන්න. Rewind කරන option එක සමගින් එකී මේකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos? Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race? Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණය.
So good afternoon everyone. This is game 3 on the 8th day. And now it's business end. Joining me Viren. Game 4. Sorry. Game 4. Joining me Viren. Paul has just left for a break. Saw New Zealand game. Now he needs a break. Now it's Sri Lanka taking on South Africa in the over 35s. And this is 3 and 4 playing each other.
Yep.
And the winner,
Eliminator.
yeah, the loser will say goodbye. And the winner most probably will play one more match today in the night against the loser in court 2. That's 1 and 2, Australia and New Zealand. I'm sure our good friend Paul must be glued to that match. He'll be there.
And Michael, both these teams come off with high confidence into this game. Sri Lanka beating the fancied Australia yesterday, and South Africa having a clean sweep, but a brilliant start by Sri Lanka. And to the beat of the Papare, Sri Lanka are well and truly underway. To all our fans tuning in, drop us your comments. We'll engage with you by the YouTube comments thread. If you're joining us from South Africa or from here,
So there we get messages. Go South Africa.
come on to all our Sri Lankan fans. Give the South African fans a run for their money. Drop us your comments.
And Rumesh bowling the first over, left arm pace, has 1 for -4. Rumesh Pereira. And
Brilliant first over, Michael, setting the tone for the rest of the game.
Willie Brink and Mohammad Aziz for South Africa, 2 batsmen. So after 1 over, it's -4.
Into the attack is the very experienced Dilisara Sasanka. As I said yesterday, Sri Lanka beating the highly fancied Australia. Australia is the only loss in this division. UAE will feel hard done by that they didn't qualify for the semis. They were well placed after beating Sri Lanka last morning. Myanmar. A clean sweep loss against New Zealand yesterday, costing them. You'll see them later on, the UAE, in the plate semi-final. Both these sides are settled sides, Michael.
Well, if you look at the start of this game, the start of yesterday's game against Australia where Sri Lanka played, I think the Sri Lankans were much more pumped. They were on a mission. But here I think the coaching staff may have asked them to go a bit slow. Because if they win this, they need the energy. That's close again. No. They need the energy to play the match against the losers on that court. So they still have a good chance of going to the finals, but they need that energy.
Exactly. And it's going to be stiff opposition this evening for either South Africa or Sri Lanka, facing New Zealand or Australia.
Both these teams must probably the loser on court B, on court 2 and win on this. We'll be playing a game again in the evening today. That is just a 2-hour break. They'll have one match and then they'll have to come on for the last match of the day. I think that's the draw. Because all finals will be
spot on. Just a 2-hour break.
Yeah. So I'm sure they said they don't need to waste energy. Go hard and preserve all the other energy because they were up fight against Australia. It's going to be a crack of a game. I'm sure both courts are going to have 2 crackers. There's no one is going to give any quarter.
And as Paul was saying earlier, there's a different sense of pressure in knockout games.
It's well done by South African batters. 2 runs. Aziz. So 2 done and South Africa on 1. Sure, the Lankan boys would have had a big boost after yesterday beating Australia.
That was a fantastic result.
A very close game.
And it was getting quite tight in the group as well. The UAE were in contention. They were the fancied outfit going into that last round of games. They needed a string of results to go against them.
Yeah.
And everything happened to go against them.
And here the Lankan boys having the local support.
And it's great to see a massive turnout for this game around court 1 of UPro Colombo.
You can see that whole side basically taken up by the supporters.
Sloppy cricket there. Chandima Bekun had an opportunity of effecting a run out. To all our viewers tuning in, feel free to comment and engage with us via the YouTube comments thread. Tell us what your score prediction is for this game, and if you are also glued in to court 2, the game between New Zealand and Australia, please tell us what your score predictions are. Third ball scenario generated by Nilantha Vijayakun.
Apesh, yes.
Fantastic take there by the backstopper, Dilisara Sasanka.
Good anticipation. Watching the ball all the way.
The back stamper, Delisera. Bowled the previous serve and bowled a very tight one at that. So looking at this table, you have USA 30.
We'll get that table up for you in a minute just to explain. In the meantime, it's Tarindu Prashantika, the bowler, and that's gone. -5 the score. Nalin Vimukti, the stumper, the wicket keeper. Brilliant work by him. That's close again. Not given. Better back. That's Mohammad Aziz, I think. Yep. Close call, but safely in. This is the last over in the first skin. Oh, beautifully bowled again. Third ball. What a game this is. Meantime, on court 2, just give you the scores of that. New Zealand batting first on 41.
With 3 deliveries left in that skin. Tarindu Roshantik has been a find for Sri Lanka in this tournament. Came in midway through and delivered. And his all-round prowess has been exceptional.
That's well played.
That's a fantastic start.
But a superb start to this first skin. -1 to South Africa. We'll go for a short break. Come back.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදේව. නානාකාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
කොස් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකටිල්ල.
හනික වරල්ලා ආසියන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ. ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
කෙල්ල කවුද කියලා හුනා?
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට අතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද?
Welcome back to the second skin. Isurumesh runs in, bowls one down the leg side. It was an exceptional first skin for Sri Lanka. Michael Paul was saying earlier, score around 60-70, create some pressure in knockout games. But South Africa far from it. Isurumesh strikes once again.
It's not easy in these tight games get to 60-70, but like you said, 60-70 could be a winning score. So ball coming in, big gap there. Touch where they got a slight inside edge onto the stumps. Oh. Two runs. runs hard to come by. Still on -2. First skin went into the -1. And now at the moment again, second skin is at the moment -1, but goes into the plus.
Absolute ruthless performance by Sri Lanka thus far. And the South African fans have gone quiet in the comments thread after a tentative start.
Well, they're happy that they have won one. And don't write them off, Viren. They're a pretty good side.
You can never write off the Proteas. Brilliant, brilliant outfit.
Sri Lanka on a roll. Oh, nicely ball, bringing it back into the left-hander.
Surprised him with that extra bounce. And at the end of 5 overs, South Africa on parity.
So that's Andre Moolman and Dolph De Beer, the two batters. Andre on -1. De Beer on 2. Chandima Abekun, the bowler. So after 5 overs, South Africa team total is still 0. That's how tense this finally. This we can call this a quarter final basically. Eh?
Exactly.
It's just like a quarter final.
Yeah, if either of these teams is going to win the championship, they have to win 3 games on the trot. A brilliant run out effected by Nilantha Vijayakun. That was fantastic work. Anticipated the rebound. That was exceptional stuff. 2 batters for South Africa, Dolph De Beer and Andre Moolman, feeling the pressure.
Oh.
Sri Lanka are up for this challenge, Michael.
They want every ball to be a dismissal. They're just trying to throw wickets down from both sides.
And a quick point, many members of this side, Kolita Puarachi, Dilisar Sasanka, Chandima Mekun, Rumesh Pereira, Isuru Umesh, basically nearly this entire 11, Nalin Vimukti, Nilantha Vijayakun, basically nearly all 8 of them won the England Asia Cup earlier this year. So they have big game, championship winning experience.
I think that is very, very crucial. That's where the Aussies also, when they come into finals, they know how to win it.
Absolutely ruthless. That commitment, it's 110% being shown by the Sri Lankans out there. Just look at that.
Oh, dangerous.
Very
Landed on the batsman. But that shows the commitment. Just eyes on the ball.
Chandima Bekun 1 for 1 after his first over. 10 overs to go in the innings. South Africa on 1.
Papare band in play. Everyone enjoying it.
South Africans will be used to it in their part of the world. For any sport, there's a lot of music, a lot of bands in the background. The atmosphere at Port Elizabeth, for instance, during any test match or ODI.
Skipper Kolita Puarachi with his off spinners. Seven runs hard to come by.
Had he gathered cleanly.
Oh, that was a chance.
That was an opportunity.
Nicely played. Tibia. That one came in with the arm, but it was equally good.
Sensible batting now. Just trying to get South Africa to a respectable position at the end of this skin.
I think that's what they need to do. Really good from the South Africans. Not much of pace from the off spinner. I think he better slow it down. Just make them comfortable.
Fantastic batting. Fantastic batting.
That's a 5.
That would be a 5. Great shot there by Andre Moorman.
Pressure off.
And you see him trying to crease, doing the basics right, controlling the controllables.
So slightly in there from Vijay, close to Vijay Kohn, but couldn't get the hand down.
14 on the board with an over to go.
And this is really good batting by this pair. They were in the minus. Somehow come up.
Sri Lankan wicketkeeper Nalin Vimukti to operate the final over of the second skin. And just an update from Court 2, New Zealand are on 65 going into their final over of the second skin.
Oh, that's favored.
And the last one to be rebowled.
You can't afford to do that in that final over. Better off trying to bring it into the left hander. We saw him getting beaten. Has a bit of an issue there. You can see when it was coming in, not very comfortable.
And that's what we noticed when the ball tends to come in, players tend to be more tentative.
See, it's much more easy when he's going away from him.
That fourth, fifth stump
Andre
line gives them that opportunity to use the width.
And I'm sure Andre is the left arm fast bowler, and he is going to swing that ball right into the right handers when Sri Lanka comes to bat. And he has some pace. That's nicely played. Early call. They're unable to gather that. They had there we see that would have been a dismissal if Romesh had been able to get it back. And on his left hand, so they're cautious, not running for everything.
A third ball scenario. They'll have to negotiate this safety there. They've reached a position of respectability, but a dismissal here will peg them back.
That's nicely done. And right back, down and up. Just the 1 run, but safe. Vimukti none for 5. 113. And of Divya on 7. So 22 after 8, and we go for a short break.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතය විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න.
Having a look at the table, we've done some highlighting for you to make things easier. The top 4 facing each other. Now, the teams highlighted in yellow have gone through to the plate semi-final. So, unfortunately for USA and India, this is where their run ends. India narrowly missing out on the plate semi-final, having lost after tying against England. So, England, Sri Lanka, Singapore and UAE will be on these courts next for the plate semi-final.
Well, people watching that might be a bit confused how Sri Lanka has qualified with 12 and UAE with 15.
So, Sri Lanka beat the USA in the...
Yes, when it came to the semi-finals, it was just a knockout.
It was just a knockout.
semi-final,
Yeah.
there was no points involved.
No,
Points
so it
were
was
basically
so
zero.
7, 8, 9, and 10. England, USA, Sri Lanka, and India faced each other. The winner of that plays effectively the semi-final against UAE and Singapore, who finished 5th and 6th.
So Sri Lanka beat
USA, and England beat India
India.
on that after that tied game.
So Ramesh Perra, who has 1 for -1.
Keegan Sipali and Wouter Breutenbad at the crease.
That was a very good second skin. They had 23. Well, in this game, in this particular match, now the skins don't matter.
So if this pair can get to the mid-20s, they've set themselves up very well for posting a daunting total, even though they had an early setback. Harindra Roshantika in for his second over.
So Sri Lanka will want to pull a few back, put a few minuses on the board again.
But South Africa seem to have found their groove now. Sensible batting.
If this pair and the next pair add 15-20 runs, it's not going to be easy. These knockout games.
Look at that running between wickets by Keegan Sipali. Fantastic stuff by the Protea number 47.
As the lose of this tournament ends, something at stake to play for. But on court 2, the loser has another chance.
Against the winner of this game.
Snowball. This is what is not needed. That's better.
2 deliveries left for Tarindra Roshantika. He has a good Yorker in him. Would we see that now?
A pretty decent pace.
Still pitching tad too short for his liking.
Somehow I feel he feels much comfortable bowling to the left-hander.
Two overs left in this third skin.
Chance after some time. And could this fire up the Sri Lankans? Kolitapuara, the skipper, strikes.
And you can
very well
sense,
fielded there.
You can sense the team is buoyed again.
Batsman not in the picture.
They were letting the game drift away.
It's one like that, a brilliant piece of work.
And we speak in knockout indoor cricket, we speak about trying to get 2 in quick succession. If they get 1 more now, Sri Lanka would feel they're well and truly ahead in the game. Kolita Hapuarachi, the skipper, giving Sipali Sambit and a shy at the stumps. That would have been close. The back stumper, Lisa Sasanka, a decent shy at the stumps.
They'll love 1 more. Still giving a lot of room. Opening. Oh.
Yeah, that would have been really, really tight.
Opening all his stumps. Showing his stumps. Oh. Again.
2 opportunities in a row.
They need to hit the sticks. It'll be touch and go. But you need to hit it. Direct hits generally. Both times you didn't see the batter diving in.
And a 12-run swing there because 2 runs of the 2 shots.
Yeah.
And had they gotten those 2 dismissals, it would have been -10.
Well, it maybe still may have given it as in, but you need to hit the sticks just to put the pressure on the umpire.
A brilliant catch there by Chandima Bekod. Fantastic stuff and a well-deserved breakthrough for Kolita Hapuarachi, who's created opportunities in this over. .32 runs with 5 overs to go. Final over of this 3rd skin coming up. Isru Umesh seems to be tasked with the responsibility of running in.
This is where the pressure is needed. The last ball in this skin, 60 plus, is defendable. Let's go, so the definitely defendable. Another chance. No. That was dropped.
And that was a simple grab. He was
But
there,
it
he
was
was well
going
positioned.
away from him, yeah. Aye, come on, guys.
They need to win this. We're waiting for the goal back home in South Africa from Jacqueline Rood. Thank you, Jacqueline, for joining us all the way from South Africa.
They've been playing good cricket. But so has the Sri Lankans.
And they're still in contention across many divisions in this tournament. So, Jacqueline, you might have to have multiple trophy ceremonies back home. South Africa well and truly in contention. Good luck, Jones and Femu from Frosty 09.
Keep it coming, guys.
Keep it coming. Tell us what your score prediction is for this first innings. Jonathan Hatting.
Building nice now, yes. Definitely building nicely.
Very much so. I assume he sent it just before that dismissal.
Chance again, yes. Here's the thing. Suddenly, South Africa tend to lose.
And the brilliance of that, Michael. Rumesh Pereira was off balance. Fantastic direct hit.
Not going to say anything now. So, 2. Hope you will, Frosty. Definitely. Oh, my man, I hope you're back on the court soon.
Lovely to see a cross exchange happening on the comments thread. Keep them coming, guys.
In 4 ways, yes.
Once again, hesitation. And they somehow managed to get back in unscathed. That was another opportunity for Sri Lanka.
20 boys, let's go. Better like a G. The other, I don't know.
Vimukti had dislodged the bails before gathering the ball.
No, but that doesn't. That's not an issue because you, as long as you hit the stumps after that, it's not an issue. That might be given. Yes.
Delisara Sasank, the back stamper, taking a leaf out of Jonty Rhodes' books there against South Africa. A brilliant diving attempt.
I can't be blamed for that. Very well done.
That's a throwback to how Jonty Rhodes dismissed Inzamamul Haq.
Yeah, he was full stretched.
Full stretch.
Going face forward.
1999.
But now Sri Lanka pulling this back again. So Umesh 3 for -6. Had a very good second skin. And now again. Just the one. Not letting it touch the net. So after 12, it's 26 on the board. And we go for a short break.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලා ගන්න රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos. Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race. Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
Vijay.
And an update from Court 2. At the start of the final skid, New Zealand are on 111 against Australia.
This is definitely a funny game with it. Yesterday, Australia just got 41 and fought back against Sri Lanka. It was 41, right? Yeah. And now New Zealand have scored 113. Against that same, almost same, I'm sure, Australian attack. Not sure whether they're playing the same team. Yeah, I can see Andy Solomons playing. I think he's the one bowling now. Pretty decent bowler. Lot of pace. And bowls those cutters. Who opened the batting? Steady.
The opening batters for South Africa were Willie Brink and Mohammad Aziz.
No, I think Aziz was second. Unbelievable fielding from Sri Lanka. Yes, definitely. They are on a high at the moment. Come on, gents. Get some focus. Sure, that's meant for the South Africans. Team Billy and Mo. Super match going on at the moment. Not like them. Unlucky.
Indeed, Graham, Mohammad and Willie, brilliant openers for South Africa.
Sometimes you just have that bad skin. Devon Kruger, do you currently play at 4 Ways Arena? So now they're not running for everything. And a third ball, name from Sri Lanka, Isa Luck. Couple of harsh calls now.
The skipper for South Africa, Marius Lube. One lead from the
reviews?
front.
Yeah. The reviews will be coming into play for the finals. So tomorrow we'll see the reviews. You'll have 110 after 3 strikes against Aussies. Yes, they're 118 now. Shot buster.
A brilliant Yorker there by Dilisara.
And brilliantly played. Let's get into 50 plus, boys. Then feel like champs.
That would be the
Definitely. I think that would be a very good score, 50 plus.
And especially after a negative in the first skin. South Africa will think that if they can be watchful over the next 2 overs, they could get 14 to 18 runs, get to the high 50s.
And maybe with their bowling,
Yep.
50 would be a very good score.
They've got a brilliant bowling attack, have the South Africans.
These close games are always very tight.
Nalin Vimukti, the wicket keeper, coming in for his second over. Interesting to see him used here. Usually someone who bowls in the final skin for Sri Lanka.
That was thrown wild. Been another smart piece of bowling. Just tossed it up. Didn't give much pace. Just had to wait for it. That's a leg side. Don't need to give any free runs. Make them earn it. 45. Looks much better. Once again, the Sri Lankan fielders have gone quiet. All they need is just one dismissal and regenerated.
Exactly.
Vimukti run for 11. Like something happening. Oh, what is that? Concussion test, is it? Just because the ball was just
a routine check. That was
well,
just
the fielder just lobbed it back,
Yeah.
back of the deck, and I think there's nothing wrong. But that has to be done. So, according to the rules,
in the evolution of the game, it's good to see these protocols in place, regardless of the severity of the throw. Yes, it was just a gentle lob.
Yeah, it was.
But it's good to get these.
No, you
place.
can't take chances. Safety first. This gives time for the Sri Lankan skipper to have a few words. You can see urging them on.
I think telling them that every time that they've had a grip on proceedings, they've just let the initiative slip.
Well, that is here. Yeah, yes, you're right. Like I said, the intensity, because yesterday it was totally different. They were really quite a major check. Let's see. I don't think we'll see it because it was at the other end. Okay, we can see it from here.
Gentle lob. There we go.
Yeah. It was not thrown, basically. It was just lobbed, but on the head. So looks like everything is good. I'm sure he is ready to go and waiting to grab his bat. There you see, it was not just a small. So this is the new camera angle, I think. No, that was the one that we had here. Skin has gone to 20. It's all good. 46.
Yeah. Morris Luber. And Jack Bester.
Leg side.
And Jacques Bester is a brilliant all-rounder. Brilliant when it comes to fielding on the court. Reminds us of another Jacques who was brilliant as an all-rounder for South Africa.
I still played that.
Nine Vimukti. This is what he does. Bowls full, straight.
He can vary his pace. Suddenly bowls a bit of a off spin or back of the hand delivery. There you see. Again, slowish.
And there'll be a third ball scenario to open the final over of the innings.
So on 48, like suggested 50, 55, or even a 60. I don't think that will go. Maybe 50, 55. It will be a very good fighting score.
And in a playoff game, New Zealand on 129 with an over to go in their innings against Australia. So provided they defend it, the winner of this game will face the mighty Aussies in the second eliminator, which resembles a semi-final later on this evening. And if New Zealand go through, they get the rest of the day off, and they come in fresh tomorrow evening for the final.
So we have already have Aussies going into one eliminator in the evening today, right? Over 40s. UAE. Another dismissal, was it? No. Not given.
Is that given? No, it's not. It's Rumesh there missing the stumps on that shy.
Where was the wicket keeper? Hands. Let's see that again.
A direct hit would have been curtains, but he missed it completely.
Just the one run. Gandham has one for two. 4 balls left. Oh no. Oh, the fumble. Couldn't gather it the second time, or as bowler's end was pretty hot target. So 50 on the board. That's a 7. This is pretty good.
Fantastic stuff by skipper Marius Luber, leading from the front. .57. Now South Africa looking to get to the 60s. And they get
Just
there.
3. So now this delivery. Will be satisfied with the 60?
Very much so. They were desperate for 50 a short while ago. Now leg side. These are freebies. Chandima Bekun.
Losing it a bit. Unfortunately, 125 plus skin from Sri Lanka takes the game out of South Africa's control.
That's fair. But the assumption is that there is sensible batting throughout. But this has been brilliant work by Marius Luber and Jacques Bester. 36 off the skin. It's been absolutely brilliant stuff. 38 from the skin. Takes their score to 64. And Marius Luber with a contribution of 24, the skipper. And Jacques Bester with a contribution of 14. Indeed, JJ Jensen, what a shot.
Well, 64. Very defendable. Nice, here we go. We'll have a look at the highlights.
And you can see the body language of the Sri Lankans. The momentum is now with South Africa after that final over.
38 in that skin. Thank you for a good comment. But a game is never over until the last ball is played. But we will stay positive and hope.
That's the spirit, Jacqueline Root.
Definitely always positive. Have a look at the highlights and go for a break. Come back with the second innings.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos. Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race. Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
Welcome back to you, Pro Colombo. It's court 1 for the Sri Lankan reply. They need 65 to guarantee themselves a spot in the second qualifier against the loser of the New Zealand versus Australia game over on court 2. The winning side here will have a 2-hour breather before that all-important second qualifier. Of the side that loses today, since it's the eliminator, that will be the end of their campaign here at the Masters World Series 2024 in Colombo.
So Kohli Thapuarachi, the skipper, and Didisara Sasanka, 2 batters. Billy Brink will be the bowler. Left-hander. Kohli, a lot of experience.
Down the leg side to start off with.
Ball is good.
Oh, beg your pardon. Brilliant delivery. Nip him back in.
Well,
Kohli
will have to be careful. Have to play with a straight bat. That's his strong point. He loves that shot. The off, the down and up. Plays it with soft hands. He's a guy who can go for the back net. It's in his zone.
These two will want to set a foundation, get to 2025 in the skin, and settle the nerves in the rest of the batting lineup. Responsible batting.
Yeah. But I think that's what they need to do. Make sure that you get a decent score. You don't need to you don't need to look at 30, 40 runs in the skin. Just not give the -5s away. There we see.
And I also reckon it's important for them to wrestle back the initiative. They lost it towards the end of the last over. South Africa seemed quite buoyed coming out onto the court. But at least in first 2-3 overs,
yeah,
will just get them right back.
Well, the thing is, South Africa can't rest, because if Sri Lanka get off to a decent start, then it's just a case of consolidating after that. You need to put the pressure. You need to get them on the minus, like the first skin for South Africa. 6 in the first over. So Sri Lanka will be the happier. Off De Beer, the bowler. There we see, playing that with ease.
For 3 runs, brilliant placement by Kohli Thapuarachi. He's on 7.
He's very strong on that shot. It's on the off.
There has to be good communication between these. It's an experienced pair for Sri Lanka.
So far they seem good. They're not just trying to run at everything. That was very well fielded. Return was lightning fast.
We have a third ball scenario. The first of the innings. Yep, sorry, the second of the innings. But the first for the Lisara. Let's see how he negotiates it. Played it
He'll go with hard
aggressively.
hands. He'll go with hard hands. Well, that way, even if it goes to a field, it's not easy for them to get it back to the ball at once. So far, 11 on the board in the second over.
Delisera, I hope he hasn't done much damage. He tried to stretch to get back to the non-strikers end. We'll have a short stoppage in play. We'll go in for a quick commercial break and be back.
ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
Look at දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. Like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලෙට ටකරන් සීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ වෙවුලන්නේ තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රෑට කැමර තියන්න.
රෑට කෑමත් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඕකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ අන්තිමට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි කෑ ගන්නෙ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද?
I'm at day 6. Irrespective of your team's performance, win or loss, you have been performing exceptionally well in all the games. What kind of training do you do?
We do have a good code over there in Singapore. So basically, weekly twice we'll be training. So that is, mostly most of the people staying nearby. So it's good for our team to coordinate together as well.
After 2 overs, it's 11.
And this is not good signs for Sri Lanka. Delisera Sasanka hobbling to make his ground. Rolling over his left ankle. And with only 2 hours in between games, if Sri Lanka goes through,
well, he'll be put on ice, I'm sure, after this innings is over. And a painkiller.
52 needed for Sri Lanka. Of the next 84 deliveries.
Seems to be walking okay now.
Good fielding. Preventing the batters from rotating strike. The new bowler is Wouter Breitenbart. Brilliant running between wickets by Kolita. He moves on to double figures in terms of his contribution in the skin. This is playing the supporting act.
This is good batting by the pair. That's a no ball. They know that they don't need to do a lot. Get to about 20. But then they will look to get more.
Played with absolute conviction. That's what he does best.
4 runs.
We get to 20, Michael. with 8 deliveries left.
The more you get close to the target, the more the South African heads are going to fall.
Now that was very close. Let's have a look at it again. Did it come off the glove / bat?
Well, I thought
Seeming to suggest it was off the forearm.
Yeah. I first thought it was bat.
Close call. We'll need an ultra edge for that.
No, but he's looking at
the forearm.
Yeah. Because sometimes it can sting you a bit. Because this is not there are just bowling lollipops here. The immediate reaction is to look at where you got hit, because it stings. So after 3 overs, it's 22, and it's really good going here by the Sri Lankans so far.
43 needed for Sri Lanka. An update over on court 2 after the first skin. Australia are off to a decent start, 36. At the end of the first skin, they require another 108 to win of 72 deliveries.
So they have started well. Well, New Zealand getting 41 in that skin and 36, so just a 5 difference. Always in touching distance. So seems to be a small hold up, is it again? Yeah, they try to see what happened here. Oh, almost ran into that field. Ball is good, not given. So Andrew is the one they have to look after. Can swing that ball, but now he'll be swinging it away generally from the left hander. Zain. Onto the total. So Dilisara will have to be careful, because can bring that ball in a lot. If he gets it right, quite hard to play. There we see it. Just a little too short, so there was enough time for the batter to adjust.
2 runs there. Isn't of express pace, so it's easy for Dilisara to negotiate that, but it did nip back in.
3 balls to go. Ball is good.
Just as the doctor ordered for Sri Lanka, Michael, a start of 25 in the first skin with 2 deliveries to go.
That's
like
where
a perfect foundation.
That's where they need to work on Kolita, because seems to be a little bit uneasy there. But anything on the off, he's really good at it.
A clean gather there by Breitenbach may have given South Africa an opening.
I think they needed a direct hit there. Just thrown with some pace. Not easy to gather and then break the stumps. The final delivery. Hit down the ground. Well, this is a really good total for Sri Lanka in this first skin.
Fantastic start.
Dilisara, the guy who can go down the court. 5 runs there.
32 on that skin. A 33
Massive.
run swing for Sri Lanka.
That's
and they're
massive.
midway through.
We go for a break and come back.
හිතට දැනෙන movies ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. Rewind කරන option එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
to be captivated.
So Isuru, Umesh and Nalin Vimukti, the third pair, yet to be dismissed.
This chase has gone according to the script for Sri Lanka. An unblemished innings thus far.
Give the batsman credit to the four who have already finished. Batted really well. This South African bowling
narrowly missed the off stump.
They're a fantastic side, so you have to really bat out of your skin to not give them any scalps. And don't drive them away.
In the New Zealand-Australia game, Australia on 57 into their third skin. In the first two skins, there was a swing of 21 runs in favour of New Zealand.
Well, these guys giving it all. Just imagine in 2 hours' time they'll come back onto court. The winner of this game and the loser of court number 2. That's not going to be easy. And then they'll have their final tomorrow. I don't think they're starting early morning with that final, so 35s. Yeah, I think that is the last final, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right, Michael. That final will take place at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
So the same time that these matches started today.
Exactly.
So it's just 4:11 at the moment, 4:10 here in the evening. So it'll start at 3 like today. So 72 now on the board. 9 overs gone. And this is something that we have to. 9 overs, South Africa have not picked up 1 -5 still. That will be a worrying factor for the coaching staff to see what has gone wrong. Either they have not been able to bowl in the right areas that they needed to.
And a couple more overs here, Michael. If that trend continues, that will be the game in the bag. Unless there's a mighty collapse by Sri Lanka.
Cannot take anything away from Sri Lanka the way they have batted. But trust me, South Africa have not bowled badly.
They've been quite wavered, not consistent. There has not been coherent plan. There you go once again. There's one full, one short, one wide outside off stump.
Well, that was the third ball, so I think they were trying something, hoping that they'll miss it. And
when you tend to overdo it for that third ball and go away from the plan, sometimes it doesn't work out for you.
The problem is, from now onwards, every run just flattens the South Africans because they know it's getting further and further away.
And once they cross the 80-run mark, they'll know that's the game. Because that would mean South Africa need a minimum of 4 dismissals.
Well, it's always possible.
Yeah.
Because you've got another 6 overs left. 4 dismissals is not that bad, but Sri Lanka will be playing with even more cautious. I hope so.
Sri Lanka with a buffer of 11
minus
runs
skin
now.
here, boys. Let's go. That's what they need, a minus skin there.
This is a masterclass in batting by the entire Sri Lankan lineup. Michael, they're peaking at the right time, the Sri Lankan team. A brilliant performance against Australia last evening.
Coming in and build pressure. Bowling needs to be tighter. I think that win against Australia has made them believe that they can go all the way.
Six overs left in the Sri Lankan innings.
It's going to take a lot out of them Viren, if they pull this through and to meet Australia again in the evening in about roughly 3 hours time. It's going to take a lot because you play Australia yesterday.
And
no?
Nope. That's turned down.
Played Australia yesterday. gave it all. You're playing another massive game now. And in 3 years' time, you're playing Australia again. And all this just to enter the final. That's going to drain these guys.
Being an optimistic Sri Lankan, if Sri Lanka pulls this off, reaches the final and wins the final, this run will be one for the archives, for the history books.
Yes. But I think for them, if they know they're going to meet Australia in the evening again, they are going to be pumped. They'll just be so pumped that they'll be out there. And this stadium is going to be buzzing.
It's going to be buzzing indeed, Michael.
It's going to be loud.
That game will be played.
Third ball. So here is a chance now for South Africa to come back. Well, we ran. We got to 80 now. You said 80. Third ball. And no. No chance here again still.
That game will also
4
be played
runs.
on this court.
On this court. I'm sure we'd have our good mate Paul back here.
Maybe you and Paul on comms. I'm looking forward to listening in.
I don't know whether it'll be me and Paul or you and Paul. Somehow, we are not going to miss it.
Won't be.
My God, that's going to be a big game.
And Australia too will then be on the back of 2 losses in a row.
But don't count them out.
The wounded, you can't.
That can be even dangerous.
Final over of this third skin. And you'll feel that this over, there has to be at least a blemish or 2 in this over, or else that'll be the game even before the 4th pair comes out to bat.
Or the new pair. The first over will have to be very crucial. Finally, South Africa have struck. And can this be an opening?
But you can see it, Michael, not celebrating too much. They've kind of succumbed to the fact that this game may be slightly beyond their reach.
11 overs and 2 balls has taken for South Africa to get a -5 back. But nothing is impossible. Few strikes here. The pair coming in is going to be under severe pressure. 4 deliveries. No run.
Suddenly you see a bit of hesitation. Suddenly.
No run.
Between the batters.
But the South Africans need one quickly. One more to just get them. You saw that they were not majorly excited about it. Oh no. There goes the second one.
1 brings 2, as Paul says.
And I told you they need one immediately. So now indecision again.
And now a negative skin in the final skin, and South Africa right back in this. South African fans, can we see a few comments on the thread, please? We will engage with you.
Come on. Oh, no. Now indecision. 75. 2 deliveries left.
Huge 2 deliveries in the context of the game.
Unfortunately, I needed more in the first skin. It's not lost yet. Donovan Kruger have hope. One more delivery. So I'm sure they're just going to see this through. Oh, helping the Sri Lankans. So they were needed. 2 more runs. Could have done without that. Dot ball would have been better. Yeah. Early call of weight. Still very well done by Sri Lanka so far. 12 gone. 77 on the board. We come back after a short break.
a chance early on in the final skin. South Africa have to latch on to everything now. And over in the other game, New Zealand are headed for a clean sweep against Australia.
That wouldn't matter. It's just the win that counts.
Another miss shy at the stumps. South Africa need to take these half chances. The new batters are Nilantha, Vijaykoon
and Tarindu Roshantika. The bowler for you is
Luba, the skipper.
So can the skipper bring it on?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And there you go.
These are not needed.
And that's the way Tarindu plays naturally. He now needs to contain himself.
He was trying to go for that back net, but unfortunately hit the side net first. And
South Africa pegging things back here.
On a -3. They wanted a minus skin. Bit of message coming in. Two deliveries. Let's keep having a word with the batsman. Yes, boys, keep fighting.
Very well played.
Keep the fight.
By Nilantha Vijaykoon.
Jensen. There we go, lads. Momentum shift. Capitalize. Come back time. You moves. That's better. Early call. Don't need to run for everything. Come on, boys, believe, dig deep.
3 overs left. Sri Lanka with a buffer of 12.
It's already one unsuccessful main cut.
Good dive in there by Nilantha. Restoring parity in this innings. In the skin, rather. Exactly, the positioning of that close-in fielder. Aim, looking at the side net.
Right in the front. So waiting for that rebounds so that he knows exactly where to go. But I don't know whether he can exactly judge how it's going without. Different fielders have different reactions.
Sensible batting now by Tarindu and Nilantha.
That's nicely done. Turn it up. So this will bring some confidence into the pair after going into 2 minuses.
And every run they score from now on in will just put the icing on the cake for Sri Lanka. Sensible batting. It's against his grain to be defensive. An aggressive batter is Tarindu. But the situation demands an innings like this.
He's not going to defend 2 in a row, Viren. He likes hitting that back net. Likes the ball coming on. 3 runs. Happens when there is no SWAT brother playing. Here we go, Dolph.
With 2 overs left,
Kevin
South
G.
Africa need a minimum of 4 dismissals to come back into the game. It's going to be a very tough ask.
There we see. There we see.
Uncalled for.
You cannot see him defending for too long.
And just when you think that the game is in the bag, this is narrow opening for South Africa.
He just wants to hit that back net. See, when you just have shots like that, you need to boil it slow and toss it up. Get him to come out. Just moved on to 80. Bowl it fast at him. He's going to hit you back.
A beautiful caught behind there. For stamping rather.
Three balls left in this 15th over.
Very well played by Nilanta. Positive contribution of 10. Tarindu on -5. Needs to chip in a bit just for his own confidence.
Just needs not to lose any more wickets. The dismissals. See, he loves hitting the ball hard. So one more delivery. Nicely done. So just one over. I think it's
That is
safe
the
to
game.
say that Sri Lanka is going to take this game unless something the two batters have brain fades.
It was in a Sri Lanka versus South Africa game in 2007 where Malinga got 4 in 4. They need a reversal of that here, but safe to say Sri Lanka have clinched this. A brilliant, brilliant performance.
Well, it's Sri Lanka's to lose from here.
And out of the 8 phases of play, they absolutely dominated in 5. Their first 3 skins in this innings and the first and third skin in South Africa's innings.
They needed, South Africa needed those -5s to come on early, not in the last. We ran 1.5 to go. Let's go, Silver Fox. I'm sure he's going to look at that back net at least once. He's not going to defend 2 in a row, I'm sure.
And that's 1 wicket. They need at least another 3 or 4
balls.
deliveries.
And like I said, it's Sri Lanka's to lose. I called. Yeah, they don't need to run. I hope someone drives some sense into them. if the brain is not working at this time, then just play down the next 3 deliveries, give another -5. That's fine. Oh, leg side. We don't need it. We don't need it. They say, oh, they're going for it. He first said no. No, he's not taking it.
Not taking it. 2 balls
Why
left.
would
That's
he?
the game for Sri Lanka.
We're happy with the runs. And now, can safely say that's the end of it.
And now you
Well,
can safely say Tarindu is going to go for it off that final ball.
Come or go. He's a -3.
He wants to get into the positives. He's going to look for the back net.
You get out, mate. You're not playing the next game.
Went for the big heave, and that's the game. A fantastic display by Sri Lanka. backing up their performance against Australia.
Not a lot of celebrations. I think they know that there's a lot to come.
A quick 2-hour break and they'll be back to face Australia. But a brilliant run for South Africa comes to an end. They were brilliant throughout the group stage. Finished in 4th. A brilliant bowling attack and a wonderful outfit. It's been an honor and a pleasure to witness this South African run. They'll be very proud of themselves, but will feel that they let themselves down today.
Thank you guys for all the tweets. Hard luck to South Africa. They won one, they lost one. Keep watching. Makes our job also fun. You can hear the bands playing. Just one Papari band, pretty loud. These are the highlights, and we'll take a short break after that.
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Tripped over the top. So Will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennoxy Town. It's the exit from Kirky Morrison, who will stroll in.
Now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Kokopalooza on POTV.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
කවුද මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
උඹ මට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන උඹ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
Ateramba. A win-win situation, my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙනුවත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතය විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber Connection එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලා ගන්න. රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මේකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos? Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race? Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදේව. නානකාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
පොත් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකට.
කෙල්ලේ හනික වරල්ලා. ආතියන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ. ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
කෙල්ල කවුද කියලා අහුණා.
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට අතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවා කතු කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට ආවා.
මට ඉලක්කයල්ල නොදෙක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙඩි දීපා. ඇයි දන්නේ සල දොරට ගැහුවා.
කවුද ගෙදරින්?
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරයි. ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා. සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා. Welcome. SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed, more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data බන් ලැතුළු Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න. ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber Connection එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න.
විනිසුරු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින් එකී මේකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. To provide healthy hydration for your whole home. And to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
And to day 6 of the Masters World Series, as we all saw on the live stream and in our videos, it has been an exceptionally action-packed day, and we have a lot more to come in the coming days, so stay with us. You're missing out if you're not here.
හිතෙන දැනෙන movies ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. Rewind කරන option එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
We are our first ball in of the prelim final in the over 50s. New Zealand batting first. New Zealand side, Lee Kelly captain, Colin Owens, Guy Coleman, Robbie Hyman, Robbie Kerr, Jason Davis, Robin James, Sean Boyd. South African side,
John Labuschagne, Lester Esterhuizen, Peter Cronje, Robert Green, Paul Keller, Renier Lawrence, Gerardus Minna and Garth Ridgway, and they strike straight away in the first over.
Yeah, calling issue for the New Zealanders. Big fired up South African side with an early wicket. Coleman off the middle of the bat, but hesitates. Colin hesitates. They're both going too slow. One of them's got to be running.
The opening bowler for South Africa, Lester Esterhuizen. And we have 2 reviews in place for both sides in this game. A good start by South Africa.
Yeah, early wicket for South Africa. They'll be thrilled.
So we'll be utilising the DRS system for the first time in the tournament. It will only be used on courts 1 and 4. And there's a second breakthrough, Paul.
New Zealand favourites in this game, but early wickets for South Africa, -8 in the first over.
Each team will be allowed a maximum of 2 unsuccessful reviews. The review must be called for in reasonable time. And if the DRS does not provide sufficient evidence to overturn a decision, the team will not lose the review.
I don't quite get the last part.
So
if it's unclear from the picture, yeah, okay. I think I do get it.
Yeah, and the last bullet point is that the umpires will not be allowed to use the DRS without it being requested for
by the players.
Yeah.
Yep. Rightio, so here goes. We are 1 over in New Zealand and -8. Great over for South Africa. Who bowled it?
Mr. Esterhuizen bowled it.
Mr. Esterhuizen bowled it and bowled a good over. It's been a little bit of niggle.
Rob Green into the attack.
been a little bit of niggle between South Africa and Guy Coleman during this tournament. So South Africa really excited. Come on, Kiwis, from Shane W. Eath. Saf is on fire from Grant. Here we go. Hits the knee. Rob Green bowling. Colin Owens batting. South Africa coming out here super pumped up, as you'd expect. They're playing for their lives in a World Series final. Lots of touches. Fielders walking and giving each other five, saying, well done, buddy. Lots of encouragement, lots of enthusiasm. South Africa going to give this everything, as you'd expect. Green beats Coleman. I'm going to say this, and again, it's always hard on the screen we're looking at, but to me, I've seen Green bowl quite sharp through this tournament. Looks a bit slower today, maybe carrying a little side strain or something. This will be interesting. South Africa are going to review this. I think we're going to see our first review. Given safe, I'm pretty sure. Are South Africa going to review this? Coleman, one running, one not. One watching the ball. Wrong end.
Opted against taking the review.
Opted against taking the review. I'm going to say on review, I think it'll be out. There's a wide. Maybe at the end of the over, we can have a look at that and see whether that would have been out on review. Can we have a look and see if that would have been out on review? Can we see that camera?
Two overs left in the opening skin. New Zealand on parity. Guy Coleman on 7. And Colin Owens on -7 as Paul Keller runs in.
Wide, short and wide. Coleman lets it go by. South Africa know that Coleman likes to get on the front foot and hit the back net. They're going to hit the pitch hard and try and take that away from him early. Walks outside leg stump, hits it hard, gets through, 2 runs. 1 run. Owen, square on the leg side, that's 2 runs.
Operation rebuild now. Get your respectable total after the first game. Would that be the plan now, given the early setbacks, Paul?
Look, it's not really the way Guy Coleman bats. If he gets a half volley, he's going to hit it. Walks outside leg stump before release. Bowler follows him. Coleman takes dead backward and doesn't run. 2 balls left in the third. Scores 5. New Zealand will want 20 a partnership, I think.
Giving himself some room, but unable to capitalize, and we'll have a 3rd ball scenario.
Yeah, look, 2 times he swung pretty heftily when he could have banged them for 2, but I think this ball, what we're going to see is, I'm interested to see with Guy Coleman charging. No, gives himself space. We lose them.
And he's gone, caught off the rebound.
New Zealand back to 0. We'll have a look at a replay of that. We'll have a look at the replay of that.
Fortunately, we can't get the replay of that dismissal.
South Africa here, sensing a big upset.
Gotten you the replay of that. Gave himself some room again. Off the side net, straight back to Keller. Mina coming to bowl for the final over. He has some express pace. One of the fastest bowlers in this particular age group.
Okay, and tell you what, wouldn't mind singing to the rest of that. I think no appeal from South Africa. Have they appealed it? Yep, South Africa going to appeal it.
And I hope Colin hasn't done himself much damage. Hasn't moved since he took the dive. The physio out straight away.
Where's our umpire?
They didn't review that.
They didn't review it? Okay.
No. But that's the system won't work tomorrow, where he comes in from outside just for the... Huh? Boss, break ya kya?
Well. Oh, tight. Owens rolls, comes back, goes straight to the hamstring. Hand on the hamstring, thinks there's a cramp, which initially. For New Zealand, this is about as bad as it gets. Struggling with the bat, senior player, down. Coleman's been back having a chat, I think. Can Colin Owens get through? If he's subbed out of the game here, it's a problem.
Feeling his hamstring again. That doesn't look too good, Paul.
No. Look, he's a Wellingtonian, so he's a tough old fella. But if he can't run through, this 2 could become -10. You know? Colin Owens is gone from the game. South Africa to pick a player. The entire squad coming back to have some input. Everyone's looking for who doesn't have a glove and bat ready. The guys that want a bat have got their gloves and bat on already. They're at the door going, oh, pick me. The guy that doesn't want a bat, he's tucked away somewhere hiding. Owens out of the game now. South Africa, who picks to bat these 5 balls, they also get to pick who bowl Colin Owens overs. And with New Zealand on 2 after in the 4th over, that could be really important. New Zealand have a subfielder who can go and field for them. They've got Mike Ranson, Darren Rekas, Tony Watkins. Tony Watkins will come on, I imagine, and field for New Zealand.
Robbie Hindman.
And I think he'll be batting second, so he'll stay out there after this. So South Africa keen to put a few legs in there. All of a sudden, more responsibility on Guy Coleman. Just needs to hit everything on merit here for the last 4 or 5 balls. Get to 10, give the next partnership a start. Coleman beaten, stares back down. I did mention to the New Zealand team the other day, I thought the South African side had quite a bit left in them. Done really good nick physically compared to the other sides.
And they've started to peak at the right time. Mina bowling it full. And it's getting from bad to worse for New Zealand here, Paul.
Yeah, look, New Zealand need to make sure here that they stay calm and don't put a hole in here they can't climb out of. 0 is not great. -10 is a serious issue. He's down a long way. When Guy Coleman's at his best, he plays straight. When you see that round arc, so his bat doesn't come through with the full face, that's when he's not quite so effective. Just needs to go back to being a great bat because he is a great bat. Drives it and run out.
As you've always said, Paul, one brings two.
Yep. Off cutter, drove it well, got it through to the back net by the back sticks, turned around, threw the stumps down, Coleman out. One of the things that happens at times, you just don't want it to happen.
Back-to-back dismissals here. South Africa well and truly on top. And Gerard Mina, I said it before the start of this over, he's been impressive with the ball for South Africa. And a fantastic first skin for South Africa comes to an end.
One ball left.
One ball left. So New Zealand on -8. Short surprised him with that extra bounce. Safely negotiated. And the first skin ends.
Still one left. It's one of the things that happens in cricket. The straighter you go, the harder you go, the more dots you get, the more. So it's hard to keep the clock ticking over. If they just held their hands and hit twos, you'll get the nets and you'll get through. And this is the risk. It's high reward, high risk. This one hasn't worked out that well for Collins and Owens. -6 for New Zealand.
We'll be back after a short break ahead of the second skin.
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Tripped over the top. The Will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennoxy Town. It's the entrance from Kirky Morrison, who will stroll in.
Start of the second skin. The two new batters for New Zealand. Robbie Hindman stays on out there and is joined by Robbie James.
Robbie Kerr,
sorry.
Robbie Kerr, yep.
Both Robbies out there. They've been a consistent pair for New Zealand over the course of the tournament. And Peter Cronje.
Hyman and Ranson batted for two for New Zealand in the Trans-Tasman last year. But Kerr's come in and grabbed this position. This has been a really solid partnership and just what they need at the moment. Cronje, another pretty good bowler from the South African side who really have got the ball in good areas. They've had clear plans. They've made it work. On to third ball, aren't we, for Robbie Hyman?
Indeed, and this was the side, Paul, that restricted Australia in their game in the round robin stage. So the South African bowlers high on confidence.
Yeah, look, I think it's one of those things that New Zealand has beaten South Africa 3 times in this tournament so far, but that doesn't win you anything. You've got to get here, you've got to front up, you've got to take good options, and maybe early some of the options weren't the best we've seen from them. Cronje bowls, Kerr turns on the leg side for Dot. Another good over here where South Africa trying to bowl dots and ones down in front of the game, and they're just trying to keep New Zealand under pressure for as long as they possibly can.
Indecision there. And Robbie Hindman.
Yeah, look, this calling has been an issue for New Zealand now throughout this innings. It's the 3rd or 4th out we've seen where one is run and one isn't. They've got to improve their communication. Kerr hits on the leg side, watches it, calls no. But Hyman, he's well committed.
Going a tad pear-shaped for New Zealand. It's important for them to gather themselves now, Paul. A crucial juncture of this innings.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things right now where they're in a bad situation. If they're still here in a couple of overs, it starts to get a lot tougher, right? We don't know what New Zealand needs to beat the South African side. What we do know is that they need to put together an over where they don't go out and create some momentum. So that's one ball, you know. They need to have a look at Labuschagne and go, okay, well, and Labuschagne's got that little floaty leggy, hasn't he? One that goes away off the pitch. This has got him a lot of wickets.
Mystery weapon for South Africa. But it's important for them to play each ball on its merit.
Kerr hits flat but makes it.
Good commitment by Kerr, putting in the dive at the non-striker's end.
3 balls left in the over. Can they get an over and without a wicket? Can they create some momentum out?
Sensible batting by Robbie Hindman.
One of the things these moments where you just need to not have a little bit of bad luck. A ball ricochets off a field, need to bat well for another 2 balls, get through this over. And South Africa, on the other hand, they're looking for anything they can to get a wicket. Nearly one there, you know. South Africa really have bowled and fielded superbly so far, continue to be dominant in the game. New Zealand starting to create some momentum to come back into it. They've got a long way to go. 1 ball to go to have an over without a wicket. South Africa, who started with wickets from the second ball, I think it was. And look, it's these guys are over 50. They've played a lot of cricket, and adrenaline is really important. When you get on a roll, the adrenaline stays up, keeps you moving. If you go a couple of overs without a wicket, the adrenaline disappears, and you hit a bit of a ditch. And you've really got to fight your way out of it. And New Zealand's job now is to see if they can have South Africa down that ditch. And South Africa's job is to get a wicket and over and just keep this roll going on. And they want to extend it for as long as they possibly can. And certainly you wouldn't bet against them. They're playing very well so far.
To go through 2-3 overs, as you said, with an unblemished skin, it also translates to things being easier for the next player coming out to bat.
Yep.
The ebbs and flows of this game are such that momentum can shift very easily.
Yeah. Hit on the hip, well bowled.
Garth Ridgway coming to bowl for South Africa. Robbie Kerr on 6, Robbie Hindman on 1. Sensible, more of this over the next few deliveries.
Yeah, I don't think this partnership will bat much differently than they normally bat. This is pretty much how they normally bat, you know. They both can drive if they get a bad one, but they won't be looking for a bad one. They'll be looking to make sure they keep hitting as many nets as they can. And now they're just trying to see if they can get a little bit of control and momentum here. They've had maybe 9 balls without a wicket, be the longest period in the innings. Just extend that out now for another 3 balls to get to the end of the over. See what they can do. See if they can get themselves to 20, 25. Oh, Hyman called yes. Kerr went, which is the right thing to do, but direct hit. And this is one of the differences, right? Early on fire, that hits. Just now. Oh, close. South Africa trying to claim it.
A delivery to go in the 3rd over of the 2nd skin. A decent passage of play for the Kiwis.
Yeah, you know, it's becoming more like a normal game of indoor cricket now, you know, where wickets have slowed down and South Africa, battling away. And look, they've still got a lot of guys who bowled those early overs who bowled well to come back and bowl a second. It'll be interesting to see when South Africa chooses to come back onto the attack a bit more, you know. 2 overs for New Zealand without a wicket, that's exactly what they needed. They were in all kinds of trouble. So 1 to go in this partnership. They'll be trying to get to 20 and to give the next partnership a base to build off.
Rania Lawrence coming in for his first over.
Lawrence had a pretty good tournament.
It was a close call.
Yeah, it just takes one of those to hit, and South Africa back on their roll, right? That's 2 or 3 near misses. They're still bowling superbly well, making New Zealand fight very, very hard here. Look, these are two quality sides, and
if that hit, that would have been a potential 8-run swing. But New Zealand on the better end of it.
yeah, a couple of these misses, and look, New Zealand now just need to ride this through. 4 balls left in the partnership. If they can get through with no wickets for the last 3 overs, they feel like they're pushing back into the game. Not really. There's a misfield for 5.
Sloppy by Keller, the back stamper.
Yeah, the bowler. Can we have a look at that again, please? Is there a replay? Can we see that one again?
We'll get the replay up for you.
Maybe the game's going ahead too fast right now. Kerr, full length dive.
And now this is turning into a brilliant passage of play for the Kiwis.
Well, look, they're certainly finding their way back into it, and what they need to do is ice. The misfield on the back was a better display of calling. Hyman called no, called yes, Kerr took off. .29 for the partnership. And look, let's not forget, this is a typical game of indoor cricket. One side has momentum, one side's still leading in the game. There's no question who's winning this game right now. It is South Africa, right? But New Zealand have momentum and are trying to build back into it. And that is a very good, this is why you pick Bobby Kerr goes to have a word. Very unlike him to say hi to anybody. Robbie Kerr is why you go back and pick, past international captains to come out in situations like this and do a job. And again, South Africa's done nothing wrong in this game yet. They've bowled well, they've fielded well, they've stayed in one misfield on the back. That's about it. And so Lee Kelly and Jason Davis coming out to bat for New Zealand, both from the Wellington region, both from Lower Hutt. I imagine this time of night. 1 o'clock in the morning. Jason's son's world champion for New Zealand for the junior grades. Might be watching at home. Mum might let him stay up. You never know. It is, after all, a Friday night. You can have a sleep in the morning. And Kelly, the current New Zealand men's coach, and previous New Zealand men's captain. Now the question is for South Africa: can they get back on a roll? Who's going to control momentum for the first 6 balls?
And a spare of thought for Hindman, who did really well. He had a prolonged spell out there, had to cover in for Colin Owens, who hobbled off midway through the first skin. So a brilliant effort.
Yeah. Two dominant middle of the bat shots from New Zealand to start with. It's always a great way to start, but a long way to go in this over, and only takes an over here. Look, New Zealand's on 29 in the 9th. 1 over here, and they've been well and truly pegged back. What they're looking to do is hold momentum.
Brilliant fielding by Dion Labuschagne.
He was good, isn't he?
I was initially tempted to use the Australian pronunciation of Labuschagne, but Marnus Labuschagne himself says it's Labuschagne in South Africa, so I'll resort to that.
Nice dive from Davis going in. South Africa continue to bowl straight. Force the New Zealanders to play well, call well. It's been an improvement. Would have been home, I think.
Another 2-3 overs with them sustaining the momentum, and New Zealand will have the initiative.
Look, I think this has to go for a while yet. If this partnership gets 25 and New Zealand's 50 after 12, maybe, But, it takes one of those near misses to hit and rocks this partnership back, So, South Africa earned the initiative in this game by a really good front 4. They got a couple of running areas, a couple of rash shots. They took a couple of brilliant outs. They took advantage of it. They put themselves squarely on top, and really, the 5th over was the same. New Zealand got those 31 and 3 overs and have some momentum now. South Africa longer talk. They know. They're a quality cricket team, they know. Konya, the captain, having a long chat. They're going, come on guys, we just need to pick one up here. They're under pressure, just keep bowling well and let's pick one up in the field. You can just feel the whole mood in the arena just quietly subdue a little bit. You know, it's been a great fight back from New Zealand. Again, I don't think the game's even yet. I think South Africa is still shading this performance, and well done to them, you know. But New Zealand right now do have momentum. And South Africa probably just looking to bowl well and create a good out, or just have a little bit of luck. Little ball bounced off a fielder, sits in front of somebody, nice skill, and you finish it off. And they'll take them any way they can get them right now. They would love one. They haven't had a wicket now for 5.5 overs. Yeah. Davis going a bit hard at that, trying to hit it flat. No need. Was the no ball call here on this court or the other court? I heard a no ball.
On the other court.
On the other
This is
court.
a third ball scenario now.
There's a third ball scenario
An opportunity
now.
for South Africa now to regain some momentum.
Davis probably went a bit hard at the first one, gets hit by the second one, all of a sudden he's under pressure. Could have held his hands on the first one and just changed ends, you know. South Africa would love this wicket.
Very well played.
Yeah, hits it really late into the ground. Nice safe area. Kelly comes through. And New Zealand now starting to put together a run of, well, they've scored 50 runs since the last wicket. They were -1 at the end of the fifth. They will need to keep doing this.
They wouldn't be even thinking of a potential target now, would they, Paul? Just take it an over at a time and reassess.
Yeah, look, they've got, presumably, from the team sheet, we've got Robin James is batting last. Now, he is a really good hitter. So I think right now the team plan is probably, look, can we get 17 off the next two, the way we're going? Get to 60 and give Robin James a base to see if we can add a little bit to it.
And what about Sean Boyd? Can he hit a long one as well?
Boyd can hit, but I think he's more likely to play the front half. It's like both these guys can hit, but they're not looking for that right now. That's the difference in the first partnership. Coleman was looking for it. Now New Zealand's put that away.
Brilliant rebuilding phase here for New Zealand. The experience coming to the fore. Once again,
Look,
easy pickings.
The Australians will be really enjoying this. You know, the New Zealanders diving a lot. It's all taking energy out of them. You know, they're working really, and they have to work really hard, and good on them for working really hard. But it is going to take a little bit out of them. The South Africans, full noise in the field. Everyone's trying really hard. The team that's gone straight through loves that in the prelim final. Ridgeway to bowl, bowled a good first over.
Where are our Kiwis and South African fans on YouTube? Feel free to engage with us using the comments.
I said to you, Kelly wants to steal one, he doesn't do it. I said to you when the earlier game got tight, right? Everyone gets nervous, they stop posting. You can tell when the fans out there are nervous. This game, probably right now, about hangs in the balance, you know? If New Zealand's 60 after 12, I think they are back on par. Maybe New Zealand 1 wicket behind par at the moment. The dot here hasn't helped. That is well out.
And that's the breakthrough they were looking for. Run out to peg New Zealand back. There was a barren passage of play for South Africa, but they strike.
Davis comes into... Interesting. Are we able to get a replay? Interesting to see the South African line fielder crouched down watching Davis's position, presumably for DOS, to decide what to review and what not to review. Well, I did the curse. I said, New Zealand perhaps getting back onto par, lose a wicket. They're not on par anymore. They're back to being behind. UAE 92 batting first against Sri Lanka A. That's a good effort. That'll be the over 40s. Good effort from Sri Lanka, I would have thought, over there.
Yes, that's the plate semi-final in the 35s category. UAE unfortunate to just miss out on the main semi-finals. They needed a lot of results to go against them last morning, and everything went against them in that final round robin game.
Lester Ustenhazen to bowl, 2 for -8 in his first. Here we're looking to get wickets. If they can keep getting wickets here, they're well on top. New Zealand, they'll be looking for 50 here. Esterhazen's going to bowl right arm round. Seems to me they've got a bit of a plan now with this partnership.
Very well bowled by Esther. Well, that's down the leg.
Is it called wide or called good? I think the bat on the bowler probably has some different views on this. Bit of conversation about it down there. Called wide.
Called wide.
Great shot. You're getting to JD's legs. He's going to down up here for 2. Great shot from Jason Davis.
As Paul said, getting to 50 should be the target for this pair. The final 4 deliveries. Fantastic shot selection there by skipper Lee Kelly.
Kelly hits 4. Be really interesting for New Zealand. Lee Kelly's been picked to captain on this side, but the squad captain, Tony Watkins, will come on to field for Colin Owens. Gets through Davis. 2 balls left. Narrowly missed the off stump. Esterhausen looks like a good player, doesn't he?
Very much so, yes. A decent batter as well.
South Africa, you can never underestimate them in big games. They turn up, they go hard.
Good batting by Jason Davis. And the delivery to go in the skin. 53 on the board for New Zealand, 28 by this pair.
We saw Kelly hit the last one for 4. I think if they pitch this one up, it might go a similar place. Better length, he plays a better shot, or different shot. Dives out, gets the 2. 30 for the partnership. 31-30 for New Zealand. Certainly back in the contest. I'd say still 1 out behind par, but back in the contest.
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Tipped over the top. The Will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennoxy Town.
Been a cracking game. Been a cracking day of indoor cricket today. This game right on the balance, really. And runs on the board are important. New Zealand would like to be on 60. They're on 55. -6, 31-30. 2 rock solid partnerships to pull them back into the game after a bad start. Robin James and Sean Boyd will bat, and Cronje brings himself on. Peter Cronje bowling. Of course, the side is captained by Dean Labuschagne. But Cronje, one of those big, tough South African competitors. He'll want a wicket this over. That's a wide, but that's also a chance. Boyd has missed that down the leg side. It's gone for 2, but has definitely had his foot in the air. Keeper grabs that. South Africa trying to get back on a roll. And they know that, right? If they can get on a roll for 2 overs here, they're probably in control of the game.
A shy at the wrong end.
Would have been out as well, right? Perhaps it was the wrong end, but I think either end would have been out with a direct hit. So Boyd with 2. Robin James. Goes big, hits the 7. Common played the same shot for 5, got run out. Robin James goes over the top, takes the 7. Konya pitches it up. James, I said he could do this. Goes at it. Now I think we're back on par. Sean Boyd a little bit tentative so far. Very good player and has a record for 2 things in New Zealand. One, he's got a record for being injured. He has had a bad run of injuries in the last couple of years, but he's also got a record of playing well in big finals in New Zealand. So that should give him some confidence right now. Elimination semi-final, important game. Needs to stay positive. If you start dead batting in the front half against this side, you will be in trouble.
3 overs left in this Kiwi innings. And they're bringing on one of their trump cards, Mina, with the ball. Had an exceptional first over, 2 for -6.
Yeah, I think South Africa know now this is back on par. They need a couple of wickets to get back on top. And they're going to get, well, he's dropped it. Oh, look at Mina's response. He is disappointed.
That was a sitter.
They just didn't miss anything. That was a sitter. Comes off the face of the bat, square on the offside, shoulder height. In international cricket, that should always be caught.
Peter Cronje.
Cronje be gutted. He's a hard competitor. Mina to Boyd. Another one in the air, doesn't go to hand this time. Again, New Zealand's got control of perhaps in front even in the game right now, but all of a sudden we're seeing chances. 2 chances and 2 balls. South Africa feel like pick 1 or 2 of these up, they come racing back into this contest. Munya's bowled 2 good nuts. Beats Boyd. Strike 3. We've seen nothing yet that suggests Minya won't go past the bat here and get a wicket for them. Let's see if Boyd can reply.
That extra pace.
Yeah, he's quick. Gonna bowl length and wide. Bowls an off-cutter and straight. Oh, it wasn't 3rd ball. I thought it was 3rd ball.
And now it's the 3rd ball situation.
Now it's 3rd ball. Sorry.
An opportunity for Mina to get a 3 for.
Even hasn't come up on our score, but it is 3rd ball. This is 3rd ball. It's wide, and it's out.
You can't afford to miss on a 3rd ball.
It's tough, right? You've either got to call no on that wide early, so your mate can go back, or you've got to hit it and go. There we go. Minya probably puts this straight back in the balance. Look, I'm using a target of about 80 is what I think. And so that's 5 and over. So I'm saying after 14 New Zealand wants to be 70. Bowls the off cutter. Boyd hits it. James through. And if I'm saying that right now 70 would be par, New Zealand's on 69. So this game is still a great contest right now. Here comes these guys that bowled earlier coming back to bowl. Gerhard, Dion Labuschagne to bowl now.
A tricky customer to deal with.
Yeah, he's got a little bit out of his fingers where he can bowl a little leggy and I think a little offy. So he starts off just bowling little seamers, but then he can roll one away from you. That's off the foot for 1, I think. And the fascinating part here, right? Fingers might do the job here. Bowls a half volley, might cost him 5 or 7. Bowl's quite full, but James goes back, chops it into the net. Wants to have a look, I think. 1 run. Boyd gets 2. It's a down.
Comfortably in.
Comfortably in.
Back in.
That's the one, isn't it? And Robin James really watchful here. I don't think he can pick him. You know, he is trying to get back. He is trying to watch what it does. So I don't think James is happy that he can pick him out of the hand. And he is hard. No one seems to pick him very well. Leggy comes back to him.
Reminds me of a great Sri Lankan spinner who had that same element of mystery, Ajanta Mendis.
Yep. Boy, there's been a couple of decent Sri Lankan spinners over the years, haven't there? Labuschagne, last ball. Important ball for Africa here, I think.
We have a conveyor belt of Sri Lankan spinners being produced here.
Boyd gets 2. Looking more positive now. 77. Look, I think for New Zealand, they were... Look, when they were -6 after 5 overs, -7 after 5 overs.
If they were offered this.
If you had said to them you can have 80, they would have taken them. And if you had said to South Africa, you can get them out for 60, they'd have said no. So, you know, this is a good recovery from New Zealand. But we're talking about the par, not dominance. New Zealand, this is a game which is right in the balance. And the South African side will try and finish it off here with a couple of wickets. New Zealand 180. And Lawrence none for 16. And Labuschagne's gone... Lawrence none for 17 in his first over.
Yeah, so as I was just about to say, with him being quite expensive, a couple of 2s early on, and 80 could look at it. You could look at 85, 90, pushing it on from there.
Look, South Africa seem to have decided to bowl outside leg pole at Sean Boyd and Jason Davis, and they've paid for it a little bit. Two runs. Robin James, good shot, laps it. Hit the 7 early, we've seen a lot of patience from him since. There we go. Boyd takes 2 more. I just have a feeling if he gets full here, Robin James will not be quite as patient. Line field is a little deep for South Africa, not pushed back a mile, just a little holdy. Coming in. There it is. Bowls the half volley, James puts it away.
Just as I was saying earlier, it's a good start to the over. New Zealand can really look to push on now and seize the initiative.
Yeah, look, they now will look for Boyd to hit a 2. See James, he wants to get down there. He's like, come on, mate, hit a 2. Get me on strike. I want another one. But they're not going to get it. And New Zealand now looking for 2 for 90. Last ball. Lawrence to Boyd. And I think they will be looking for 2 for 90. Beaten, they get none for 88.
A brilliant comeback by New Zealand.
Yeah, I just think a great innings. You know, we saw South Africa early on fire. New Zealand perhaps a bit loose. Everybody, they played great cricket. They got the breaks. Everything went their way. They were dominant. Kerr and Hyman come in. They calm it down. Kelly and Davies build away. Now I think New Zealand have got themselves to, I would call it just above par, and only a little bit above par. But the South African side, we know how powerful they are with the bat. But with Colin Owens not bowling, boy, that is a decent bowling attack. You start talking about names like Davis, Coleman, Hyman, Boyd, Kelly. There's some. We're gone. Here come the highlights. Early wickets. I don't know the last time I saw Colin Owens bowled. And the New Zealand outdriver 50s side. Falling error. Coleman right away. Lobs it in the air, gets caught. Highlights of the wickets are early.
This was the unfortunate injury. Seemed rattling that first hit.
Yeah, look, there's been all tournament, there's been a bit of chat between South Africa and Coleman. You know, they encouraged them to go for it and they got some reward from it. So great out, they fought hard for that out. Shot from Kelly. James can out, hits the big 7, creates the real momentum back for them. Third ball though, good but a good delivery. It is wide, but hard to leave it there and call no. It swung quite late. He committed to it, gets him a wicket, and South Africa all the way through the innings look like they're just nosing ahead, and New Zealand come back and grab it, I think, for me, at the end.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
ආගේ ගෙදර කවුදෝ මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
බොවන්ට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන ඔබ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතරම්බා ඒ win win situation මට්ටම් by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
So New Zealand score 88, and that allows South Africa really to know they need 22 per partnership to get into this into this final. I think the big winners here. Look, it's been a great game of cricket so far. Australia will be pleased to see it fought so hard as they rest before tomorrow's final. New Zealand looking for probably 2 wickets of partnership, probably enough with 88 on the board. Sean Boyd will open the bowling for New Zealand. So opening the batting for South Africa are Dion Labuschagne and Gerhard Minnaar. 2 guys that played really well. Opening the bowling for Sean Boyd. For New Zealand, Sean Boyd. They've got Guy Coleman on offside line. Robbie Hyman leg side line. Tony Watkins on the back. Robin James at cover. Been the best cover in the tournament I've seen. Lee Kelly at point. Jason Davies leg side and Robbie Kerr keeping. I would imagine that Boyd will be the floater for this side, and the rest of them will stay here for most of the game. Yeah, Grant, they've been okay, haven't they, the fight back? They've done well. Bowls him. Boyd excited. Coleman excited.
And the fight back continues by the Kiwis. A brilliant start, just as the doctor ordered for Sean Boyd.
Yeah, Boyd just swings it back through the gap, hits the bottom and middle stump. Just the start New Zealand wanted. I think 2 outs in a partnership with the needing. Takes a deflection. Boyd grabs it. South Africa kicks it. Look, I think that's completely unintentional. Labuschagne has definitely kicked it at Boyd. But I don't think he's kicked it at Boyd. He's kicked it away in frustration. It's gone towards Boyd. Umpire leaves it. I think that's fair enough. I think that's a reasonable decision. Got an injury here. Minnaar. Wonder if we can just see a replay of that of the bowled, please. Is that available? Can we have a replay of the bowled while we're on the?
Mina is good to go. That seemed like a precautionary check.
Yep. One ball left in the first. Boyd to bowl. Bowls home again. Brings it back in. Sean Boyd's excited. Boyd's like the first over the last innings, doesn't it?
Fantastic stuff. So now this target is a revised 96 for South Africa to tie New Zealand.
There it goes. Through there. Look at that. That's a great ball. Up, swings in, lands just sort of the crease. There's the second one on a length.
Fantastic stuff.
Straight through Labuschagne. He's a good player. He's got a lot of runs in this tournament.
So, Paul, who do you reckon's calling the shots out there for New Zealand? Is it Kelly or Watkins now?
That's a really good question. Look, they're two very experienced captains. Kelly's won a World Masters title for New Zealand as a captain. Watkins won the Trans-Tasman with New Zealand last year. I'm not really sure. You beauty from Jace. Kerr to bowl. Two runs, got to the net. They're going each other's way, I think.
A direct hit would have been close.
Yeah, look, Robbie Kerr quite skiddy. Has a knack of getting big wickets. Bowles has an ability to swing the ball through gaps and bowl. When Boyd got the two bowls, Kerr was always going to bowl next. Sri Lanka A on 19, on the 10th, chasing 92. I don't think the plate final is coming for them tomorrow. But Sri Lanka's playing a prelim final in the over 35. Is that tonight?
Against Australia, right on this court. Up next.
We got that.
Yeah.
That'll be a ripper. Well, hard to be able to hear ourselves talk. This place will go nuts. If you're not far away, get in a car, get in a bike. Get down here. Phil bowls him again. Goes through the gap, misses the stumps.
A very similar first skin for South Africa.
Different intent. New Zealand were quite aggressive and got in trouble. South Africa have lost their poles 3 times, and it's just been late swing running through. And look, it's
and a fourth one.
And there's the all tournament. These teams are creating little plans and not showing them to each other. South Africa clearly wanted to get under Coleman's skin and get him hitting. Worked for them. Colin Owens, they bowled him. I haven't seen that in years. New Zealand clearly feel they can swing the ball past Labuschagne and knock the poles over. They've done it 4 times now. And they will have tucked this away from early in the tournament and waited for this moment. In swingers, full. Be interesting to see who bowls the next over.
John Labuschagne on -19. Gerard Mina unblemished on 6.
Here we are. They're going to bowl Robin James. I wouldn't be surprised if he bowled left arm round and tried to go through the same gap to Labuschagne. They probably wouldn't mind having Colin Owens right now just to bowl in swingers into the same place. He can bowl the same delivery. But Kerr and Boyd get New Zealand squarely on top early. Wide from Robin James. I thought it was good. Umpire thought it was good as well.
Even though we have DRS for this game, it's been a quiet game for the third umpire.
Yeah, we haven't tested it, have we? It's one of the things that does take a different thought process from the players because they haven't had it till now. It's easy in the heat of the moment to forget it because you've got other things on your mind. Wide from James. He's pretty good on that line from that length. I think it's the fuller one that's troubled him. Be interesting to see if Robbie Hyman comes and has a crack at that gap in the last over of the partnership.
Would you be tempted to bowl Kerr for one more?
Yeah, I would. Although, he doesn't often bowl re-bowl overs, can do. But yeah, I would be tempted. There's a wicket.
And Labuschagne caught napping once again.
Yeah, I think you can put that down to either one. Let's watch it. Hits it. Smashes it wide. Maybe needs to make an earlier call. It's not running. I don't think Labuschagne knew he wasn't running for far too late. And the battle for the -6 first skin is all on. Robbie Hyman is going to bowl this over, and I have a feeling that he will go through Labuschagne again. He's just the right kind of bowler. Coming off the deck, aim at that gap as well, and maybe it's bowl a bit fuller than he'd want to, but every chance I'd have thought. The battle is now on for the first skin. You've got to think that for South Africa to go as well as New Zealand did through the last 3 will be hard.
This was a skin where they needed to have a buffer.
Yeah. 20 here would have been such a big help for them going forward. But, credit to New Zealand. They've been behind for a lot of the game. And look, they're human beings. In a minute, they're going to get a break and they're going to feel like they're in front of the game for the first time since the early concerns they were in real trouble. And they relax a little bit. South Africa will come screaming back at them. They're too good a side. They're going to have to go the whole 16 here to win it, or at least the first 12, I'd have thought. So UAE into the plate final against Singapore, England, we'd imagine. Don't know the score on that result game at all. New Zealand at the moment, just looking like they might be getting in front in the battle to, in front only. This isn't done in this game at all, but just in front in the game to play Australia in the 50s.
Singapore have posted 98 in their innings against England.
Hyman bowled a wide, back of the stumps, calls no, blocks it this time. No effort to score here, he just goes, this is the ball that's been getting me out, I'm going to get 0 here, I'm okay. At the moment, South Africa 1 in front of in the skin, -5 to -6. 1 ball to come.
Disappointing skin for Labuschagne comes to an end. South Africa end on -5.
Got to be tough, right? He's been a standout for South Africa throughout this tournament. He's a really high quality player. He'll be devastated right now. And look, his team will be absolutely determined to find a way to get up there and to win it for him. But they'll do it against a side that's got 2 overs left from Guy Coleman, 2 overs left from Jason Davis. 2 overs left from Lee Kelly. If they can score a 94, if they can score 94 from here, full respect for them.
Les Testerhuisen and Paul Kelly, coming out to bat for South Africa. This second skin could determine the outcome of the game. If New Zealand keep them tied down.
Yeah, the game's now a situation where until the 16th over, probably it can only go one way. Like South Africa can stay in the game, or New Zealand can have a good partnership, and it's pretty much over right at this stage. So, similar to the first innings, where it was the other way around. New Zealand could have been gone early, Can South Africa do the same thing? They're going to have Guy Coleman bowl.
And it was your distinction, something you raised earlier. You can have momentum in the game, but never be ahead. So South Africa will need to have the momentum to remain relevant.
They've got to grab momentum, and if New Zealand get the momentum here, it probably becomes too hard. Coleman. That touch would have been quite tight. You can't see this on TV, but look, Guy Coleman's still playing Premier Men's Outdoor Cricket in New Zealand. He is quite sharp. And he's bowled one straight to get underway. A few wide just staying out will be the... Oh, I thought that was the off-cutter, didn't land, but there's the wicket.
South Africa can ill afford that. One or two more of those and it'll be curtains for them.
Exactly the same as the New Zealand innings, right? Early wicket in the 5th over New Zealand had, and then they come storming back. I think that you'd rather have seen Coleman's off cutter before your wicket. In swinger from Coleman.
That would have been close. Watkins, the back stamper.
Watkins will be loving this. Chance to make a contribution. He's got great hands on the back. He's got good movement on the back. There's the offie. Round the corner. Can Watkins get there? No. Coleman frustrated. The offie takes the inside part of the bat. Gets hurled around the corner, but just hits an area where Watkins can't get there. Outswinger.
Well bowled by Guy Coleman. A good first over in the second skin. And South Africa at parity now.
What do we need? We need, let's call it 93 off 3 partnerships, so 33 a partnership. About 8.5 and over. Superb bowling, lads. Kerr coming back on.
Jan Pierwick joining us from South Africa.
Go South Africa. Hey Jan, how you doing? Kerr. Will he keep bowling the late in swingers? I think he will. Does have options. So I saw the message with the name on. I didn't get a chance to finish reading it.
Robbie Kerr had a brilliant over earlier on in the first skin against South African skipper Labuschagne. Once again, that's his go to delivery, but this time well played by Keller. And that's 7.
Great. This is what we expect from South Africa, right? Trying to get back into this game. 7-2. That's good cricket, right? 7-2. That's what you want. Hit the 7 for acceleration, the 2 to keep momentum. Kerr. Go New Zealand from Thomas Davis Gates. Kerr adjusts his length. Hit for 7 last ball. Pulls it back. Pulls it back into the hip. 2 runs. Good over from South Africa. They need 33 a partnership with 1 ball to go in the 6th. They've got 16 in this one. They face Guy Coleman.
And 11 runs off this over. And that'll help their cause as well. So South Africa slowly inching their way back into this.
There are different ways you can get momentum, aren't there? New Zealand did it by hitting the front half, calling well, running well, and building it. South Africa waited for one that was up and banged it for 7, and either way is just as good as the other, right? They need 33 a partnership from the start of the second, and they're on track in the second. Two for 8 for Robbie Kerr.
Yep, as you said, Paul, 31 per partnership. The deficit of 93 going into the final 3 skins.
You're right, 31, sorry. Look, one of the things that will come into this game still is the South Africa will be aware that Colin Owens can't bowl, and they're going to get to pick 2 bowlers. There's not really, in my opinion, a really weak bowler in that side, but they may have some tactical. They might want to face someone quick. That they might have a certain type of bowler they want to face. They might pick him out, and they may feel they can get a few extra in the last partnership because of it. Robin James is going to say that's a slippery ball. But again, momentum. All of a sudden, pressure swings back on New Zealand. South Africa have momentum.
And as you said,
good or wide? I think it was called wide.
They're doing it with a bit more aggression than the Kiwi second pair. Different ways of wrestling back the initiative.
Yeah. Look, and what we're seeing here is that New Zealand is now trying to get it above the waist, so we can't hit sevens. And then going, okay, well, I just hit ones and twos, that's fine. You know, we've got 7. We're well advanced in this partnership. I don't need to take any risks. And now New Zealand comes the other.
Good batting, sensible batting by this pair. Lester Esterhuizen on 7 and Paul Keller on 16. Down the leg side once again.
It's one of the great things about Robin James. Next ball could be 2 feet wide or could knock the poles over. He's just that kind of cricketer. All kinds of, there he goes, gets foot outside of stump, gets whacked.
Walker taking the attack to Robin James. And that's the second 7 of the skin.
Yeah, look, South Africa again, now on the counter-attack. There's no question about it. They need 31 in partnership. They've got it with an over to go in this partnership. Now they're starting to try and get some of the next partnership's 31. Still 62 to go for South Africa. So you know, look, it's like watching a heavyweight boxing fight, isn't it? You know, someone got stunned early, got through. The other team, you know, got stunned early. They're fighting back. Kelly to bowl.
Brilliant exhibition of indoor cricket here. If they can get 8 to 10 more in this final over and create a bit of a buffer for the next pair.
They'd love a 40 partnership here, wouldn't they? They'd feel like they really have, you know, brought their side back into it, you know. And I said when Labuschagne went off that their team will want to fight back for him. He's a good guy, he's a good player. He's had a bad game with the bat, and his team will be determined to come back and win it for him. And they're doing their bit.
It's time for someone else to deliver, and Paul Keller is on course to doing just that. 25 in terms of a positive contribution.
Yeah, look, he scored his and someone else's runs, hasn't he? And look how good on him. And Esterhuizen just been solid with him. Kelly goes ... And
did he roll over his ankle?
This looks a bit ginger coming back. Could well have.
They can ill afford another injury.
New Zealand would not like to lose another player right now, that is for sure. Having someone bowl, having them able to pick 3 bowlers would be difficult. Kelly's a tough man, but bowling slower. Cuts it in on ball 3. There's an out, or did Watkins drop it? Given. This might be a first DRS. I saw the ball, yeah, it's being reviewed. Yes. I saw the ball pass away. Did Watkins get the ball to the stumps? Was it a direct hit? Does the ball hit the stumps? Appears to be the question at this stage.
First use of DRS in the tournament.
So this frame we can see right now is being sent to the umpire, and it's interesting because it shows the batter out. The ball has missed, but whether it's clear that's what you're communicating, I'm not 100% sure. 1 run. Reversed 1 run.
Good utilization of the review and brilliant work by the third umpire as well.
And that's the kind of thing that from the umpire stand, there's no way you can tell whether that ball goes across the front or hits the stumps. And
fantastic stuff, fantastic utilization of technology there as well. Provided all the information necessary to make that decision. Brilliant stuff by the third umpire who's with us in the box.
Not quite sure what's going on here. Kelly walking up to the umpire stand. Captain Kelly limping badly. Is he gone?
Third umpire Brent.
I think that New Zealand coach Dave Bungie Russell's down there as well, and maybe they're just saying, you know, what the hell? Sorry, wrong word. They're saying, how come this is happening to us, you know? To be honest, it was decided before the start of this game it was going to have DRS, so it's going to have DRS, you know? And it would normally favour the fielding side.
Third umpire
You can
Brent
see Manus Kilmore coming back as well.
joining us. And that was brilliant transfer of information. That's the role of the third umpire in this game, to transfer the best frame across to the standing umpire.
New Zealand now referring. Jason Davis on the leg side line says that's out. Kelly looks straight to the back sticks. I think Coach Bungie, Dave Russell, did he review? I thought he did. Oh. They didn't review. Contact between, well done buddy, contact between the line fielder and the South African batter. Little high fives afterwards, nothing in it, no intention. But boys, a lot going on in this game. Kelly's got a great over, hasn't he? One left.
Exceptional stuff by Esterhuizen and Keller. 35 off the skin with a buffer of 4, because we made the calculations that they needed 31 in each skin.
Look, so we know that South Africa need 29 a pair from here to tie it, right? And you know, one of the things that's in New Zealand's favour is that Jason Davis has got 2 bowlers left. Now, him and Coleman will be the 2 premier bowlers on his side. So Coleman's bowled 1, Davis has bowled none. Kerr, not their best bowlers, bowled out. Offset a little bit by the South Africa in the last partnership, can pick 2 bowlers, but I think we'll see Jason Davis here. And if he bowls a good over, we might see Guy Coleman follow him. That's what I'd be doing with Coleman now. I'd bowl him in after the first negative over, I'd bowl Coleman and try and break this game wide open. Again, I don't know whether Kelly or Watkins is calling the shots. It seemed to me to be Kelly that asked at the back whether we should review that or not. And so that suggests to me he's in charge, but I could be wrong. Not sure if you're watching back in New Zealand, Ness, but if you are, I hope you're enjoying it. Lee Kelly's partner, Mr. Chatfield, that's out. Jason Davis gets the wicket, first ball. Robbie Kerr on the big throw. Davis beats him. Kerr catches, releases, facing and going forward. Hard to get back. -5. Robin Garth. Another big appeal from the Kiwis. Not given while they review this one.
Yes, we've gone upstairs again.
Garth Widray and Rob Green.
Third umpire Brent being kept busy.
Third umpire went back in the commentary room. They're going to share it with us, I think. Hits it square. Ball about to be hit and come back in. You'll see a batter come into the screen. It's going to be tight. There's the ball. There's the skill. Oh, I think he's in, isn't he? Need to see it from the other end, don't we? That might be what they call in the DRS. That angle might help. If that handle, I think it's bat on the line, it's out.
And that's the bat on the line.
That's out. Bat on the line and that's out. Is the bail up? Boy, hope you guys have got clearer monitors than I do. That's been given out, I'm pretty sure.
2 overturned reviews. Brilliant work by umpire Brent.
Yeah, Brent having a great game, isn't he? Look, I got to say, I love the technology being used. And again, it's due tomorrow. They're testing it in this game. Both sides know at the start, so that's fair. But it's always a benefit long term to fielding teams to have DRS. Importantly, both sides have appealed. Both sides have been right, so both sides are keeping two reviews from here. I did say I thought Jason Davis over might be important. For me, 2 balls, 2 wickets. New Zealand back on top.
A short one. That was
Just
a surprise
reminding
weapon.
him, yeah. Just letting him know I've still got that, by the way. I might be over 50, but I can still bang if I want to. And called no ball short, I think, over the shoulders.
It's not a bowler's game, is it?
It's not a bowler's game. But it's an interesting time, you know. as a captain at some stage, you have to make a decision. We're going for this. For me, I'm bowling Coleman next, and I'm trying to finish this game off. Tight, but back, I think. For me, Robert Green's been one of the best players for the South African side throughout. Full of energy. I think he's had a really good tournament. Sorry. Here's an out.
Yeah. So both teams have made successful reviews, and they still have 2 unsuccessful reviews left.
Look, plenty of discussion in the room. We have the umpire come in to review the third balls, the DRS system, sorry. Davis, though, breaks this game open. Batted very well with Kelly in that third partnership. The one out when he was run out off his leg. But now bowls a minus 13, and the question is, do they go to Coleman and try and ice this game? Doesn't look like it to me. Coleman's walking back into his position. If I was New Zealand, I'm trying to finish it.
72 needed for South Africa.
Sean Boyd hit the poles twice in the first over. He's going to bowl this one. They've got a lot of bowling on this side. Better change of sides.
72 needed off 7 overs. They need to go at over 10 per over.
Yeah, it's getting tough. And 72. Yep, 72 needed off
7 overs.
7 overs.
42 legitimate deliveries.
And this is the stage now where South Africa have to make some decisions. Are we going to do what New Zealand did and try and hit a lot of twos and create momentum here? Or do we have to go downtown and try and change this? And if we're going to go downtown, who are we going to go downtown against? Sean Boyd's useful with the ball. Swings it a long way. So who are they going to target here if they have to target somebody?
Could it potentially be Kelly, who's carrying a niggle?
Look, it could be, but Kelly bowled that 8th over and hardly went for a run against the partnership that had scored a lot, you know. He bowled, got big jagging back off the seam, bowled a couple that were quite a bit quicker, you know. Again, if you want to go after Lee Kelly, if you're good enough, good on you, but, you know, you'll need to be good enough. Boyd. They appear to have decided right now to start and see if they can shift momentum. No sign of panic in South Africa. They're just hitting twos and chasing. Good on them. It's the right thing to do for mine right now. And at least the rest of this over has to be the front half. Because when you do that, you waste a ball. And they can't really afford to waste too many balls here. That one is tried to hit from too wide to too straight.
Sensible batting.
Yeah.
64 now needed off 6 overs.
South African batter's going to try and call time out here. I think he wants gloves. He's asked for a bit of a break. Pointing at the back saying, I want something. Look, it could just be at the stage he's going, a spray. He wants some kind of spray. It may be that he wants a lighter or a heavier bat because he's planning on batting in a different way. He might feel he wants his light bat for bat speed. Physio comes out, he wants a bit of spray. Looks like he's got a bit of a sore wrist. I didn't see how he got that. Here we are. Australia qualified first, New Zealand second, South Africa third. The winner of this game will play Australia in the over 50s Masters final, and I think that could be one of the games of the tournament. We've got England came fourth and Sri Lanka came fifth in this grade. South Africa beat England in the 3vs4 semi. They came up. So no, they didn't. It was straight through. They played 3 round robins to get to that situation. Each team played each other 3 times. And then Australia went straight through the final. We're watching the semi-final between second place New Zealand and third place South Africa. Hope you guys are enjoying the commentary, enjoying the coverage from wherever you are watching in the world. Numbers have been massive for this event. Get in the YouTube chat. Get back on chat with us a little bit. Here comes Kelly, potentially.
Do you think it's because Kelly's been asked to bowl 3 overs by South Africa?
Look, to be honest, well, yes. Normally Kelly would bowl 4, who bowls 16, so I think that's part of it. Big hit. There's a catch.
Brilliant catch.
Jason Davis just putting on a clinic here. Batted the house down. Bowled a minus 13 over. And then grabs a diving catch. Watch this. Hits in the air hard. Davis dives back around.
.69 needed for South Africa now. It's getting tougher.
Yeah, look, it's... And what we're seeing is that New Zealand have come up with an 8 that's very hard to beat. They can bat pretty well. If they can get that first partnership score 20, they'll be pretty happy. They've got a lot of bowling and they can field a bit. And, South Africa are going to have to go real well from here if they're going to get through on this game. 68, 69 needed. Boyd with the back flick. Doesn't hit. But as you've said now, we're in a situation where 0 and 1s favour New Zealand because South Africa need more than every time they get a 1, the run rate pops up a little bit. In the last World Cup in 2017, Robbie Kerr couldn't throw, had to underarm the ball out to the fielders. But he's throwing so many balls at his daughters Amelia and Jess as they prepare to play for New Zealand Outdoor that he's slowly strengthened the shoulder up again. There's a wicket. There's a wicket. Kelly celebrates. He thinks that's it. But he's now throwing so many balls at his daughter's cricket. He's built the shoulder back up to the point where we're seeing Robbie Kerr, not quite the Robbie Kerr of old, but still with a great arm. There's the stumping. He's not going to miss those. Oh, yeah. One of the best keepers in the history for New Zealand. Kelly's got one left.
And that should potentially be curtains.
Look, we're now talking about needing 72 off 30 deliveries. See, a 2 helps New Zealand. Oh, that's out as well. Watkins wants that. I thought that was out. No one else wants it.
No.
Oh, well.
It's 5 overs left. 73 needed for South Africa. And they need to go at 14.6 runs per over.
Yeah, look, it's, they're a good side and it's been spirited, but that's asking a lot of anybody. And, really to do that, you've got to have these guys able to hit the back net and the next pair able to hit the back net. And there's a lot of players who aren't great at hitting the back net. And you've still got Davis, Coleman, Hyman to bowl before you pick your bowlers, So the next partnership's going to get, Hyman will bowl this one, I'd imagine. The next partnership's going to go Davis, Coleman. And if you've got your 14 and over off those 3 overs, you've done pretty well, Drop by Kerr, doesn't drop many. Ask the question. No conviction. Davis, frustrated. He's having the game of his life. Oh, was it Kelly? It's Kelly who wants that. Kerr drops it. Doesn't happen often. One run.
When you chase 88, 2 negative skins can be nail in the coffin for the chasing side. And that's another one.
Kerr doesn't drop 2 in a row, does he? And that's out. And look, credit South Africa. They've come in as underdogs in this game. They've lost 3 times to New Zealand. They've dominated the game early. They've been aggressive. They got in front. At the end of the day, they're a good cricket side, but they're probably today playing a cricket side that's just a little bit better.
And a side that managed the pressure situation a lot better as well.
Yeah, I thought if there's a massive plus for New Zealand going into that final, it was the composure. That second, third and fourth partnership all batted under pressure and showed some composure. Elimination facing, it's easy to make mistakes in there. And look, they'll be talking about that first partnership now to fix it. Colin Owens, is he out for the tournament? Will he be back tomorrow? They have a very, very good physio. Chantal, South African lady incidentally, lives in New Zealand. Up in the air. There's a bounce. I think possibly a time that this New Zealand side feels it's done. Someone should have caught that. 1 to come. If they can get 2 here, they'll need 70 in the last.
That's exactly what they need going into the last skin. Unfortunate for this pair.
It's nearly 3 a ball, isn't it? 28. It's nearly 3 a ball. It's you know, you have to say that New Zealand appears to have done, even though South Africa will be able to pick a couple of bowlers.
And Konya can hit a long ball.
He can hit a long ball, but my feeling is that we will have a busy bar at the hotel tonight. So there'll be a couple of South Africans in there enjoying their time together because they've been they're very tight this side. We see them all the time having a meal together, hanging out together, having functions. They're a really good bunch, and you know, I think personally, I said when New Zealand lost the over 40s semi, the team had been a credit to New Zealand. They played really well. I feel the same for the side. They've come here with a plan to upset a team. They've tried really hard. Eventually, they just haven't been quite good enough today.
And they gave the Aussies a run for their money, gave the Kiwis a run for their money. They've been a brilliant side to watch.
Tell you what, the over 55s grade of the next World Cup could be an absolute ripper, right? Or for a number of these guys going through to that side, that grade, I mean, this is good quality cricket we're seeing here, you know. So it appears that outdoor cricket all of a sudden about 5 years ago started to take age group cricket seriously. There's always been an over 50 side for New Zealand, but they went and played some team from Australia and 2 guys watched. But the ICC got into it recently. Konya has a go. It's out. And what it's doing is it's elongating the careers of a lot of these players. Kelly plays for New Zealand in the squad for New Zealand over 50s. Owens has been at New Zealand over 50s team for the last 2 years. It keeps them playing, and it gives you fit, well-skilled, psychologically well-prepared cricketers to come and play into cricket. It's really good for our game, as well as the outdoor game. And I think this Masters grade is going to get stronger and stronger. Coleman, I wouldn't say just going through the motions here, but you know, just putting the ball in the place, and he'll be practicing his off-cutter or his outie. I don't think at this stage Guy Coleman's bending his back. But there's just there's another game tomorrow.
Champion side, the Kiwis.
Yeah, I think you know, they have a big task against them tomorrow. Can't wait for this final, to be honest.
It's going to be an absolute ripper.
Third ball dropped by Kerr. Coleman's going, what have I got to do? It wasn't my favourite ever bat. They've missed a couple of chances off my bowling. What have I got to do? Don't worry about it, Guy. Just have an amazing player of the match game tomorrow in the final. You forget all this, you know?
Exactly.
Just bowl a couple of rippers.
And that's the 3 for. Fantastic stuff by Guy Coleman.
Very hard man to play. Coleman 3 for -4. And that's what you do, Guy. If they're going to miss a couple of catches off you, or a couple of runners off you, just knock the poles over. Look at that swing. That is quite brisk. Not full pace, but still quite brisk.
And that's the end of the 13th, and with 3 overs left, the game is well and truly in the bag for the Kiwis.
Yeah, look, and you know, they'll get through the motions now. They've got Jason Davis to bowl the next one, then South Africa pick the 2 bowlers that bowl the ones after that. And to be honest, I don't think South Africa will. I think they'll let them bowl if they want to be honest, at this point. So there's no real need, right? So they might do. They might say, hey, you know, bowl this guy and that guy. They might just say, look, bowl whoever you want. Doesn't matter, it's okay. Look who's over there getting ready. Australia over 30s. Australia.
Brilliant save.
Stopped by Watkins. He'll have loved coming out and fielding. He's worked incredibly hard to get himself fit enough to be here, really. He has done the work and deserves a chance to get up there with his team. And he'll be super disappointed to miss the 8. But he's got out there and he's contributed. And he'll be really pleased to have done so.
And what a game we have coming up next. We're going to expect a full house around court 1. The host side and potentially the best side Sri Lanka has in the competition. Facing Australia. They beat Australia in the round robin stage for a place in the finals. An experienced Sri Lankan side, a side that had many players that won the England Asia.
Yeah, I thought Sri Lanka was a real chance in the New Zealand Asia Cup the year before. Really, it was India, Sri Lanka and UAE were all very similar, and New Zealand, really. We got through and qualified first, but it was not in it. Oh, it looked like, I didn't turn him to the ball there, it looked like...
if there was a bit more at stake, would they have reviewed it? I'm pretty sure that would have been quite close.
Yeah, I think so. Robin James bowls a wide. He'll be finished, happy to be finished bowling today. He'll come back fresh and bowl tomorrow. Crucial effort with the bat from Robert James today. Came and hit that 7 and just said, look, the momentum's not stopping here. We're going to get enough.
I think they've asked Robbie-Kerr to have a ball.
They have asked Robbie Kerr to have a bowl.
2 for 8.
Yeah, got hit for the big 7. You know, had 2 for 1 until other than the big 7, and defended after that. I thought he bowled reasonably well in that first over. Went through them twice, didn't he, in his first over? In the first partnership, he bowled second over, didn't he? Really started the route with the ball.
And continuing from where he left off.
Yeah. The stuff's a bit, it has to be done. It's just part of the game. It's a bit tough for both sides, really. Really, New Zealand want to go and warm down and start recovery for tomorrow. And South Africa want to go and have a beer with your mates and say, well done. And, and they've got to get through this and good on it. It's the way that the sport works. You can see out there that, both teams will be happy when this is over. They've fought hard, both teams. They've played well. But now they know the result. Cronje comes down. Oh, spectacular bit of work. Just misses. 1 run for Cronje. That is out.
That's another one. Very professional display by this champion outfit.
Cheers, Monique. You should be very proud of your South African boys. They have played very well in this tournament. Credit to you guys. And thanks for the comments on the commentators. We do our best. Certainly, she's been a brilliant game to commentate. Absolute legends out there. Privileged to watch them play. Come on, Robbie. Thomas Gates. He's got his wicket. He's okay.
And we're into the final over of the game. It's been a brilliant one to oversee. The ebbs and flows of this game were such that it could have gone either way.
Go JD. I just wonder, JD's son is Thomas. I wonder if Thomas David Gates is JD's son. I don't think he is. Interesting. We'll have to get a clarification from an umpire on this. I thought South Africa picked the 2 bowlers and they bowled 15 and 16. But it looks to me like they bowled 14 and 15 and Davis is bowling a second over now. Colin Owen's been out in the first partnership. The bowlers that they come in, when do they bowl?
So because the player got injured and he's substituted out, the 2 nominated bowlers are supposed to be nominated in the 15th and 16th over to be bowled. That nomination must be clearly made at the start of the 13th over.
Thank you very much for the update. Appreciate that. I must have lost my bowling order somewhere. New Zealand get a wicket.
And a forfeit for Jason Davis. We haven't had too many fifers in the tournament. So an opportunity for Jason of the next 3 deliveries.
Yeah, look, he'll be, he loves indoor cricket. He loves getting guys out, and if he can get one more, he'll get one more here. I doubt they picked him to bowl again. I thought this was a second over, but I probably got that wrong, like many things. What do we got? We got 2 balls left. Thanks, Shane. Shane Walsh-Heath. Shane W. Heath. But that'll be Shane Walsh coming to us from Bali, Indonesia, sharing his thoughts on this. He'll give us an update on the America's Cup reasonably soon as well, unless there's Formula One. He'll be watching all of it. Just sits in Bali and watches sport non-stop. You are his son. Cheers, Thomas. Thanks for joining us. And welcome. Appreciate your comments on the game. Always nice to have a world champion talking to us on the game. Cheers, JT.
And that wraps up proceedings here. And that's going in. And that's being reviewed.
They're not really going to review it, are they?
They have.
Is there any need, guys? Come on.
This is just to get him his 5 foot.
Roll it back. Oh, this is going to be out. It's only a frame in the game, but it's going to be out. Watch this. Bales. Now.
Yep, and that's a 5 foot.
Gotta say, one thing I'm really enjoying is watching. Thank you, Brett. I'm really enjoying watching these decisions be referred. We can see it frame by frame. You can see it frame by frame. That is transparency, right? Really and truly, you can see. I think it's a great system. We'll see it more tomorrow. Ecstatic New Zealand side. And look, I've been here. I know what it's like. Devastated South African side. It's tough. And every team that lost today and gets knocked out, they'll be heartbroken. Tomorrow we'll see the teams in the finals. Now we're going to do Australia versus Sri Lanka 35 for a place in the final in 20 minutes. I have never seen an Australian side lose a Masters qualification game by 50. Can they bounce back, or will Sri Lanka put them away? It's a must watch. Hang around. We'll be back in 15 minutes, I'd imagine, to get into Sri Lanka versus Australia.
උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතය විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber Connection එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනාගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලාගන්න. රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමඟ SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos? Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race? Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉංගත මම වාසුදේව.
නානයක්කාරද? ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
පොස් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකඩිල්ල.
හනික වරල්ලා ආතියන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ. ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
කෙල්ල කවුද කියලා හුනා?
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට ඇතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවාකට කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට ආවා.
මට ඉලක්කයක් නොදැක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙඩි තිබ්බා. ඇයි දන්නේ සල දොරට ගැහුවා?
කවුද ගෙදරින්?
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරය ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා. Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data bundle ඇතුළු fiber elite rewards දිනා ගන්න. ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න.
පිරිසුරු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරගෙල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. Like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලෙට ටකරන් ෂීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ වෙවුලන්නේ තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රැට කැම තියන්න.
රැට කෑමක් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඔකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ තන්තිපට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි ඒ කෑගන්නේ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද?
I'm at day 6 of come to an end to day 6 of the Masters World Series. As we all saw on the live stream and in our videos, it has been an exceptionally action-packed day, and we have a lot more to come in the coming days, so stay with us. You're missing out if you're not here.
හිතට දැනෙන movies ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. Rewind කරන option එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Chipped over the top. The Will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennoxy Town. It's the Hexen from Becky Arisa, who will stroll in.
Everyone, now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Kokopalooza on Pure TV.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
යාගේ ගෙදර කවුදෝ මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
උඹට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන උඹ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතෑරම්බා.
A win-win situation, my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලාගන්න. Rewind කරන option එක සමගින් එකී මේකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos? Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race? Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදේව. නානකාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
පොත් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනි
against New Zealand tomorrow. The loser goes out. Australia here having lost the 1 vs 2 semi by just over 50 to New Zealand. They start with no wicketkeeper. Sri Lanka come through by beating South Africa in the semi-final, the 3 vs 4, to set their one up. Sri Lanka beat Australia in the last game of round play to qualify for the top 4. So they have some history. Again, Australia, no keeper. As far as I'm aware, the DRS trial is over. They'll be back for finals tomorrow. Is that correct? Yep, no DRS for this one. So for Australia, Josh Guy's the captain, Andy Byrne, Chris Prescott, Tim Winchura, Andy Solomons, Josh Johns, Stephen Shaw, Brad Jones. Look, big changes for Australia, including Captain Lawton being stood down after a negative last game. He's a very good player getting to the bench.
Just a note before I go through the Sri Lankan team, the wicket keeper is not behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's out. Yep.
Do you think there's a plan for that? They're trying to...
Look, I think Shane says let's go Sri Lanka. Look, I think there is a plan for that. I'd like to watch this. The wicketkeeper's going back in now.
Okay, let me...
I'm not sure if it's third ball.
No, they got a run in the first ball. It was a leg side. So the keeper has come now.
Did the ball hit the stumps? Given. Batsman says, can I review that? His mates say no. He goes, what's going on? It's a wide. Says no. His mate comes through, takes off. The ball does hit the stumps before it comes out of Brad Jones' hands.
It hit. Okay. So I'll just go through the Sri Lankan team. It's the same team that played the previous game. Kolit Hapawarachi captain, Dilisara Sasanka, Umesh Pereira, Chandima Bekut, Nalin Vimukti, Isuru Umesh, Tarindra Shantika, and Nilanta Vijayakun.
Look, as you'd expect, I've never seen an Australian side lose a semi-final by 50.
Okay.
And this side got beaten soundly by New Zealand, and we can expect to see this, right? That is not out, but does it stop a massive appeal? This Australian side's going to go after everything. They're going to go hard today, and good on them, right? Proud cricketing nation. They've had to leave their captain out after his last game. There is a lot of pressure coming. Brad Jones, again, multiple Australian men's player. Vic. At least one Australian states with Victoria, I'm pretty sure. Keeper's out.
Ball is good.
Ball is good. Sri Lanka don't try and go through when the ball goes through to where the keeper would be. That's the question for the batting side. The first thing is, can you back up further? Because there's no keeper to throw it back. Or can you not, because the fielders can do it? Can you scoot through if they miss? Expecting one heck of a battle here.
Here you're looking at 40-50 will be decent scores.
Look, I think still they'll be looking for 60, right?
Definitely.
But, you know, I think if they had to defend it, you know, both sides of the field, if they had to defend 50 odd, they could, you know. But interestingly, I think we're on the better batting courts here. I think next door, the court, you get a bit more bounce.
Yeah.
You know, so, and no keeper. Jones to bowl. Bowls him. Swings back through the gate, tries to work it across the line and gets bowled.
Was this coming hard as expected?
So we've got the 35s in this grade with the Aussie in the 2 vs 3 qualify, and we've got the 40s next door where UAE beat Australia in the 1 vs 2 semi and sent them down playing South Africa. So 2 Australian sides playing for their life. I think there's a misfield for 4. Look, you've got 2 Australian teams, a South African side and Sri Lanka here, but the people who are here, they're only here for one thing. They've got some clangers, they've got some drums. They're looking for any reason to support Sri Lanka they can do, and Australia will know they want to quiet that crowd. They do want early wickets. You do want to get in front of a home crowd.
So 2 overs, it's -3. Sri Lanka not starting well the way they would have loved to.
Look, we just watched the over 50s final, and the penalty score's on 76 now. They've moved ahead quickly. They're on 76 after 2. They are back to -3. Neither team got an opening partnership in positives. New ball, big atmosphere, sighted fielders. It's tough out there, and let's see if Sri Lanka can get out of here and get themselves back to 5, 8, 10, something like that.
So Andy Solomons, former Sri Lankan player, Andy Solomons, former Sri Lankan player, turning out for Australia now.
Yep.
Bowling against his former captain.
One thing's like, you know, I'm going to say I don't love it, but I think we have to accept that we may see more and more players from other countries working in Australia.
Yeah.
And if they work there eventually, they'll be encouraged to be part of it.
Yeah.
Finger goes up. Upset opening bats. Let's watch it. Tight, I thought it was in.
Yeah, that was tight.
These things happen, right? What we're going to see in this game is 20 really tight umpiring decisions because this game's been played at pace. Australia got 1 wicket against New Zealand. They've got 3 here. They've got a point to prove. Sri Lanka, I think they'll whack one. They're not lying down here. Word said, Brad Jones having a bit of a chat.
you're going to
Jones
expect
loves
that
the chat.
from the Aussies because they have lost 2, so they're going to be in your ears, and they wouldn't
no.
like that.
I think you can expect that from the Aussies in this game. They're going to compete, and they're going to compete hard. Going back as the first ever Australian over 30 side to not make the final, over 35 side to not make the final.
Is it the first time?
I can't.
If they don't.
If they don't. I mean, again, I'm not saying they're not going to, but I'm going to say they've got everything to play for because they don't want to be that side, right? I think he's lucky he didn't hit that. He might have hit that up in the around the corner. Look, it just seems to me as if right now the South African opening bats just need to take a breath. Lots going on up there, lots of crowd noise. Settle yourself down. What am I going to do? Where am I going to score these runs? Okay, watch the ball hard. Hit it in the middle. Call well.
2.
And all of a sudden I'm back in positives.
Aussies bringing great energy.
Aussies are bringing great energy, but let me tell you, that Sri Lankan crowd's bringing some energy as well. And to be honest right now,
Big changes in the team. Let's hope it pays off for the Aussies.
Lots of changes in the Aussie team, according to Craig. Wouldn't have dropped Lawford. Noise helps fielding teams. Always. So the noise that the Sri Lankan supporters are making down there right now is helping the Australians stay on this run.
I was seeing Andy in the green and gold. Well, I would say any team would like to see Andy in their side. He is a terrific player.
Solomons is a great player, you know. And again, you know, I'm sure having decided to, one of the reasons he decided to play for Australia was to have a better chance of winning. Australia 19 in the first in the over 40s grade. Sri Lanka 1 in the 35s.
That's a good shot.
6. Interesting, isn't it? Australia saying, we're going to bowl full and we're going to swing it and we're going to trouble you. And Sri Lanka saying, yep, if you miss, we're going to bash you.
Well, both these guys are good down the wicket, so he can do that because there's no wicket keeper.
Absolutely. He goes, okay, I'm going to run down and have a hit at you because I can, because there's no keeper. Bowler making some field changes. Look, at the end of the day, but what he does want to do is run down and hold his shape. You know, that is a bit sloggy. Big circular arc like we saw in the last game. What we want to see is just come down and punch that in the back for 5.
There we see again.
Oh, nearly hits, doesn't hit. Jones thought it was going to.
4.
4 runs. Sri Lanka back to double figures. No, back to 8. 12, back to double figures. Look, with Australia dominant a few balls ago, all of a sudden Sri Lanka, if they can get out of here, they can get out of here on parity.
So they've made them change the field now. They got 2 guys down. So that opens up the middle area.
Yes, it does.
You need to play smart cricket. Now you play into those gaps.
Look, it's one of the things you do to play smart cricket. And so far, Sri Lanka, this is a really good recovery from them. Australia dominant early, but 13 with 2 balls to go. 2-2 for 17.
Also, I think when you see the Australian team making 2-3 changes for important teams, that means they are rattled.
Oh, look, they've just lost by 50.
Yeah.
They've got 1 wicket in the third and conceded nearly 150.
Yeah.
Changes were coming. He's got no choice, right? At that stage, you've got to send a message to your team that you want changes. And what will be interesting to see is the guys that have come in, when they get put under big pressure, how they go, right? The Australian over 40s, Lewis missed the back corner with 3 balls to go. It was going to be 7 was out.
Yeah.
The difference between them winning and losing that close. The Australian over 35s did get touched up, and there will be a response. But now for the Sri Lankans, they'll be targeting. The door is closed, and we can still hear the drums. They'll be targeting, particularly the new guys coming in. Just seeing how good they are, because in the Sri Lankan viewers, they weren't good enough last game.
Yeah.
Sorry, break. My apologies.
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරය ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber
Well, in the end, we've stayed with trend, right? New Zealand won the first game, went through to the final. Sri Lanka won the second game, and they're playing. So as for the points table, we've stayed in the semi-finals to date.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka finished, Australia finished second and third, playing what is basically a second and third game. Wide first ball from Byrne. Effort. Looks sharp.
It's Rumesh Pereira and Chandima Abekun, the second pair.
Pereira and Abekun, two of their best bats, right?
Yes. And I think after that start, 14 from the first game is a really good score, I would say.
Well, I think it is when you were like minus 12 in the third over, you know, like when you're in real trouble, they've come screaming back from that. We get dot to start with from Byrne, so we have Sri Lankan batsman on third ball.
Safe.
Third ball, they've got to run and they get through for one.
What would have been worrying for the Australians was New Zealand getting 100 odd runs and winning by a big margin, like you said.
Through the gap and bowls him.
You can see I saw him was going there, you see, he's trying to do something with that.
So bowling a leggy of some variation. Can be hard for me, I find it hard to pick up on the screen. But 1 for -2 for Andy Byrne. Another partnership with early wickets. In the last game, both first innings struggled to the end of the fifth.
Right in the block hole.
Abacool?
Right in the block hole. So.
Oh, right in the block hole, yep. Interesting. Australia dropping their field back. One ball left in the fifth, taking the keeper out and drop their line fielders back. Why?
What's going on?
Why drop the field out? I take the keeper out, I get. Drop the field out, I'm not so sure I understand why. See there how it goes on the offside? And the next side fielder runs straight into the stumps to cover.
Yeah.
So there's more plan to this, but in that particular occasion, I don't really get what they're trying to do. He's got a good over, he's got a wicket. Take the keeper out, I don't understand why you got those line fielders back. They didn't look like they were going to try and hit the back net. To me, maybe they were, who knows.
Well, Paul, if you look at Sri Lanka's previous 2 games, yesterday they restricted Australia to something like 41, and today they restricted a good South African side to 64. So you reckon anything in that region, they'll be confident that they can defend it?
Look, I think in these games, batting first is an advantage, and if you can get runs on the board, no matter how many runs it is, if you can get runs on the board, we saw a New Zealand over 40s team stay in the game for a long time with 40 on the board, right?
Yeah.
And it often works out that way for mine. Chasing's hard in these 6 and 6 ball over games.
This is what they need just to steady the ship. Don't get rattled, because I'm sure the Aussie boys must be having small chats around.
Saying hi, ask them how the afternoon, after the evening's going. Although I guess, you know, maybe it's a little harder to say too much when someone's just got 150 against you, you know. And the coach might have told them. I saw Brad Jones have a chat, and he's been doing it for years, but the coach might have said to them, look, guys, get out there and play cricket, keep your mouth shut, and play good cricket, because, and again, take the keeper out, and they put 2 guys on the back net. They really think that Abekun and Pereira are going to hit and hit hard. They're trying to take it away from them, you know. It's interesting to mind, you know. It's quite defensive.
But so far the Sri Lanka, they like to hit the ball hard. So if they hit it into the ground, it's going up.
Yep. Look, I would have thought that having the line fielders back a couple metres off the line, I could get that, but they seem to be having 2 guys on the back net. again, I'm surprised, and clearly they really respect the hitting power of the Sri Lankans, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, now those, if there's a wicket keeper, the chances are better because when the guy has to run in there and then someone is like hitting the ball and he's still coming there. So it's hard for him to get it, but he can keep a station there in the third position and he's there to palm it onto the stumps.
Yep, yeah, agreed. Australian coach down the side having a chat with his captain, I would bet. Josh Guy, look, I think this is a big change, and I could be wrong, but Lawton was the captain of this side. So to have to drop your captain, boy. I walked past the woman down the squash courts after the last game. They look devastated, and they will be, you know, the proud cricket nation.
They dropped Lawford also because he played the last 2 games.
Yeah, Lawford they've dropped. And, you know, I think, you know, right now the contest is building for us, right? If I was the Australian coach, you know, whatever they're doing in the front half, they're doing, and that's their choice, right? But I'd be a little disappointed in the amount of wides in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah.
You know?
So maybe the other thing is you taking the keep out also might make the batsman think differently, you know. Why are they doing this? You don't expect that to.
They've just conceded 150, and in reaction to that is to try something different, right?
I think that is the reason.
And the truth is that, and I mean this in from a coaching point of view, there's only any point to winning this game if you think you can win the next game. So maybe they're already trying some things here for New Zealand in the next game.
But that again, not like trying things.
And making the finals meritorious, and they're trying to do that. I get that all the same. But they want to win the final. That's what Australia's here for. And that's what Sri Lanka and New Zealand are here for, you know. So maybe there's a bit of the stuff that we're seeing is for Sri Lanka, but they're also having a look for New Zealand if they make it. I do think that if I was the batter, I would be batting half a yard outside my crease. I wouldn't bother charging. I'd just stand outside my crease. Short of my run area. I can always just drop my bat back in if I miss it. You know, I've got plenty of time.
It might make it easier to go down. But they're all going with a lot of pace. Those boys, yeah? So that may be the other reason that they might want in. They don't want to be too much in front.
Look, the Australians, you know, Sri Lanka now 3 overs into this partnership. They've got 12. Going to this stage, probably another Australia ahead in this partnership. Last bowler.
Well, like you said, if I was the batter, I would bat out my crease just to make them think that we have to get this guy back in. Keep him back.
Yeah, I think I would bat out of my crease, and because it helps me go. It helps me. I don't have to get my head out of balance by charging, and it helps me get to the other end.
Well, if you bet like that, there's no problem.
And again, it's a re-bowl over. With due respect to the bowler, who's likely to be the 4th best bowler of the partnership. The guy who bowled the 4th over went for a few. The guy who's bowling the 8th over may go for a few. You don't know, may get wickets. It's going to be desperate to try and help him get wickets. But for Sri Lanka now, they'd like to get to 20. Indoor cricket is the ultimate test of composure. You're always under pressure.
They can get up to 35 in the next 4 deliveries. I think they'll be pretty much happy.
Direct hit, but he was in. Australia 58 at the start of the 3rd in the other court. In front, but not miles in front. No keeper. I definitely would stand out of my crease. Especially if he's going to come right arm round.
So now they're getting this guy up.
Yeah, which is better. I think it's 1. The crowd reacted like it was 3, but I think it's 1. Jones, good hands. This is one of the things about being a young sport. Cricket's only sort of 40 years old. We're now seeing a different field. And what we're going to see in the next couple of years is a different batting response to it. How do you respond to it?
Yeah.
Do you back up a little bit further? Got to watch out for that leg side field if you do that. I think what you can do, it's hard to explain on a broadcast, is you can back up further and slower.
Yes.
You know? So you don't have momentum killing you if you hit it to a fielder, but you can be further down, and I think that would be something you practice for.
Let's go.
Let's go to a break. Sri Lanka 35 after 2. Fantastic game. Join us after the break.
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරය ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet සතිපතා data bundle ඇතුළු Fiber Elite rewards දිනා ගන්න ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න
Still continuing with the no wicket keeper.
Yeah, look, and I sort of get this: the further you go into the innings, the more, because you're trying to save a run off the net. You're giving up a chance of some wickets. You don't get many stumpings anyway.
So you got Nalin Vimukti and Isuru Umesh. Isuru Umesh also another player who would like to go downtown.
So Nalan and Umesh.
Yeah, so this was the first pair, this was the second pair, so they are going according to the...
Nice. Look, Zuru Umesh, Virga player, and does like to hit it. I've seen him play a number of tournaments over the years, and always quick with the ball, quick and straight. Good athlete, I think. To be quick between the wickets, just a good athlete.
Two or three?
From what I saw, and again, I'm not part of Australian indoor cricket, but this really seemed to be run by the Queensland over 35s in the Masters final. They played the whole innings with no keeper, apart from third balls.
Okay.
They lost it by 3 or 4, but they had some, they didn't score many and they nearly defended it. So it appears, I'm suspecting they've got a Queensland coach, and Byrne have decided there's an out touch, direct hit. Just watch it. Turns it square, takes off, back flick. I reckon that hits.
That's out. Josh Guy, the bowler.
Bowler is
the skipper. It's like Vichura. They're bowling the 10th over. Select side. Tumbutra has none for 11 so far. So now they've got a wicket keeper suddenly.
Yeah, interesting. And Umesh hits that flat and gets through. Now a different field again. They've got 3 on the offside, 1 on the leg with the wicket keeper. So we see Australia having different approaches. So he's going to try and bowl it off stump, make them hit it through the offside, with fielders there to support him. But again, the line fielder back on the net, so 2 back on the net.
But at least the batsman is more free when he knows that there's no wicket keeper to even take a stumping. He can lift his foot. That's a good shot.
Bounces there for 3. That is a good shot.
It's the one. So 10 gone. 46. Sri Lanka's tally. 14 and 21 the first 2 skins, and now 11 so far in 2 overs. Back on the other court, Australia moved to 74 now. 23, 34 and 17 at the moment in the third skin.
Australia got to keep an eye on this time clock as well. 14 minutes to go, 5 overs to go before the end of the 16th. 6 overs to go before the end of the 16th, and they've got an innings break, a partnership break in there as well. So they'll need to keep an eye on the time clock. Offie from Byrne. 1 runs, 1 doesn't, they appeal. Given.
That was not needed because the striker said no. Don't need to be in any hurry.
Byrne 2 for -5. Andy Byrne, a great player of a number of years for Australia. He will have played in a lot of Australian sides, and he will expect this side to perform. Coming in, bowling right arm round, bowling off cutters. No wicket keeper. 2 on each side in the front half. The 2 lines pushed up. Brad Jones on the back. Narland gets a couple through the leg side. For Makuthi.
So if you are not using your wicket keeper, what is the rule? Like you can have 4 in the front court?
4 in the front court.
You can have more than that.
Yes, you can't have any more. Still always 4, you know.
That's
3 for 5. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You are coming to after school class with me if you're on my team. Watch this. No bat goes down. Runs through with his bat in the air and his foot on the ground. That is the stumps and his foot's in the air. It is out. Sri Lanka, like every partnership, battling back into it late. Under pressure early, but finding a way back. Byrne. Umesh decides to dance back in again. Feet. Just put your bat over the line, buddy. You'll be okay.
Like
Lots of traffic.
Mr. Umesh likes to go down the ground.
Put your foot down, mate. Byrne. Trying to bowl outside leg stump. Take away the space. South Africa celebrating a wicket over there as the partnership for Australia goes down into
69-12.
69-12. Brad Jones says, I'll have some water. Andy Byrne goes back down. Keeper's going back in. Byrne will field on the leg side. Boy, we've been treated some high quality cricket this week, haven't we?
Definitely. The last 2 days have been top notch.
Imagine tomorrow. 2 ties already. What are we going to see?
Electrifying.
Electrifying. It's been brilliant. It's been absolutely fantastic. If you aren't enjoying this coverage of indoor cricket, check you've got a pulse. What is going to excite you? Jump in. Look, all you've got to do is pick a team and back them, and you'll have a fantastic experience. Get involved. Don't just sit there and watch it. Say, I want Sri Lanka to win. I'm supporting them. And if you do that, you'll buy into this and you'll love it. Sri Lankan batsman looks frustrated with the umpire. I don't know who the umpire is. I reckon that's Michael Guest. It's a bit dark back there. I reckon that's Michael Guest. He'll be having a good game. He's a very good umpire.
Well, if Sri Lanka comes into that final, I can guarantee you one thing. This stadium is going to be really noisy.
Really noisy and really full. I'll be up the stairs to go. I won't be able to get out. I don't like that very much. I just struggle with it. Up there, touch from Jones misses. I think it's 3. It might be 2.
I think it's 3.
It was 3. Sri Lanka again fighting hard. Every ball, these two teams. Australia trying to get in the right area. Sri Lanka battling with the bat. Australia fighting hard for a wicket. True competition.
3 balls to go in the skin.
That looks quite quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. And they're going with the all-out pace attack.
Yes. Again, possibly a reaction to the 147, 143, whatever it was. Whenever you make a change, you gain something and you lose something.
Yeah.
Lawton, a little slow, right? But calm under pressure. If they need 20 to win and he's out there, you're going to have to get him out. He's not going to make mistakes. Field dropping back. Australia going, look, 1 ball left, 18, I'm okay with that. Third ball. Umesh. Hit on the body. That's out. Last baller swings it back to Australia for mine.
Very well fielded. So we'll go for a break.
Let's go. We love POTV carrying this live and free throughout Sri Lanka. Brad Jones to bowl. Looked like a leg cutter to me. Just watching his hand.
The 2 batsmen, Tarindu Prasantika and Nilantha Vichekun.
So this is Wijikun and Tarindu. Jones, 1 for 1 so far. Bowls are wide. Interesting to bowl and see the different lines. Australia seem to want to bowl full.
Yeah.
And if you take the keeper out and put the fielder on the back net, that helps you to bowl full with some safety. One thing we know is that a number of these Australians played in a game, in a big game when this happened, the Australian State Final. Queensland did it. They went down to somebody, I'm trying to remember who, New South Wales didn't win it. Was it 35? I think it was 35s. I got my news feed, my phone chat just lit up with people telling me, got to watch this. But they've done it before, so they know what they're doing. Quite new to Sri Lanka, but Sri Lanka in this battle, don't you worry about that. 3.
George number 45, he also generally likes to go downtown. He likes that straight shot.
This is the guy that came into the Sri Lankan team halfway through,
Yes.
had a big game.
Yeah.
Australia got to him yesterday in their round play game, but pitch it up, he will hit it. I really like that. Australia going, well, hit it if you want it, but we have 2 guys on the back and we'll run you out. Not the quickest guy in the world either. So, you know, the game of chess is continually going on between these 2 sides as they work out how they're going to beat each other. And I have a feeling it's going to come down to 1 ball here and 1 ball there. I have a feeling that you and me, we're going to sleep well tonight, aren't we? It has been a day full of excitement.
I will definitely sleep well. Whoever wins. That is guaranteed.
Look, you can't tell me you don't want Sri Lanka to win. I know you want Sri Lanka to win.
I definitely want Sri Lanka to win. Well, I was just thinking. I was thinking 70 at the start. But if 70 is gettable at the moment.
70's on track. Yeah, personally, I'd say they're on track for 70. You know,
Yes,
ball beginning a bit softer. They've run out of bowling a little bit because every team does. You know, you don't keep your best 3 bowlers for the last 3 overs. So there might be somebody who can bowl a great over for them. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I think 70's on. One of the things, you know, it's great to be a hitter.
Yeah.
But you can't get tentative on everything else, right?
Yeah.
Just because you can't hit it doesn't mean at this level you can get tentative. You've got to be positive and hit that into the ground and try and get your 2. Now, because he's charged, it's no ball short. Interesting variation to the rules. Now this is
Look where he's batting. He's batting way out of his crease.
I like that, you know. Keeper comes back in, keeper goes back out. They can't decide. Put it back on them a little bit. That's good. Guy's going to bowl. He's going to bowl short again. Bowls Phil. Should have bowled short. Gets hit for 1. They appeal. He's in by about a metre.
There you saw the field on this side was running this way to block him. But the ball is on this side. So
we'll watch. One of the things they've done here, and watch this. Look where the point fielder is. So far back this way. They're giving up behind square. Big appeal given.
Given.
I'd love to see that again as well. Batsman turns around, has a look, goes, I thought I made it. And to be honest, buddy, I thought you were pretty close as well. Michael Guest is the best in the business. Let's see what he does. Can we have a replay of it, please? Here we go. Here's the line. Oh. Did the ball hit the stumps? Rightio, the fight continues. These 2 sides. Fielder's going back. Yeah. He's going to bowl Phil, no keeper. He's going to bat out of his ground. He's going to miss it. I just think with this that, you've got to put the fielder being back out of your mind. What you can try and do is punch the 3s. Hit it into the net in front of him and then you run through. Now, if you're not the quickest guy, that's a bit intimidating. You've got to have an answer here. Right.
Well, I think the other thing is, you see, last minute the keeper comes in and goes back out. So you're playing with the batsman's mind. He's not sure exactly what he's going to expect.
I think as well Australia aren't quite sure sometimes, you know. He's batting out of his ground, keeper comes back and we don't want to do that, right? So, again, the mind games around this contest, boy oh boy, and cricket can be a fascinating sport. And
so 2 overs to go.
I mean, 70's not out of the question at this stage with a couple of good overs. Probably 65 more realistic.
Yeah.
Close. Not given.
That's it.
Jones gets him off in a hurry. 2 runs.
And Solomons. Now the guy with pace. He's got pace.
The Sri Lankans should know a lot about what he bowls. They'll have faced him at training a million times, right? Wants the wide. Won't get it, I don't think.
No. Batting on off stump or just outside, so it's hard to.
Goes back to off stump. Very open. Solomons misses. Takes the wide there.
This is great energy. It's from the Aussies.
Cheers, Craig. Great thought. I didn't see the Kiwi Aussie game. Hits it. That's out.
That's out. Backing up too far.
Picks out a line fielder. How good is indoor? Cam Walters. How good is indoor? Thanks for that, Cam. We all know that this gentleman here, best commentator in the game. Cam Walters does all the Australian stuff. I tried to get him here.
We'd love to have you then.
Oh, yeah. Look, Brad Jones, he's got a big history of playing well. There's a wide. Wickets and wide. We're bowling on over. Wickets and wide. Solomon's hand on his face. He's going, I can't look. The voice is in the house, Cameron Walter. Hey, Cam, great to see you, buddy. I hope you're enjoying this as much as we're enjoying it. Cam, I'm going to say this, and Prescott has been huge this week. I've never seen an Australian side go down by 50 in any kind of final. Have you, Cam? This team's in uncharted waters, and they were always going to fight back hard, in my opinion. Victoria, a New Zealand band, record a song called Victoria. Don't worry, you guys will claim them as a band at some stage. No rush for Australia to steal them. New Zealand 56 after 15. Sorry, Sri Lanka 56 after 15. 1 over to go.
And on the next court, Australia 76.
On the next court, they're 76. Boy, and cricket's amazing. This has just been a great, I'm so pleased they came up. It's been such a great event. So much cricket. And tomorrow, we're going to do some finals.
So let's settle for 60 now. I think we might be able to get a little bit more.
Yeah, they want to, oh, that's out as well.
Out.
Good hands from Brad Jones.
I was thinking the dive would come in, but
I don't know how you leave Brad Jones out of a big game. Hits it flats, turns, throws. Oh.
that was close.
Was close. We don't mind that, right? Michael gets a good umpire. If he gives out all the close stuff in both innings, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
Sri Lanka will get some close ones. He's got to hit that. The fielder's there. Can't pick it up cleanly, gets 3 runs. So the extra fielder's dropped back, hits it to him, but hits the net first. Runs hard as he can.
Got 4.
Got 4.
51.
There we go. 55, 60 still on.
That's another
3. Jones. Oh, they could have run an extra there. Slapped it across.
58. So 60 is on.
60 is on.
Maybe even 65.
Love my cricket. Wow, you know, anything so's 53 on. It's all on here at the stadium. Defends it. Says to his mate, he says, I know better than that. I shouldn't be defending that, you know. We need some runs here. So I'm just going to come down next ball and hit it for 7. That's what he says. We wonder if he can do it or not.
Yeah, but if you get a decent ball, you might as well defend it. Out.
The extra fielder gives the crowd heap. And they've been putting him back all game to look for that.
53 is
Last one was on the ground. This one's in the air. Australians jubilant. I do think he may have been trying to hit that through the other side.
Okay, 55 is on.
55 is on.
No, 53.
Called good ball. Thought it was too, actually, to be fair. Look, been a great effort, hasn't it? Australia, they've just come so hard at the Sri Lankans. The Sri Lankans have fought through, got 53. I think for Thirindu, you know, this is big time indoor cricket, right? He's been brought into the side, he's playing big time indoor cricket, and he'll only be better and better for it, you know. At the end of the day, he's a little bit slow.
Yeah.
Could spend next year doing some work on some acceleration and come back an even better side, and speed gives you confidence when you're back, you know?
Yeah.
But it didn't for me because I didn't have any, but for guys who've got speed, it gives you confidence. And let's do the highlights and get the break.
Highlights and then break.
Early wicket. Appeal, not out.
පිරිසුළු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV.
Time hasn't been reset just yet. Andy Byrne and Chris. I think what we are going to see here is we're going to hear a lot of noise. That's going to help Sri Lanka, and that's going to help the Australian 40s because they're going to fill with noise. So what Sri Lanka want is early wickets to bring that crowd and that noise into the game. Drives it, dropped. Josh Jones is the king. JJ, man-cat him.
That should have been taken.
And one of the things that we are going to do is we're going to see a couple of Australian players who thought they were having a day off today come out and bat potentially under a lot of pressure. Too easy.
It's going to be off. Low and scrappy fight. Let's see.
Sri Lanka will want one.
Well, they could have had one. Chandi Mabekun, the bowler.
Chandamar, right?
Yeah.
Here comes the first wicket. And the crowd explodes. Field does the right thing, runs round the batter, who's probably in his line really. Make sure there's no comment. The crowd look like to me. The reaction is subdued to what I'm expecting. It's a wide, he chases it, keeper throws, turns it up. Not in the frame.
This is exactly what Sri Lanka needed. Now, quick. We need two. One makes two.
Burn, quality shot. Good bat.
Three runs. So 1 over, it's 1 run.
South Africa 17 chasing 76. It's best I can see through the hand in front of us. 17 in the first skin still.
Yeah.
So that game in the 40s is still live. 35s. Australia 1 after 1 chasing 53. You would expect them to get there, but I expect Sri Lanka to make it bloody tough.
These are Sasank from 88.
Sri Lanka's go up. Can we have a replay of it, please?
Well, he batted it. Well, just put his leg. It was swinging in, but I doubt that you can give that out.
That is close. That is close for mine. I know it hits him outside on, doesn't matter. Is that going to hit? He doesn't play a shot?
Because he brings it in this way.
Our mate Cam Walters will be yelling. Here we go. He was going, give it out. He doesn't play a shot. He deserves every time they get on the leg for Cam. If you don't play a shot, you deserve it. Interesting. Close enough. Don't have any ball tracking, but close enough.
Hard to give that because it was hitting him a bit outside. Through the ball was coming in.
Yeah. The only question is indoors. Would it have hit the stumps or not? Nothing else matters. Didn't play a shot. Pretty close. I think that one of the hard parts for that is that umpire Guest will be unsighted for the last part of the swing because the batter's between him and the ball.
Yeah.
So it means that he has to be 100% sure because he does lose sight of the ball for a while on that line. Don't quite know what's going on over there, but I thought the Australian caught that. Looks like it's been given not out to me. 2 runs. Australia trying to build away here. 2 balls left in the second. We know the numbers, don't we?
Sri Lanka needs to strike now.
Yep, 14 a partnership for Australia here. That'll get them home. 2 more. They're going to be batting. 7 with a ball left in the second, so they're right on the run rate required here.
This is good batting by Australia.
Dulsara. Look, what you want as a team. Shot Doss from Luke. Byrne is a very good player, by the way, but as a coach, what you want is you want the questions answered. Now, Byrne for mine, he is an amazing player. Whenever I see Byrne play, he's opening the batting, he's playing medium pace, it's swinging, and he looks $1 million. So if I was coaching Sri Lanka, what I would know by now is how he goes against spin in the first partnership. I don't want to find it out now, right? Yeah. I want to know before now whether it's the right decision or not. I think bowling medium pace is insane scene. Sri Lanka up and about. Let me tell you, it's loud here.
There's an interesting one before that. That Chandima is also Victorian.
Yeah.
And it was his coach that was saying that.
Oh, yep. Most likely, again, we just get the understanding that more people are moving to Australia from the cricket nations, right? And they, do you want to play, good on them, because the question they're being asked is, do you want to play for a team that'll probably win, or one that probably won't?
Well, maybe the next Masters you might see him playing there.
Yeah. Look, Australia just starting to get the momentum here. 14's the target they need every over. Byrne talking, saying, hey, left-hander.
So this is Rumesh, the left armer. Can be pretty nippy. Sri Lanka needs to strike.
Byrne and Prescott bowling. They do. They've just got to get a wicket every over.
It's both so man-gettable. Third ball.
They're both so man-catable. Don't say that out loud. A man-cat now would set this stadium off, wouldn't it? Oh my gosh. Where's Matt Latham when you need him for the big man-cat?
So what's happening there?
There's something. The ball. They're wondering about the ball. Perhaps, guys, while they're looking at the ball, can we go to break? We've got a chance here to get ahead of a break. There's going to be a little...
පිරිසුළු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දු කරන වැරගෙල්ලකම පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගි.
Eki Meki හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV. The best on-demand entertainment.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Here's the points table for us, and New Zealand qualified first, Australia second, Sri Lanka third, and South Africa fourth. This morning we saw New Zealand beat Australia and go directly through to the final. We saw Sri Lanka beat South Africa and qualify for another game against Australia. We're watching that game right now as 2 versus 3 from the round plays off for the chance to play New Zealand in the over 35s World Series final. Got some great finals lined up for us tomorrow. It'll be Australia, New Zealand and the 30 ladies. It'll be Australia, South Africa in the 55s. Here we are back live. There's a chance that should be out.
Yes, that should be out. Just what the doctor ordered. They said 1 brings 2, ideal time to get another one. Put this pair under pressure now.
Yep.
Yep, not in the frame.
I don't think it matters whether Sri Lanka score 20 or 200. Somehow it's going to be an amazing finish. It just always is in these games. Early wickets for Sri Lanka. They'd love another one. Rumesh. Oh, that was in the air too. It went down.
If they can strike one again, then pressure on Aussie.
Pressure on Aussie. I think we're going to see pressure on both sides throughout this, really.
It's good to see a good game, a close game.
Oh, it's great to see a good game and a close game. Look, one of the things that I'd be telling my side if I was coaching against Australia in this game, right, is that if we can get to about the 24-25 over mark and we're in the contest, they're the team that's under pressure because history says they have to win.
Yeah.
And they know that. So the longer you can stay in the fight with them, the more you know the history will grow pressure on them. Just to finish off those finals, 55 Australia, South Africa, over 50s Australia, New Zealand. In the 45s, I understand Australia are straight through, and the 40s UAE is straight through, and the 35s New Zealand are straight through. And we are watching the games too. Quality, who's going to play against them. Finals tomorrow, 9, 11, 1 and 3 local time, muster 10. Actually, all the plate finals are at 9. Finals are at 11, 1 and 3, Sri Lanka tomorrow. Make sure you join us on the live stream. Let's set a record, eh? Let's get the most number of people to ever watch an indoor cricket game on tomorrow. I'll find out what the record is, if I can. Let's beat it tomorrow. Thurindu. Two runs. Last over, they need to be 14 to be on track. And the skins 14 as well, but it doesn't matter in this game. Winning skins will matter little. I like this from Thurindu. Come around the wicket, bowl at the top and middle, get him to play straight. If he doesn't want to play straight, see if you can get him out. See if you can create a chance. If he does play straight, keep him on strike. I thought that was good. I thought that was wide by the time it got to the back line, but it was good by the time it got to the front. Third ball. Thurindu. Can he bowl over the top and middle and bring some pressure here? Look at this. 3 on the leg side for Sri Lanka. Don't know if I like this from a guy bowling a re-bowl over who's short on experience. They're having a chat, but honestly, you're asking him to bowl a very tight line.
So he's going straight, I think.
If I
Wanting
were,
him to
yep,
make
sorry.
room and
Oh. I don't think that worked. He bowled straight to the offside. I don't think having 3 on the leg side helped him at all, to be honest. Just not allowed him to get off. It was tight. Direct hit there would have been gone as well.
so 2 to go in this final.
Chance. Needs the hit, doesn't have it. Boy, it's a good game, isn't it?
So 1 to go.
We had Walter on a little bit earlier in 5. It's 2:30 in New Zealand, 8. 3:30, so it'll be 1:30 up in Canberra at the moment. But indoor cricket lovers love their indoor cricket, right? Let's go for a break. 10 for the first partnership. Let's go for a break.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. Like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලේට ටකරන් ෂීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ වෙවුලන්නේ. තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රෑට කැමර තියන්න.
රෑට කෑමක් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඔකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ තන්තිපට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි ඒ කෑගන්නේ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද?
I'm at day 6 of
Skipper Kohli to the ball. This will be off spinners.
That's a good ball. Who have we got for batting? Batting for Australia, we've got Tim and we've got Andy. Now again, 2 guys that have played most of the big games for them, right? We haven't really seen the guys that have come in to replace the guys that have gone out yet. Australia will want 20 from this partnership to take a bit of pressure off them.
I tell you what, Andy is also a guy who would like to go back net.
So we've got, starts with a dot, follows it with a wide. Taking some strapping off his fingers. Ball slipped out. Kalitha.
Oh, that should have hit. On the other court, South Africa 40, chasing 76.
In the second, so they're in front right now. Don't know how far to go in the second, but Australia in front in the chase. Nice shot, uses the angle. Watch his bowling action. He's got quite a low arm. He'll be quite skiddy. He won't turn it a long way. He's just trying to skid it onto them.
Yeah,
Coming
he's
into
not a
the
big
lefty
turner.
will be harder for the lefty. Not if he bowls it on the fill.
That's easy.
Yep.
So we should have.
Reminds me a little bit of Sanath Jairia bowling. Jairia bowling. A little bit round arm, a little bit skiddy.
Left arm.
Yeah, left arm.
Sri Lanka love a wicket now.
7 off the first, I said it. Australia will want 20 from this partnership. They'll want to be in front of the chase when some of these other players come back in. We've got Wachira and Solomon's batting second. Brad Jones will close, we know that. I think maybe Josh Jones and Stephen Shaw batting third, Brad Jones and Josh Guy closing it up. We'll wait and see.
Nalin Limukti, the wicket keeper. The ball. Nalin Limukti, the wicket keeper, will be bowling.
The wicket keeper will be bowling. Coming right arm around again. Slingy again, medium pace. They go up. Looks off the front knee to me.
That's exactly what the umpire thought. Showing the knee.
Yeah, seemed to hit a lot of knee, not much bat. Nice shape back in there. 3 on the leg side. A more experienced player. Maybe he can bowl to this, but keeper goes, no, I'm okay.
I'm all for the man.
I'm all for man can make it happen. Thanks, Tyler. We'll write a note and send it down.
The batsman not leaving his crease early.
One single digit skin in Sri Lanka in it. Who do they target? Well, personally for me, I target the third partnership. I don't target Brad Jones because he's just too good. Matty Latham saving his man catch for the Rockets. He may well be. He may well be.
Yeah, Andy is not leaving the crease.
Matty's partner, Roz, is captaining the New Zealand ladies. He'll be watching that game tomorrow when they go in their final against Australia. I think the ladies' one is at 3 p.m.
Queensland cricket. I thought the same thing. Great game and quality of both sides.
Big wide. They just called it a quality game in the comments. That was a big wide down the leg side just to take a check on that. It has been a quality game, and I think again a really important stage of it. In the air, not caught, not run out.
Go for the ball, mate.
Can we see the replay?
Quality play.
Hits it up. Hard to see from the angle. I think that should have been caught. Bowler frustrated. You only get so many chances. Australia getting drinks, so South Africa 50 after 8, chasing 76 in the 40s. Wow. In New Zealand, we thought that Australian 40 side was unbeatable. They beat us 7-0 in the Trans-Tasman Series last year. We got nowhere near them. Now, we talked about this in the New Zealand 50s game, didn't we? Right now, Australia starting to try and control momentum. 2 good overs, no wickets. Sri Lanka needs a wicket to get that crowd back into this. Cam Walter, 1 single digit partnership in Sri Lanka win. Who will they target? I think they'll target 3. I don't think they'll be able to hold on to target 4. There's the crowd. There's more crowd underneath us at the back here.
Well, if they can target this pair, a big bonus then.
These pair look pretty good.
Yeah, but you just need 1.
You just need 1 because 1 brings 2, right?
Out,
yeah.
And then it starts getting chaos.
Suru. I'm a bit of a fan of his as a cricketer. I think he's a guy that just does a job for you, and you just have to tell him where you want the ball bowled, and he'll bowl it there.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a guy that's going to swing it past guys. He's nippy without being too fast, but you say to him, I want it above leg stump, and he'll put it above leg stump for you. Australia, if they got through to the back, is that 5 runs with the extra? Did they get 4 plus 1 there? I think they might have. Great effort.
Was it just the 2 that they got?
Solomon's just for 7.
I told you, Andy is capable of going to the back net.
Yeah. Well, it's a Zuzu's risk. He's quite straight. Get in the slot, you can go. All of a sudden, Australia taking control here. Sri Lanka now need a wicket. Well bowled, and that's good ball. Sri Lanka opting to come around the wicket to the left-handed Vachura and take space away as opposed to coming over the wicket and bowl at the outside edge. I think it's the right decision, but it hasn't got many wickets yet. I think it's a good ball again. That's strike 2. If I'm right, he can bowl through the same area next ball for strike 3 and see if he can get a wicket.
Third ball?
Third ball. I think it's third ball. Last ball of the 7th and Sri Lanka need one. Can he put it in the same place? I don't think they need to do this. 3 on the leg. If that's him, I just bet on outside leg stump further. That should be out. Oh no. No. No, that hurts for Sri Lanka. That's got to be caught by the keeper or the fielder's got to run and hit the stumps. Either one, that should be out.
That had to hit the stumps.
They hit the stumps. Look, it's never over, but this is what Australia needed. They're trying to get themselves a little bit of breathing space in case the partnership struggles. 6 balls left. They're 16 behind.
They need a -5 right now. Can't let it get too late.
Yep. South Africa on third ball early on the far court. Both courts, the batting side needs 20 with quite a lot of time to go.
That's gone.
Let's see a replay of that. Film this on your camera and put this on your Facebook, because this, I've seen some amazing. Look at this guy. Hits it through the leg side, comes up, full length whack, hits the stumps. You cannot do that without years of practice. That is a great bit of work. Exciting indoor cricket as Sri Lanka try and force their way back into the game. I'm not sure about these Australians from the court next door being down the middle. Fielder could hit them on the face in the wrong way. Don't love it myself, but you know, I'm old-fashioned. They needed the wicket. They got one. They could do with a second.
It was Pereira.
Pereira.
Fielding.
Oh, they could have got another one too. Didn't grab it.
It was on his left hand, the left arm. So it was easier.
That needs to be caught. There's a chance for 2 in a row, then they missed it. Oh, look, buddy. He's faced up and looked at you. There's no need to stop running, and you can run and bowl that if you want to. Into the box. Looks at him again. That's the line. Tight. No. Tight. Not given. I don't think it was out. Let's have a look at that. I think it was right decision. I think it was not out. Just took a bit long. Got to get the ball to the stumps. Takes it. Instead of throwing it. He's got the vision. He should have known. Was in?
He was in.
Yeah. Look, the truth is now, in or not, Sri Lanka will use that appeal to try and build a little bit of pressure so they can find themselves anything, and the decision later on will help. Look, I think the the New Zealand team will be watching this right arm round into Ventura approach quite closely. He hasn't looked comfortable at all.
Oh. Third ball.
Third ball. How much Sri Lanka would love a wicket here? Solomon's on his hunches. 10, 28, 38, chasing 53. The drums bass louder.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
යාගේ ගෙදර කවුදෝ මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
උඹට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන උඹ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතෑරම්බා. A win-win situation, my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
We're back.
Nilanta Vijakun, the bowler.
Wijakun, the bowler. Sri Lanka. Just been in so many of these battles over the last few years. So many.
Just Guy opening.
Josh Guy batting at 3. Guy and Wijakun. Sorry, Guy and Johns, is it?
Josh Johns.
Josh Johns and Josh Guy opening. Leaves Shaw and Jones to finish it up.
So they're the new guys, the last pair.
Look, Brad Jones has definitely come in. I didn't see the game against New Zealand. Oh.
They need to put pressure on this pair.
Yeah, look, doesn't hit that hard and doesn't look that quick. Is my immediate reaction as a coach. Can we get him out? Well, maybe. That's what we can do here. Let's have a look. Oh. Right now, look, how many times has Sri Lanka been in these battles over the last few years? Not scoring quite enough. Come in the field, New Zealand Asia Cup, they did it multiple times. The England Asia Cup, they did it multiple times. The last World Cup, they did it multiple times. Can they find a way to win one? So captain facing Josh Guy.
They need something fast.
Oh, look, for the rest of the game, they've got to get one and over. That's how it works from here, right? Still, I look at this and I think, look, maybe we've got a lot more to see. I haven't seen anything from these two that means they can take it away from Sri Lanka that I've seen. A few balls in, we'll wait and see. But I wouldn't mind taking the pace off it against Josh Guy. $12 needed. 7 overs left. You'd be a brave man to bet against Australia, but it's been that kind of tournament. Australia screaming back into the 40s game as well. Wickets all over the place. Third partnership for South Africa in a bit of trouble.
And it's Ramesh Perra, the left armer.
They'll be having a good look at whether that point fielder can get in the air and get a hand on that, I think. He's not hitting it very hard from what I can see. He's hitting it, don't get me wrong. But from here it looks interesting.
Oh, there's a ball there.
Josh Johns. Beat him. Can't bowl that line in length. Not into cricket, not to anyone.
Consistent.
Yeah, look, I think
3 or 4 balls that's gone there.
You've got to make a decision for Sri Lanka. Can we get in the air and get a hand on that after he touches it? or do we need to bowl tighter? Captain coming back. Says, sure this line's the right line? Bowler goes, yeah, I've got this, man. Quite possibly says, in all honesty, maybe we need a taller player at point because he's going to bounce it. Goes past the bat again. This is the partnership. Beating the bat's cool. Limiting to 2's cool.
Best cover field, yeah.
This is the best cover field in the world. There's a direct hit. Not out. Couple of close calls. I think they've both been right. All been right. That was a great bit of feeling from Ramesh. But right now, the Sri Lanka needs him. Yeah, clock an issue as well. Clock an issue.
Wouldn't want to risk penalty runs if it's a tight game.
Can probably get through 3 overs in about 8 minutes. So they're tight actually. It's tight.
2 strikes.
Kalitha,
the captain, Hapuarachi.
I quite like this. I don't know the amount of time. That's better. That's a better field. It's just taking too long. Can Kalitha straighten it? Well bowled and well played.
Sri Lanka needs to strike fast. Nicely bowled again.
Yep. Well bowled and well played. Sri Lanka 59 after 3 chasing 76. The last partnership will need 18 to win it. For South Africa. 59 against Australia in the over 40s. Australia all momentum right now. Kalitha over here. Sri Lanka need a wicket. It'll be called wide, I think.
No, that's good.
Called good. How do you know that so quickly? Oh, you watch the umpire. Okay, so my glasses get in the way of that a little bit.
And there's been 5 50-50 calls in this game.
Oh, yeah, I think that's really tough. I really do. The umpire in this game is a really good umpire. He's a really senior umpire. And look, if you want to play your game without Australian umpires, then you'll play your out. That's out. That one will be given.
Keep up the battle, Aussies.
Tomorrow we'll have DRS. Keep up the battle, Aussie.
Can this be the turning point?
Oh yeah, that's on the way through. That's gone. Yeah, nice. I said I thought taking the pace off here would be a good idea. Kalitha, can you find another one?
This delivery.
That's a great shot. There are a few things that are going on here that are quite important, right? Sri Lanka would love to have Australia behind when the last partnership comes out.
Yes.
Australia would love to have the score 6 runs in front when the last partnership comes out. The battle for these things continues. Last over of the third. Yeah, I think this is the partnership they had to win. They haven't quite got enough.
Timing is also going to be a problem. I think coach maybe needs to get in there. Yeah, the timing, you wouldn't want to give 3 runs away, especially with that tight,
Yep.
If you get a wicket or 2, you're going to celebrate, so you're losing time. Then there's another changeover.
Bowls are wide. Just looking to get the over. There we are. Be re-bowled. Again, these are little basic mistakes you can't do in games like this. You've got to get it right. Comes right arm around. That's going to be out. Oh, all he had to do was leave it alone, get out of the way. Could have taken that to the stumps and it was out. Again, that's 2 balls, 2 mistakes. Scores are tied. Hits it to the line fielder. Field on the way. throws that could just dive in. He had plenty of time.
That's one in the frame. No, that's it.
Again, decent throw there. Sri Lanka missing chances. You can talk about this and that, but at the end of the day, if you want to win the game, you've got to take your chances.
I think this is pressure.
Here's a wide.
Sri Lankan fielders.
Yeah. Look, Australia are going to get their will if they're not careful here. They're going to get a buffer for that last partnership. Brad Jones, a good bat. A good bat. He'll be calm too.
So we need one dismissal here. If not two. Skipper batting really well.
They're batting really well.
That's experience.
3 balls left. Sri Lanka need one. Seven runs in front.
One needs to be pulled back.
South Africa need 10. Dot for the Sri Lanka-Australian game. Over 35, Australia in front. Josh Guy's the lead to that shot. He certainly is. He's played it very, very well. Shaw and Jones come out so many times. Brad Jones is a quality bat. We've talked about this a few times during the day, right? What's Sri Lanka got to do? Best bowler, next best bowler, next best bowler. They've got to get wickets. They've got to attack. No mucking around here. They've got to get fielders in good positions. They've got to try and create a couple of chances and over and take one of them.
Dinisara. 88. No, yes, 88. Dinisara. The ball. Number 88.
Oh, yeah.
Dinisara Sasanka.
Dinisara Sasanka.
Needs to strike twice.
Oh my gosh. If you bring Rumesh into the game, you give them a chance, don't you?
I think he, like I said, one of the best cow fielders.
Let's have a look at Shaw now. He'll be a good cricketer.
Just needs to be a bit accurate. Ten in front. Wasn't that a chance off the net?
I thought, it looked to me like it must have gone down, I think. Judging by the reaction, it must have gone down up.
They took it on the full straight up.
Yeah, me too, but again. That's out. Oh, again, I think.
They're running. And now Sri Lanka becoming sloppy.
Bad risk. I thought Jones nicked that around the corner in the air, but it's gone into the ground again.
Keeper not happy. Well, yeah, that's what I thought. Just need a wicket. Come on, boys.
Yeah, look, the extra for mine's a bad risk.
Aussies. Just forget the striking.
Craig Musto thinks Aussies got this. 14 runs ahead. They should have got this. Another overthrow here.
Come on, this is sloppy from Sri Lanka.
Well, it is sloppy. I just don't think they need to take the risk. You know? The risk is far greater than the 1 run reward. Well, here we go. 15 in front with 3 overs to go. Australia short price favourites to win this one. South Africa need 9 to beat Australia in the over 40s. All on over there.
Yes, Chandy Mabek won.
Does anyone have the score on the 45s game?
What's going on there? No. I saw some score coming earlier. Oh, well fielded again.
Ramesh.
And
They're going to run another
again.
extra. Yeah, got to be tidier. And that should be another dot. And that should be pressure. And instead they've let one go there again. I still don't love the tactic. I don't think they need to do it. But
Ramesh Perra again creating a dot, but
yeah.
he's really doing a great job there in the covers.
He really is. One of the questions for Sri Lanka going forward is how do they get more ball to him? If you're going to have a left hand like that at cover, how do you get the ball hit to him more often?
Yeah. No, again. That's
Yeah.
a third ball.
I think for me with Ramesh, he might be good enough I might not have a point. I didn't have the whole offside to himself. If the ball goes in the corner, he can dive in and try and hit it.
With his height, it helps.
Misfield, gosh. Tough for Sri Lanka now.
It's not going their way.
Yeah.
And in the previous game, everything was going to hand, everything was hitting the stumps.
Over 40 scores are tied. Over 35s, Australia's cruising home.
It's getting tight there.
South Africa win it. South Africa win it. 77-67 and go through in the over 40s grade. Over 40s grade. Play UAE.
Here Australia doing it with ease now. 2 overs left. Hat-trick is the call.
Hat-trick is the call. Even that won't be enough, I'm afraid. Look, it's been a great contest, but Australia have got through. And to be honest, you know, one guy who isn't likely to lose his cool and blow a lead like this is Brad Jones. Experienced, successful cricketer, good bat. One of the best bats I've seen. Yes, with the ball. There you go. I got you, Jones. The commentator's curse. There you go, buddy. Missed it by a mile. Looked awful. Round the corner.
Oh, that needed to hit.
Needed to hit. We've just said that a bit too much in the last 5 or 6 overs. That's in the air. That should be caught. Hands on knees by the Sri Lankans. Disappointed. Big game for them. Big opportunity for them. And that's gone. They'll be back and they'll be better for this. This is an exceptional over 35 tournament in my mind. These top sides could all play in a men's comp and go okay. I'm not saying they're going to win it or anything, but they go okay.
Three. No, it's gone.
It's gone. Australia now 80-50, and it looks like it's been a walk in the park. Looks like they've just smashed them, but really it was pretty close early on. Really was, you know. Just missed a few chances.
Okay.
There's
There's
an
one
out.
comeback. A little too late. Unless the hat-trick comes out. The hat-trick.
Even the hat-trick's not going to be enough here.
Not
They
enough, yeah.
need 5 and 6 balls to win it from here. Water being poured in. To be honest, if I was the coach of Australia now, I'd go, don't run. Stand for 2 balls, hit 1. Stand for 2 balls, hit 1. Let's get out of here. Yeah. Get in the pool. Get recovery sessions underway. We've got a big final tomorrow. We've got to find a way to close that gap and beat that New Zealand side. They looked good today.
One thing is good. The final is in the evening. So
3 o'clock, right? Yeah.
Afternoon. They have time. Recovery. Good night's sleep. Don't think anyone will be having any drinks today.
look, it's one of those things.
Yeah,
It's
just a beer.
35, not men's. Probably not. I
a
could
beer
see.
maybe.
I could see Brad Jones having a beer. I'll be surprised if I see Brad Jones having 15 beers.
Well, they'll need
But-
a beer because they lost 2 the previous 2. So just to chill out, we won this. Yeah, in the finals.
I think it's likely at this level of an age group that the players will have a certain degree of freedom around those kind of choices. You know, they'd be expected to act responsibly, but they wouldn't be on a no drinking rule. I wouldn't have thought.
Do they have a rule like that when they come on tour?
Look, different teams. The New Zealand over 35's physio Haley.
Yeah.
Her rule is if you drink alcohol, I won't treat you.
Giving out.
If the players drink alcohol, she won't treat them. So she says, look, if you're not doing your best to recover, then I'm not going to help you. If you want to recover, do the right things, then I can help you.
So basically, from day one, she says no alcohol.
If you need treatment. If you don't need treatment, but her rule is if you need treatment, you don't drink. And look, Paul Anderson and Haley have been together for a long time now, won a lot of events. I think it's a really nice part of their culture where, yeah, you can make your own decisions there, but really, there's situations where, look, congratulations to Australia. They've bounced, and they've bounced hard. That was a big effort and a big performance. I am sure they are both thrilled and relieved. To lose 3 in a row would be horrible for them to go out after the big semi-final loss. They will turn up tomorrow and they will give that New Zealand side one hell of a go like they always do. Brilliant effort from the Sri Lanka. In it, for mine, for 28 overs, and they just couldn't quite close stuff out.
So the change they did to the team worked?
Oh, look, I think they had to make it, and I think you've got to say it did. They won, right?
And
Sri Lanka beat them in the round play game.
And the no wicket keeper worked. So let's see when they'll do it tomorrow against New Zealand.
Yeah, look, one thing about it, from that game to this game, they've had 2 hours. From this game to tomorrow, they've got half a day. So they'll get through when they're going to do no keeper. They'll have plans a lot more established and an 8 a lot more established. That was the one, really. Solomon's hurt them. Great out there. Look at that.
I think he uses the height to good use. Ramesh Perez's height, he uses it well.
But you've still got to get a hand on it. You can go to both ends. That one hurt him.
No. There again, that would have been brilliant if it hit.
Look at those dives. Look at that commitment. One of the things we love about indoor cricket, right? Go hard at each other for 32 overs, shake hands, give them a cuddle, say, hey guys, well played. Lots of respect between the sides in this grade, all of the sides in this grade. I think the sportsmanship's been a real feature. Play hard, play fair, have a good attitude to it. The players are fantastic role models for that.
Hope they take something good out of this. Maybe come back strong.
Look, I think Sri Lanka will be better for this. It's a good effort from them. And Australia tomorrow, Australia-New Zealand final, game of the series. If you talk for a minute, I'll see if I can let the viewers know who made the over 45s final. I'll have a look, see if I can get that result. If you can entertain them for a minute while I get in and find this.
Yeah, so this is it for the day. And when we say goodbye to you, good night. And we'll come back to you tomorrow morning at 9 for all the finals. Paul will be here. Michael will be here. And we'll bring you live action again. So for now, it's goodbye and good night.